Oh, why is it looping? Oh no, wait. Why is it looping? Oh no, wait. Somebody stop it, please. Where is it? Where's the leak? Where's the... I think I got it. Oh my god, that was so scary. Scariest thing in my entire life. Oh, the terror. The terror. Oh god. Hello, chat. Hello. Welcome back to another Higurashi Tuesday. It's been one extra week than normal. We didn't have a stream last week. Are you multi-streaming to Facebook? I am not multi-streaming to Facebook, but I should. You know what? Let's delay the stream like 45 minutes so I can set a Facebook multi-stream. Thoughts, chat? I feel like this is a good idea. No, yeah, I'm only I guess I gotta open up the vertical YouTube one. I'll do that in a minute here. Which is good. But it's been an extra week. We left off last time with Rena, losing her mind. Kind of literally, like, that's kind of the plot, is that Paranoia is, like, the agent in this one. Which is cool. I'm pulling up my notes right now. There we go. Let me also get my dishes out of the way. Listen, chat, wait, what's it like? Like, clean home, clean mind? Something like that? Talk about it. Am I multi-streaming to X? Wait, can you actually multi-stream to X? Is that possible? Like Twitter? The corkboard nails. Oh, that Dr. Pepper's gonna be so important. Yeah. I probably should start doing that. Don't? Wait, but why not? Chat, more reach is always better. That's a simple equation. That's why I'm on Kick. The only reason I'm not doing TikTok is because TikTok was freaking annoying. Yeah, let me really quick set up the vertical on YouTube. That'll take me like 2 seconds here. Wait, what? I just clicked something that I don't understand. Wonderful. Okay. Is breaking my heart. I think I remember mostly what was happening last time. Though I'm good to take a second to collect myself, because it has been a little extra minute. I remember most specifically that chat was like melting down, because it was like, no, you can't, please, no, wait, stop, don't take a break, we need to do the next one now, let's do another one this week, please, man, please. Chat was freaking out. That's what I remember most of all. Don't you waste a lot of resources when you multi-stream? I don't really think so. I haven't had that problem really up to this point, I don't think. I'm sure eventually it would be too much to bear. Okay, is this gonna go live? I think we're good. Wait, there we go. Okay. Good. Go live. Okay, now we're live on Shorts as well. AG is currently on a 7-stream streak. Holy peak. We love to see it. Okay, so let me... Boom! Chat, wearing the wolf shirt. Alright, it's a big deal. It's a big day. So we got the wolf shirt locked in, ready to rumble with. It'll get like 10 times the views. This guy's literally hallucinating. Bitrate is ass. I think that's a U problem. Looks fine with me. Wait, chat, is the bitrate fine? Check. Also, thank you, Sif, for the resubscription right before the stream started. Wait, thank you for that. 18 months in a row. Love to see it. Check general. Okay. Bitrate is fine. Yeah, I think that might be a... Yeah, I think that's a you thing, Sif. Bitrate is fine, lil bro. Oh, don't let him lil bro you. Bro is on 160p. Turn yo shit up. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's crazy. Oh, okay, fine. I'll change it to finale. Wait, how long? We are probably gonna finish it, right? That does seem reasonable. I feel like in what I've heard. Oh shit. Wait, which one's the lot? Wait. Is this one the shorts one? This is shorts. Okay, wait, I gotta... Shorts. Boom. Okay. Reminder that if you're watching on the shorts version, there's also a normal version. It's just, you know, if you prefer to be on your little phone. It's called giving you options, chat. Okay, Chapter 6, finale will break my heart. Boom, done. And then, Chapter 6, finale is destroying me. Okay, done. Alright. Looks good. Yeah, Deli, I got really bad news. This is the end of this chapter. There's still at least, I think, 1 or 2 more chapters. Okay, so, as a reminder of what's been going on in the show, the series, Mayor Kimiyoshi is bald. We got, the SS-13 Death Squad. We've got multiple timelines, except it doesn't look like this. It looks more like the lips, right? Remember the lips? And then a different variation of the lips is actually just chronological. Yeah. So, I don't know exactly. Like, there could be a lot of ways that this timeline could, like, end up looking, right? You could really do something like Chapter 4, and then, like, a loop phenomenon. And then you break out, right? Like, it could be a lot of stuff. Or, like, Chapter 4, and then, like, it starts... Or wait, I got it. Like this. And then it, like, ends, and then goes back, and then there's a new line. And then this one ends, and then you go back, and then there's a new line. You know what I mean? There's a lot of ways that, like, the thing itself could work. It's currently just a supernatural magic system, so I got no freaking clue, man. Yeah, so that's one important element. When it comes to actually what's going on in this chapter, oh my goodness. Yo, bro, maybe we just drop this series. I don't know if I'm built for this, bro. I really don't know if I'm built for this one. Like, what am I looking at here, dude? What is... Okay, the important business is Rena has been going crazy because she got Takano's notes right before Takano got killed. And so she's been thinking that she's been hunted down and such because she's like, oh, I got the notes, people are after me, blah, 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 blah. Basically, it's literally just Chapter 1 with Keiichi, but instead of it being Keiichi, it's Rena. Funnily enough, that actually has come around and been, relevant in this current line, because Keiichi has cracked through the, like, timelines and recalls Chapter 1 himself, and now is aware that he had gone crazy and he had killed Meon and he had killed Rena in a different timeline, or a prior timeline. I say timelines, that makes it sound like splits, but I think it's actually probably more likely to be sequential, where, like, there is some event that's causing a reset each time, right? So it's like we do the timeline and then we reset, and then we do it again, and then we reset, and then we do it again, and then we reset. Keiichi cracked through the timelines, though, which has made him, like, aware of, like, oh, I understand what Rena is going through, because I was, like, straight up there. Yeah. And so now it's up to Keiichi to try to, like, bring her back as much as possible, but also, they had a conversation right at the end where Rena, like, came to him and talked to him, and Rena was obviously losing her mind, and he knows that he can't force this, like, understanding on her that she's going crazy, that he has to just be supportive and there for her as much as possible, even if it means, like, that she's gonna kill him eventually, just like what happened in Chapter 1, but inversed. So his goal right now is just be there for her, and hope and trust that Rena will be able to pull herself out of her doom spiral. Which, honestly, I could see it happening. But I could also see it not. No, don't deny. Denying's wrong. You have to accept it. This is where I need the nat 20. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, the most terrifying line I've ever seen. Wait, let me move my camera. Dude, the most terrifying line I've ever seen in all of fiction.
Wrong. You have to accept it. This is where I need the nat 20.
Oh. Huh?
This is where I need the nat 20.
Huh?
Wait, whoa, what? What? What the? Wait.
This
what?
was so bad.
What? What?
Oh man, it was so bad.
What kind of attacks? Just beat up kids? What do you mean attacks?
Dude, I was stressing. That is the most stressed I've ever been. You can see me desperately trying to, like, pivot it to anything else, bro.
Attacks.
I'm just like, please tell me you were just punching kids. That was it. I was so desperate.
Just beat up kids? What do you mean attacks?
Dude, I'm so serious in this moment.
Huh?
It's so funny.
Huh? Huh? What, Keiichi, what did you do? What? That it?
Not bad. And then yeah, right here.
Wait, is that it?
Is that it? Is that it? Man, that's so funny. I need to make a clip of that. This would be a really good clip. Right here. This would be a great clip. Remind me to do that after stream. Wait, FBI, just DM me this clip, so I can remember it. That's a great clip. Sheesh. Also, can we turn off the stream elements thing that's doing the fucking Lindis company thing? Also, what have we learned? Thank you for the gift sub. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Mer! We're back in it, chat! Okay. Take a deep breath. Don't get lost in the sauce. I do think I have a pretty good recollection of last episode, so I don't feel the need to, go back through a ton. So we're gonna take a sip of the Dr. Pepper, and then we're gonna get into it, chat. Oh, I gotta move the camera back. There we go. Okay. The big question is if Rena is going to be able to survive her paranoia. Thank you, FA. Theory-wise, well... Wait, what was this again? Let me just rewatch this one really quick. Get me back on it. What was that, like... What was that, like, ray of light? Did you see that? There was, like, a ray of light. I just, like, died and got reborn. It is interesting that I think like real Rika, which I think is the question mark. I think this is the child, and then the one that's Rika is Oyashiro Rika. That real Rika is like hopeless, and then Oyashiro Rika is like, dang, Keiichi got that like low-key the movements here. Oh yeah, and then the thing about dice. Yeah. It's because I'm a lot younger than you? Oh wait, that's important for me to read. Wait. You think we'll never have a different ending, don't you? I can tell because it's written all over your face. I think so too. I think we're going to have the same ending this time again, but I'm not going to give up hope until I throw the die for the last time. Keiichi taught me that. Rika, you're a very strong person. Yeah, I know this because I'm a lot younger than you. Oh wait, what? Yeah, okay, so big theory-wise, just to get us back on track, Rena is not being hunted right now. That's paranoia. Just like in chapter 1, it was all paranoia. That was the big thing. Oh yeah, that's a good question. The season 4 previews for ReZero. I think there were spoilers. Is that what people were saying? I honestly didn't really look into what people were saying on that. I could watch it if there's not spoilers, but if people in the forum are saying there's spoilers, then I probably wouldn't watch it. But I will definitely watch season 4 right when it comes out. I'm definitely down for that. But Yeah, I don't know. It is pretty spoilerly. Yeah, I'm fine to wait or just not do it. I don't really care either way. Especially because I kind of missed the wave, right? There's a very short wave of trailers, and so if you don't do it like within the hour, like you're already behind. But okay, Rena going crazy, blah blah blah. Just like I've said previously, there is the take that like, with all of this. Like, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There is some elements of this that's probably still true. Such as, like, and there's some things that are definitely still true, such as, like, the syringe and, like, what the syringe does. It's actually so giga unlucky that Keiichi hallucinated a syringe specifically. And then the syringe is something that's actually a true thing, right? The syringe is something that Rika has had. And actually exists and is very likely that Tomotage got hit by. And so the idea that Keiichi hallucinating that is actually freaking cooked. You know what I mean? I'm sure I do, FBI. That was just, wasn't it Rena talking to Keiichi? Outside the house. But yeah, so like, there's so much of it that's still true, like hidden in the paranoia. But also a lot of it's just not true, so it's really tough. Like we kind of lost the intent, right? This was at least gave us like intent ideas, which was interesting about like spreading some like phenomenon. But yeah, I feel like, man, this line from Rika's really interesting. What do I have written for this, Rika? 100 years old, either because time loops or because parental passed down. Are we time looping right now? That's so funny. Yeah, so like, I think the, this is so, I know that that's because I'm a lot younger than you. What do you mean by that? So maybe there's an idea that, maybe Oyashiro Rika appeared after Rika was already looping, time looping. So like, the idea here is that this Rika, which I think is Oyashiro Rika, is kind of what I've been calling her. Or like him, I guess, in a funny way. Stop talking. Thank you. Says they're younger, and so what's weird about that is like, and I'm saying this is Oyashiro because they're the one that's speaking like super smart, whereas the other one is saying like talking more like a child, and like also has like a younger voice, right? This is younger than this. And like less mature. So I think the one that's the one with Rika's name is the Oyashiro Rika. And so it's interesting that that one says they're younger. And so the idea there is that maybe Rika was looping herself and then somehow had like seen it or figured it out or like become aware of it in some way. And then maybe as part of this loop, then Oyashiro Rika like stepped in and like joined or like blossomed or something. So, like, the idea that, like, the Oyashiro Rika is a new thing in this phenomenon that Rika's been in for, like, a longer period of time. Something like that, right? I could see that being the case. So it would maintain that Oyashiro Rika is Oyashiro Rika and, like, a big deal, but also would give an idea of how young Rika has been, like, living for a long time, thus making them older, even if they've been living as, like, an 8-year-old for the entire time, which, like, by the way, chronological age and biological age are like different things. So, you know, yeah, this isn't like, I just gotta point that out, alright? Time looping for 100 years as an 8-year-old? Hey, I got bad news. They're still an 8-year-old. Calm down. Alright, let's talk about it. Just gotta point that out. I've seen the audience, okay? I've seen y'all. I guess, well, I've already seen this. Yeah. So, who knows? Maybe, like, man, maybe Rika, maybe real Rika, like, in one of the loops, stumbled on something and then awakened Oyashiro-sama in herself or something. I don't know. There could be literally any way that like these things happen, but that's just an idea. Yeah, and like the bloodline thing, like Oyashiro-sama will be reincarnated in you. Like maybe it's latent, because it's just weird that she said she was younger, right, than other Rika. So, oh, are you talking about the bloodline thing? As in, yeah, okay, true. As in what I was referencing. Yeah, man, dude, because I posted that on TikTok too. Some of the people in there are freaks. Anyways, okay. Whew, I need to get my reading voice ready. Do, re, mi, fa, so, mi, do. Okay. Walking with only Meon to school made me miss Rena a lot. I read like 2 TikTok comments. You can't stop me. I'm a force of nature.
Oh? It
was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wonder what Rena meant when she said she was going to win a come-from-behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Rena thought Meon was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Meon with a knife. It'd be a hatchet. Yeah, yeah. You don't got that Glock on you, Meon. I checked, you don't got the Glock. Meon said it brightly as if trying to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her, because I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now, and she probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Meon if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action, but I couldn't deny the possibility either. Dude, I wish I knew. I mean, like, because it could just be LMAO paranoia, or it could be there could be a phenomenon that latches onto paranoia and then makes it like 10 times more dangerous and like more crazy. That's absolutely a possibility, all right? It's funny because this show is doing both like it's like everything in chapter 1, there are like a dozen explanations for it and none of them are stupid. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, this could be Oyashiro-sama possessing people, this could be the demon inside people, this could all be made up, this could blah blah blah, this could blah blah blah, this could blah blah blah. There's so many different like variations of what could happen. And so like, even if it's the case that it was paranoia, it could still also be the other ones, right? There's still like a cross collaboration where like it could be something to do with demon blood that made it more possible, right? Or that it latched onto. I mean, that couldn't be the case with Keiichi, so that kind of not really. But like, Oyashiro-sama, or a drug to make it worse, or blah 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 blah, or who knows? We're in a time loop, dude. Like, nothing's off the table. You must find the truth. Dude, I don't care about the truth. I just care about finding the timeline where the squad gets to be happy, okay? Frick truth. I don't give a frick, man. Was there any reason? I remembered the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy. But I remembered we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh because it really was a stupid thing. It was really a stupid thing. Well, but this isn't even entirely true. Because, like, Takano's dead and she was burned to death in a barrel. Takano's murderer does live, and so for you to have one of Takano's like artifacts after she just was murdered is a very viable reason to be afraid. Like, if I, as a adult human, ew, I'm an adult? That's weird to say out loud. Talk about it. I'm an adult by like 5 years, bro. I need to get used to it. If I, as an adult human, have a text from somebody that they handed me and they said, don't tell anybody I give you this, and then they die, and they were murdered, yeah, I'm gonna be kind of scared, right? And you just attach it to a couple other things, and of course it's gonna spiral out of control. Like, Tomatake's dead too, you know? And there's all the history of the village and blah, blah, blah. So it's not really a stupid thing. It's a very viable thing. That's what makes it worse, you know? Is because it does make sense. But once those little tiny stupid things started to bother you, you could ignore them. It was that kind of disease. You could call it one, but there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy, but it must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died.
親戚にお医者がいてね、脳とかに腫瘍ができて、たまたまそれが珍しいところだったりすると、性格が急に変わったり、普段と別人みたいになってしまうことがあったりするんだって。大昔はこの病気が悪魔つきや狐つきなんて呼ばれて、オカルト的に脚色されてたこともあるんだってさ。
ってことはつまり脳という体の一部に起きた肉体的な病気って。
I am so sick of this series being like, oh no, there's a grounded explanation. There's a realistic explanation. Meon, we're in a time loop. Ooishi is Subaru, okay? We're way past grounded and reasonable. We're in the thick of it right now, Meon. I need you to lock in.
今回に関しては精神的と捉えてもいいかもしれないね。
Right. I won't pretend.
レ
It could
ナは
also be true.
リナ鉄平殺しの後かなり動揺していて、心が不
and
安
those
定
two
になって
also
た
died.
時期があっ
True.
た。そんな時期に大石のバカタレが富武さんたちの事件を大げさ
In
に
an
突っ込んだ。
exaggerated
大石
way.
さんって人もさ、高野さんのスクラップ帳に少し似てるとこがあるかもな。
へえ、どの辺が？
なんていうのかな、ひなみ沢村連続開始事件というものが存在しているというあたりについて盲信しているというか、現に5年連続で起こってるのにこんなことを言うのもなんだけど、俺さ、もともと連続事件なんて存在しないんじゃないかって思ってる。
It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you didn't need to talk about. We're back in chapter 1. We can never escape the same questions. Ah! We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy and that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connect those things to the series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rena when I found out about her dark past, wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Okay, he cooked here though. Okay, this is Keiichi. You cooked here. I'm gonna give this one to Keiichi. This is actually kind of good. Chikoda-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old cruel history, and she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Ooishi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonozaki family was behind it all that it was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Ooishi-san believed in the same delusion as Rena.
その辺にはさ、何かあるごとに黒幕のように振る舞うその先家の責任もあるんじゃねえのかな。
Oh, like, did she really dramatize recent incidents and old cruel history? I mean, like, yes, but like also like, I've been in that storehouse, dude. There's actual torture implements, okay?
この村では
And there's a like the
何か起こったこと
Sonozakis
があれば、
do literally have cages in their secret mountain base where they've tortured people, okay? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, like, they should have added a little bit of sauce to it, but, you
例えて言え
know.
ばほら、この世の現象は全てプラズマで説明できるみたいな感じだよ。
ほー。つまりそれは何を、園崎家が全部悪いってわけ？
No, the opposite.
そうだ。
Wait.
お前が全部悪い。
What?
よって、お前の名前は
Oh, well,
今日か
but
ら
like,
プラズマミオン
well,
と呼ぶ。
but for the fake thing, they can explain all the phenomena in the world with plasma, but that's not actually what's happening. Okay, but they're taking credit for it, so it's messing it up.
うわ、なんだかレスラーみたいな名前だな。
Plasma Meon.
ああ、プロレスラー大いに結構。そうだけいちゃん、コブラツイストって
No,
知
what does
って
that
る？
mean?
いややめろ。このクソ熱いのに絡みつくな。
Abdominal stretching.
いててて。
She's grabbing him.
やは
She's killed him. Peon. I'm still waiting for Peon,
お
dude.
はようございますですわ、ケイチさん。
And then as soon as I say the word Peon,
Ohayou
Satoko shows up with her
nanodesu.
blonde, piss-colored hair. What a wonderful day. Satoko and Rikichan looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rena's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon and she'd start mourning homeroom. Everyone was fooling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of the time until then. This is also like the last day.
今日は臭い。
because,
窓閉めて。
what Rika said.
バーカ。窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
It smelled like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Hey, Keiichi? Hey, I'm gonna just ask you a question. Do you think Rena Ryugu would burn down the school right now? Because the smell of gasoline in the classroom, to me, is a red flag for danger. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes. If we close the, like, it is coming from outside, right?
いつだったかな。貝塚いぶきを剪定した枝葉をトラック山盛り何杯分か運び込んできたことがあってさ。あれはひどかった。あの独特の刺激臭は頭痛を起こさせるよね。貝塚いぶきって何ですの？
Is it a tree?
お野菜の名前なのです。
A vegetable.
たまにカレーに入ってますのですよ。
Do we?
今度スーパーに行ったら探してみろ。
よくわかんないけど、最初はリカとケイイチさんに毒味をさせた
I
方
know
が
little
良さそう
about
でございますわね。
vegetables.
あれ俺たちのボールがね王女お前がまた隠したんだろ
The boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satoko.
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。ほらほら、先生来たよ。みんな席に着きな。
Yo, I'm scared. I'm scared of
はい、
Rena.
皆さん。
I don't trust anything right now. I'm so scared she's gonna show up. Are we cutting to Rena? Are we good? I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. Okay, well, the school hasn't exploded, so we're good. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come from behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusion, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the three families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Rena do alone against them? Meon lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Rena would try to break into their house with a knife, but I'd already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Meon and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Meon told me some bodyguards from the Corps had been at her house since this morning. She told me she'd be guarded herself, too. There was a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. Okay, here we go. But according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle wouldn't end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the delusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who are behind the Sonozaki family, and she needed to destroy their research on the parasite. I mean, the clinic, or like some other location where the equipment might be. Plus, Rena didn't have much time left thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how oh yeah, and that's a true thing, right? That she's like scratching herself to oblivion. You know, that's like her and Keiichi both got so paranoid that they were gonna rip their own throats out. Paranoia usually doesn't amount in that, you know? And it, like, that's the thing, dude. Like, they both got so paranoid and freaked out that they itched themselves and ripped out their throats, or like we're going to. That's where it was heading for Rena. And so, and that corresponds to the maggot disease, and also corresponds with Tomotake, who maybe got syringed. So it's like, what phenomenon is causing them to do that when they freak out? Or freaks them out to the point of doing that? Like, there still has to be a phenomenon doing that. Alright? Like, people don't just do the exact same thing as a response to extreme paranoia as each other. That just, like, it's too specific. It's just too specific to I think, make, you know, and, like, doesn't reasonably make sense. So, like, there's gotta be something. I just don't know what. And if I think it's gonna be anything, then they're just gonna, like, destroy me. Anyways. But how exactly could she win a come from behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret that the town council are the group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It would be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Irei clinic. Rena suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning, and that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. Did that mean she was going to attack the clinic? That wasn't like an action movie. What could she do all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? Gasoline. No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get questionable weird samples? The last problem of all was how much time she had left. She believed that she didn't have much time left, especially under desperate, disadvantageous conditions. She might try to stab whoever she thought of as an enemy. But Rena sounded like she really believed she would regain her happy and peaceful days after everything was over. I just had the thought that, like, funnily enough, she is going to regain her happy and peaceful days after everything is over, because when everything's over, everyone will die or whatever, and then time will loop, and then we'll be back in the happy and peaceful days. Yo, bro, time is a flat circle. Rena probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Rena's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you washed your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she has left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that in her delusion was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it all together like that, I felt like the Irei and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinic all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there, for her, it'd be the perfect place to attack. Rena's playing Plague Inc. True. Dude, no, she's literally, like, the one scientist, and in her head, the cure is 99%, and there's, like, 3 people left alive. And so she's just desperately trying to do it. She's hidden in Madagascar right now, dude. I told Meon about that during lunch break.
普段ならそんなバカなって言いたいところだけど。その可能性を全く否定できなくもないからね。
Jammer?
本家に電話してみるよ。診療所にも人を配置するように言っとく。
Meon didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call. Our best friend
なんだか
Meon.
物騒な話でございますけど、本当にレナさんがそんな恐ろしいことをなさいますの？診療所を襲うなんて信じられませんわ。
するかもしれない。しないかもしれない。でもな、怒っちまったらおしまいなんだよ。惨劇に抗うってことは。
This is like the best route we've ever had, because there's actually a little bit of hope and a little bit of understanding of what's actually the ailment. Usually we die with no idea what's going on, but this time we actually have a little bit we know what's going on to some degree, you know?
何をやらかすか分かったもんじゃない。
姿を見たら直ちに引っ取られてしまって構いませんか。
本当は嫌なんだけどな。
I don't think it's gonna work out, but like it's the best we've ever
先日
had.
の会合で竜宮レナを確保して警察に引き渡すことで決着しています。ですので引っ取られても一応筋は通ります。
うちの対面じゃなくてレナの心情的に気の毒だ。
Honestly, I feel like she
本当に静かに決着
I
した
feel
い
like
んだよ
Rena
ね。
could be salvageable if she gets captured by the police and like restrained. She'd probably be freaking out really hard, like full delusion paranoia maxing. But as long as she can't rip out her own throat, then she can't kill herself, which means that it's okay. And then if we use the squad, like there might be a way to like settle her, like sedate her, people can talk to her, blah blah blah. If the rest of the squad was still available, it would work out. The problem is that Rika's going to get stabbed in roughly like the neck, and then the knife's gonna go down and rip her in half, and then her organs are gonna be turned into like a festivity. So I don't exactly see that kind of like I could see Rena getting saved if there was enough stability. I don't see that stability as existing. Maybe that's how the loop happens. Maybe Rika getting killed is how we cause the loop to happen, and so we keep looping until we can survive or something. But Rika sounds like she doesn't want it to happen, so probably not. That'd be a funny idea though.
じゃあアウトかもだ。
In which case, Rika would be Subaru.
いえいえ、見つからなければセーフですから。セーフセーフ。沖宮の界隈ではあの二人の失踪を気にする者はいません。何かのヤバい話を踏んで夜逃げしたんだろうということになっています。あの程度のゴロつき、次から次へです。ですからセーフセーフ。
アウトだのセーフだの、私ら野球拳でもやってるわけまあいいや、それじゃあくれぐれもよろしくお願いします。
了解しました。
Baseball, is that a Satoshi
では
reference?
捉えてよろしいんですね。
Satoshi might go.
ちゃんとタッチアウトにするんだよ。クロスプレーなんかにしな
How
い
do
よ
we
うに。
save Satoshi though, bro? I need Satoshi to be saved. I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie-sensei was looking at me. No wonder, as she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie-sensei put her spoon down, and with a sad look on her face, she asked the following.
今の電話は竜宮さんをめぐる話ですか？まあ、はい。園崎さん、竜宮さんはどうして家出をしちゃったんでしょう。お友達として何か知ってはいませんか？
It's hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation except for me and Kei-chan. Oh, you know what's crazy? We're in Meon's head right now. I didn't really fully clock that. How long have we been in Meon's head? Oh, no, we just got here because she put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office. But this part right here, it was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation except for me and Kei-chan. We're in Meon's head. That's kind of new. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Ooishi stupidly believed that the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town council's phone directory to find her. So people in the village thought Rena did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor after they detain her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down and hit her head on the edge of some tofu and lost her memory. Yo, are these my protags, bro? These are my protagonists, bro? Yeah, let me come up with the her head lost her memory on a tofu block. Ooishi misunderstood something big time and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Ooishi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was to not make a big deal about the situation and to create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened in order to get her life back together as soon as possible.
大丈夫ですよ、先生。レナは今ちょっと病気になってるだけです。それを警察の某ベテラン刑事が素敵に勘違いして話をややこしくしただけです。
I like that.
まさか先生、
I like that
レナ
framing.
が悪いことをして逃走中なんて信じちゃいないですよね。それはもちろんですけど、でも家出することによってご家族におかけしている迷惑を考えれば悪くないということはありません。
Listen, I can attack Meon if I want to, but I resist nowadays. I'll resist. I'll resist the rage bait. She had a fight with her father and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish and that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go with.
何か悩みがあったのでしょうか。
1 hour
それに気づけ
tangent.
なかった私は教師失格ですね。一度竜宮さんとじっくりお話がしたかったです。先生、ちょっとヘビーに考えすぎです。もうちょっとリラックスリラックス。プチ家出なんて今時珍しくないですって。はあ、竜宮さんがこのまま不良になってしまって。
No.
悪いことを
No, she's not a bad kid. She wouldn't like murder people. Yeah, it'll be fine. I've never heard Chie make those sounds before. Ryuga-san becomes a bad kid. Eat means arrow? Arrow? She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. Did we just get inside? I'm dead. Did we just... Did we just go to Chie? I feel like I need to like take like a BRB, dude. I feel like I need to like pause, bro. I feel like I need to like just sit down and like take a deep breath, dude. What is he talking about? I can't even like commentate on this. it's so unbelievable. Like, dude, okay, let me take like, okay, enough Dr. Pepper. I need like water. I need to like flush my brain right now. Okay. Chie is terrible. Chie is terrible, right? You're really telling me that Ryugu being a bad kid, getting arrested, is bad because you can't eat curry anymore. That's where we're going. That's actually where we're going. That's insane. I cannot believe that this is the first and probably only time we're in Chie's head, and it's literally just for a curry bit. I'm dead. Chie-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but... right then, the phone rang.
はい、もしもし。ひなみ沢文庫でございます。
Chie-sensei had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited to the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change.
今どこにいるんですか?
What? I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Rena. She called the school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chie-sensei gestured at me not to come in. Chie-sensei acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, and then she looked up at the
わ
clock.
かりました。今からすぐ行きます。
I don't understand that
先生との
reference. I don't even know what that
約束ですよ。
is. She said only that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker. So the strat's to... okay, if I'm Rena, I capture Chie, and then I torture her for information on, like, where the parasite is. Good idea. Holy peak. First you went for the Meons and I stayed silent. Then you went for the Keiichis and I stayed silent. And then you went to the Chies and there was no curry left. Holy peak. Holy peak.
院長、先生は休養ができました。しばらく表へ出ますので、みんなを自習させてください。
She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to see Rena somewhere.
先生、今の電話はレナ？
以上です。よろしく頼みますよ、院長。
Did I say holy pink? Instead of holy peak? Wait, did I just replace the word peak with pink? That's like the most like egoistic Freudian slip I've ever considered. Chie-sensei completely ignored me and she ran out into the hallway. She ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment her car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. I headed for the black carport near the gate and knocked on the window. Yeah, we gotta follow her. We gotta follow her. Chie is this blue Rena. I do not see that vision.
今のところ異常ありません。
あー、違う。今出て行った先生の車を追って。多分行く先にレナがいる。
Meon, this is a good play from Meon.
レナは警戒心が強いから注意してね。捕まえたら有無を言わさずに本家放り込んで、葛西の指示に従うこと。私の友人だよ。怪我なんかさせたら許さないからね。
Rena must have told Chie-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bad for ruining their promise, but it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. We could still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. You know what's funny? This kind of thing, like chapter 1, Rena was following Keiichi around, probably trying to calm him down while Keiichi was losing his mind. In this chapter, people are trying to like go follow Rena and like get her to calm down, so that because she's losing her mind. And then in chapter 3, Keiichi was trying to like communicate with Satoko, but Satoko didn't trust him and thought that he had killed Rika and was denying him and then pushed him to his death, or like his almost death, right? So it's like that pattern of like following a paranoid person around also does extend a little bit to Satoko in chapter 3. Yeah. Which is kind of interesting. We can still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home, but if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road, and it chased after Chie-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was pray that this would be settled calmly.
みんな敬中午後の授業は自習になったよ。というわけで、おとなしく席について何かやること。
自習
Meon ran up to me and spoke quietly.
レナから電話があった。
本当か？
うん。ついさっき職員室に電話が、チエ先生が指定された場所に会いに行ったみたい。
レナのやつ、一体どう
Chie
いう
is
つ
such
も
a
りなんだ？
random person to connect to here.
わかんない。とにかく、うちの車に先生の後を追わせてる。レナには悪いけど、そこで踏んづかまえる。
うまくいくといいな。
荒ごとには慣れてる連中だよ。
Insane thing to say. They're used to capturing people
じゃ
by
あ
force.
捕まえれば一件落着なのか？
Alright.
だね。
Alright, Meon.
そしたらとりあえず病院に放り込むよ。きっと専門の医者が見たらなんだってくらいに典型的な何かの病気だよきっと。強迫性、心因性、ストレスなんたらとか、多分そんな感じのやつ。
Alright. Homegirl's been reading the DSM-5. While we were spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Rena, who was waiting for Chie-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Meon would take good care of her. And in the end, everybody would understand that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending. Yeah, we're gonna get the happy
一
ending.
件落着でしょ。
Meon winked at me. She looked like she already thought everything was over. But that just didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chie-sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rena was a good student, so Chie-sensei had a good relationship with her. But I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chie-sensei. It's a great question. While I was thinking about it, the door opened and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom.
レナ！
Yo, so we just got absolutely played, and she has okay. Okay, let's okay. I'm overwhelmed. Hey, I've never seen a dynamic pose before. Alright? Never once in my entire life has there been a pose that's above just standing there. This is the first time I've ever seen. Look at this battle sprite. Unironic battle sprite. Holy peak. What even is this thing? Is this this doesn't even look like a hatchet. I've never seen this machinery before. What is this tool? This looks more like a hatchet, kind of. This is an entire what is this, like helm splitter, dude? This is a weapon I would see in the medieval ages. Right? It's got a blade for cutting, and then it's got like a pick at the end to get through like heavy armor, dude. Yeah, good play from Rena. I mean, dude, not only did it get rid of Chie, which would have been an adult in the situation, but it was also the same day the principal was gone, and then also getting rid of Chie inadvertently got rid of the bodyguards. It was too big to be called a hatchet. It was more like a heap of raw iron. Holy peak. She's on her guts arc, bro. Dude, this does not feel like the right dialogue to be coming from this face at all. At all, dude. She's gonna kill us all. Everybody gasped in surprise. Even Chie-sensei couldn't make everybody go so quiet all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulder of the student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Everyone immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage. Listen. I can appreciate this move from Rena to some degree. Because, like, Chapter 1, Keiichi was not making moves. He was just running through the forest with, like losing his mind. Rena here is taking control of the situation. You know what I mean? I can appreciate that. This is scary. This is actually so scary, though. Ooh. This is such a good OST. This is absolutely one of the best ones, dude. Holy. We're so cooked. I mean, she's got a weapon and she's in a class full of students in a building that has no adults right now. And I think there's only... Oh, no, there's 2 doors, I think. But, like, still, like, this is like a you have to run situation. But, like, she's got too much control. They're not gonna run. Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying.
委員長でしょみんなに指示して
レナあんた何をやってんの
Bam! Oh, what? Yo, she's about to kill her, dude. She's about to cut her in half, dude. Look, this one, all the different Renas got. Oh no, the remake Rena just engaged with the same stance, dude. And now this Meon is doing like dude, she's literally doing like an Elden Ring charge up. He literally doing an Elden Ring boss charge up to do a crazy. She's about to do horizontal cleave, dude. She's about to red mist everybody in the room. Jabura mode. A loud noise washed out Meon's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. Uh-oh. She broke it. Chie Sensei is going to get mad when she comes back. Yo, bro. No, that wasn't it. What the hell?
兄ちゃんはやっぱりダメだねじゃあケイチ君に頼むよケイチ君だけは
Oh no, Keiichi! Keiichi! This chapter has literally been the Keiichi, I need a nat 20 charisma out of you. That's been like all this chapter has been. And now it's escalated to the point of the entire child schoolroom is a hostage. Rena, your eyes, you look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves, but you hope that the thief has feelings too and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. Yeah, it's just like you can't predict. It's unpredictable. It's the fear of the unknown. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and to show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. It's the same fear we were feeling towards Rena at that very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively. Are you gonna like, is there gonna be like a ring of desks and we're all gonna be like put together? Oh no. Rena was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode at any minute. When she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. I think there's an interesting thing about like rational acts of evil versus the idea of like an irrational act of evil. I think you could argue that like irrational acts can't be considered evil because they're irrational, and that like good and evil require rationality to parse. So that if you're in this a fully irrational state, then you couldn't even be evil. Like do you blame an insane like a truly mentally insane person? Do you condemn them in the same way you condemn like a murderer that isn't insane? I mean, and legally the answer is no, because they go to like a mental like thing, right? You can plea insanity or whatever. So like there's an interesting thing to think about there, like trying to it's just insanity. I don't know. Keiichi spoke about it better than I can speak about it. Well, I don't know if a sociopath is always. I don't think a sociopath is always irrational. I think sociopaths can be rational. Irrational, ignorant, evil acts have. Yeah. There's a lot to parse into it. It really depends on your moral frameworks and stuff. But I think it's an interesting question, and it's kind of posed here a little bit with Rena. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. Yeah, if you go subjective, then yeah, I think that's a fair place to take it. That's usually where it lands for me, but it's kind of always like the end of the conversation if you just take it to subjective, which is fine, but. That's right, just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena and Meon. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desk against the wall to make a space where Rena wanted it. Rena is saying that we're moving too slow. Hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing that we look at most in the school. Oh, you're gonna tie us all up! Oh, God. No. No. She's too good, bro. She's too good at taking control. She's too smart. She's doing this like a Payday. She's playing Payday 2 right now. She just walked into the bank and went pop, pop, pop. Get down, and then start zip tying everyone. That's so rude. We were still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used in a lot of comic books and cartoons after all, so normally you'd assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill. But when Rena said she'd kill us, it sounds so frightening. I'd never heard something like that before in my life. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it, why did we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. That was a little bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of 1 or 2 just to set example. Which is smart, right? If you have to control 100 people and you only have 1 bullet, you just shoot one and you say, I'll shoot the next guy that runs. Like, it's not that bad of an idea to just take 1 or 2 out to instill fear in everyone. That's kind of smart. And to lower the amount of people you gotta deal with. Oh no. Satoko is gonna be the first to go. I already know, because it's Satoko, bro. She always gets the worst. Decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got everybody's jumper ups from their lockers. It's Satoko, dude. I'm trying to think, like, realistically, the best thing for everybody to do is just to run or to, like, brute force jump her. Because she has a hatchet. She can definitely get, like, 1 or 2 really good swings in, but 20 kids running at you, and you're also a child, even if you're, like, an older of the group, like, Meon plus Keiichi could manhandle her, I think. I think there's a good chance, especially if they have, like, 10 other kids, like, swarming. It's just, you have to get over your fear of getting killed and your fear of getting cut, which is going to be really hard and, like, almost impossible. You know? So it's like, you should fight back or run. Like, because getting tied up ruins it. Like, you're all cooked, you know? But to do the Keiichi play, which is I need to get through to Rena and, like, speak to her and get through to her, you would need... This is the right play. You know? At least 1 will definitely die, though. Yeah, probably. Rena got a good swing on her. I mean, if you grab, like, a book, and then you block, you know, it'd be, like, really impossible, because she'd probably just, like... But, you know, there's, like, very likely she'd get a kill, or 2. I wouldn't participate just because I don't want to risk anyone dying. But, like, getting tied up pretty much is, I think, a bigger risk. I don't think any of these kids are willing to die. No, I agree. I don't think it's a good idea. Yeah, there's no way it's gonna happen. That's why everybody just has to run, you know? Yeah, it's really bad. But, like, yeah, listening is just the worst play. But I think, though, my point I was trying to make is that, like, listening to her demands, I think it's of course what's gonna happen, because I can't expect anything else. Because you can't expect kids to fight back. So it's gonna happen, but it's also what Keiichi needs to do to get through to her, I think. So if it's still trying to do the I'm your best friend play, then he has to be willing to sacrifice himself for that, as he was previously talking about. And in this situation, he has to actually also be willing to sacrifice other people, in a sense, right? He's putting everybody else at risk by letting this happen and going through with it. So it's like, what is he willing to risk for his friend, Rena? Is kind of where it's at. But yeah, like, everybody throwing chairs or, like, everybody running out, like, she would be able to chase, but, like, she wouldn't be able to kill everybody. But if you tie everyone up, she's gonna kill everybody, you know? Or you just start chucking people. Oh yeah, she does have a hostage right now, that's true. That's a good point, I did forget about that. Because, dude, her stance makes it look like she's not, like, holding somebody. But, yeah. Hey, casualty of war, bro. Is what it is. Shouldn't have gone to the bathroom. Meon tried to make eye contact with me. No, yeah, absolutely true, Sif. That's why I even if I was in this situation, I probably wouldn't fight back. I'd probably panic freeze and then do as I was told. And I'd say 95% chance I do that. I think if I was a Giga Chat and I was smart, I'd grab a chair and start hucking them, you know, and try to rally the people. Because if I feel like you could maybe incite a mob against her, but like also she has a hostage, so it's really hard to do that. Yeah, it's just cooked. It's just cooked. You would piss yourself, dude. Obviously, I can fight with piss in my pants. In fact, I think I would fight better with piss in my pants. If everybody was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There were more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. Yeah, and that's really a problem, too. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with the hatchet. And she'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. Yeah, there would be casualties. The hostage would be seriously injured, or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Exactly, because this is exactly what I was looking for here. Because Keiichi's game plan isn't beat Rena. Keiichi's game plan is save Rena. And if you are aggressive and you don't comply, there's like no route to save her. The only way to save her is to comply and then break through to her as there's like that moment of peace. You know, where she's not actively killing people. That's when you have a chance. So, this is absolutely the Keiichi move. 100%. Makes perfect sense for his character. Meon seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve this situation without shedding any blood, with Meon's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At the least, we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone. Meon tried to think of ways to overpower Rena. I wonder how she got in the building. Like, was she just hiding in the bathroom, like, before school? She got here early, snuck in, hid in the bathroom or something? Like, I wonder. Meon tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. Yeah, and, like, Rena's like a trained threat. Like, she's always been a physical specimen, dude. Punching people. It's always been a bit, but, like, yeah, it's tough. This is really bad, dude. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at this time. This is awesome. This is so scary. It did sound weird. I agree. That sounds like Meon. That does not sound like Keiichi at all. The best thing to do at that time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Meon lay down on the floor and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rude to the spot with jump ropes in my hands. All my classmates were lying face down on the floor while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all. You know, I feel like... Oh, maybe that is just Meon's voice? Well, no, but Meon responds to it saying Kei-chan. Right? So Meon is replying to this message with a ... like... So this is absolutely Keiichi. All my classmates were lying face down on the floor when I was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching her every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all.
Keiichi-kun ni wa mada mada tetsudatte morau koto ga takusan aru no. Dakara hayaku shite.
Oh.
あんまり時間がかかると何人かが死んでしまうかもしれない。
Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die. Yeah, you know, I had the thought that I think the way to make this scene even better is you should have the other two kids be speaking, right? And Satoko and Rika, right? Like I think having Okamura and the other kid, I don't know where they are in my notes, but having those other two kids talking and being sounding really scared on top of like Rika and Satoko being really scared and like crying, like hearing them cry right now would actually be so brutal. You know what I mean? That would hurt so bad. Like, imagine if her hostage was one of the two boys, right? Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Rena under these circumstances. But it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed that hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Chie-sensei came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Chie-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chie-sensei. Chie-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. Yo, wait, Chie the goat? She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Chie-sensei. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first, but there was risk there, as Chie-sensei was a grown-up woman, so she probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rena called Chie-sensei and told her she wanted to talk to her in private in order to lure her out to someplace far from here. How did she call her, though? Did she, like, have a mobile phone? Or is there another phone at the school? She would have needed a way to call her remotely. Most people, including Chie-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home. So Chie-sensei must have thought Rena had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make the phone call from? That's what I'm saying. She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in the school, to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. There we go. I didn't know there was one up there. I don't think that's a clue that's useful in a different question, though. Yeah, I didn't think there was a mobile phone. That's why I was confused, but they answered it. The school was using part of the forestry service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office, so it's not like somebody who was here all the time. Rena knew that, and she probably had been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor, and she made Chie-sensei leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was also actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. So she could still think fast. Very Chapter 3 Keiichi of you. I knew that very well because I'd been through the same thing before. What was worse is that Meon's bodyguards were gone. Meon told them to follow Chie-sensei because she thought Chie-sensei was going to meet with Rena. Damn it, everything seemed to be working out in her favor. I tied up the last person and I looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them. But when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pain cries made me feel useless. Yo, yo, okay, this is gonna sound crazy. Give me the pained cries. Give me the pained cries, alright? Give me some show, don't tell. I need to hear these kids crying, bro. Make it hurt more. Okay, sorry. Oh, what's gonna happen here, bro? She's just gonna start executing them, bro? I'm right, though. I am right, though. I think it would make it a more powerful scene, which is what I'm looking for. Though it also is still fine. What's wrong with you? You would prefer it. You would prefer it. It would make the story stronger. You want it. We both want it. I just have the courage to say it out loud. Okay. Understood. And one more person randomly. That's crazy. Thank you. Yeah, let's talk about Okamura. Thank you. Yeah. Remind us of our different characters. Yeah. That's so horrible. That's so smart. That's so smart. So you can never self-sack. How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally you'd stand against attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're going to die. But if you were responsible for somebody else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own decisions. Good job, Keiichi.
圭一くん縛るの下手くそって言ってたけど結構うまいよ。自信持っていいよ。
Thank you, Rena.
じゃあ
Thank you.
圭一くんは立って。
Oh, he gets to stay standing? Are we gonna tie him up too? It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We can still turn this into some kind of bad joke. I had to do something. Anyway, what were you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me that this is the come from behind victory you were talking about. Oh, what? What do you mean scene change? Wait. You imagine Rika being tied up there being like, yo, Keiichi, I thought we were gonna fix this timeline. Hey, what's going on? How do they know? How do they know that? How do they know? How do they know? Oh, maybe it's just been a time gap and maybe she called or something and said like, hey, I got hostages? I don't know. Let's see. This is low-key Meon's fault if you think about it. Yo, high-key.
ご苦労様っす。本日午後1時頃、ひなみ沢営林署内のひなみ沢分校区画にて教室占拠が発生しました。当時教室にいた生徒25名全員が拘束されていると。犯人側の第一要求は営林署敷地内への一切の立ち入りの禁止と当保へのホットラインの確保です。
ってことは初めから警察と交渉する気ってことですか。どういうつもりだ。
あと犯人は
Dude, and she's gonna... This is so bad. Because she's gonna be like, give me proof of the parasite. And then people are gonna be like, hey, we don't have proof of the parasite because the parasite doesn't exist. And then she's going to chop someone's head off and then say, give me proof of the parasite. And then it's gonna loop. And Satoko's gonna be the first to die. It's over.
竜宮玲奈
He doesn't even sound surprised. Yeah, he's just like, okay.
いいですよ。
Okay, he's even joking about it. This guy, dude.
とことんお付き合いさせてもらいましょう。
This freaking guy. Ooishi gave a crooked smile.
竜宮玲奈以外に犯人がいるか不明です。カーテンが閉められているので状況も一切確認できていません。
通報者に選挙時の様子は聞いてませんか。
いえ、竜宮玲奈からの直接の犯行声明でした。よって内部の状況は一切不明。担任は犯行直前に竜宮玲奈の電話呼び出しを受け、遠方に呼び出された間の犯行でした。
計画的ですね。営林署側の人間は人質には
Good question.
今日は営林署職員は不在でした。よって生徒25名のみ。生徒数は担任が出席簿で確認した人数です。
それプラス犯人ってわけか。竜宮玲奈以外に犯人らしき人影は。
いえ、何度かカーテンから覗く人影がありましたが、いずれも竜宮玲奈本人でした。ですが規模他を考えて、おそらく最低でももう一人二人はいると予想されます。
いや、単独犯かもしれませんよ。
Rena Ryugu was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Rena Ryugu's enemy. She didn't have anyone she can trust. However, Ooishi had believed in Mio Takano's delusion. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Rena Ryugu.
Ooishiさん、校長と担任です。
ああ、どうもどうも、チエ先生。
Casually. Hey, Chie. She's not okay. Why would she be okay right now? Ooishi ran up to Chie Sensei, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face.
ちゃんはとても真面目ないい子なんです。こんなことをするなんて。何かの間違いに決まっています。
マニュアル通りなら最近の竜宮さんの状況についてお聞きするところなんですがね。多分竜宮さんに限っては先生より私の方が詳しいように思います。まあ気を落とされずになんとか穏便に解決しますからご安心を。
Chie Sensei was huddled over and Ooishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation.
大石殿、
Dude, I don't have any faith in anyone. I would like to request to be a hostage myself. Oh, like I'll trade himself in for one of the kids. That'd be cool. I would respect that move a lot. It's like, chat, is there a single reason to have any drop of an ounce of a blip of a smidgen of faith in Ooishi for managing a hostage situation? No. Not even close. Like, literally the last person I could think to recommend for a hostage negotiation. He would literally just be like, Oya, 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 Ryugu-san. Yeah, you can kill the hostages, that's fine. Have you heard about Oyashiro-sama? And that would be the entire thing! This is goated, this is goated. You can both do it, you can both do it. Chie is a real one for this. That is a real one behavior from both of them.
先生方には校内の状況についていろいろとお聞きしたいことがありますのでご協力をお願いいたします。ボンジ君、図面の方で話を聞いてあげてください。
失礼します。1号車の無線に高杉課長です。
はいはい、もしもし、大石です。
大石さん、ご苦労さん。状況の大体は君に聞いたよ。犯人は未成年だそうだね。マスコミ規制の方を厳重に頼む。
Keep strict control of the press. What a funny line.
犯人側が私を交渉人に指定してきてるようですが、問題ありませんかね。
竜宮玲奈の件は先日の規制中の話以来よく知ってる。その流れなら犯人は君のことをまだ味方だと思ってくれている。
There's a kind of a world there. I just like good luck. Sure, man.
本当はすっごく嫌なんですがね。ちょっと今回はいろいろとお騒がせした責任を感じてますので、
I cannot imagine this going worse. Ooishi as the hostage negotiator, dude. Ooishi.
車載電話に犯人です。竜宮玲
Our
奈です。
phone.
早速ご指名の電話が来ました。早速出ることにします。ありがとう。はい、もしもし。
Hey, how you
大
doing?
石です。
大石さんですか？
Whoa, the text is blood red.
どうも、竜宮です。
Oh no, chat. It's the evil red text. It's the evil red text. No. That's a deep one. That is a deep red. I think we're in her head because she's even hearing his voice as red.
大石です。
車載電話って電波とかが悪いんですか？たまにちょっと聞こえにくくなりますね。
私と同じでね、定年間近なんですよ、きっと。
Ooishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. The cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom.
本題に入りますね。
Alright, what's the business?
あなたが交渉に行ったり資格があるか確認します。
That is such a funny thing to say. Yeah, check his qualifications. What do we got?
大石さんは私の味方ですよね。
当然じゃないですか。あなたと私で園崎家の陰謀を暴こうじゃないですか。
Okay. Ooishi answered without hesitation. Is he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? The second. Either way, I only had Ooishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do.
圭一君も一時期は私が言ってることを信じてくれなかったんだよね。でも今は信じるでしょ？
Keiichi-kun was sitting on the floor facing away from me with his head resting in his hands.
今はもう私の仲間
Oh
で味方だもん
man.
ね。
Keiichi, you not got a line here?
ああ、そうだ。
He's just agreeing. He's trying to work on her side. Rena Ryugu asked Keiichi Miyabara if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiichi Miyabara was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages?
前原さんも竜宮さんの味方なんですね。心強いことです。でもあなたも一時期前原さんを少し疑われていたじゃないですか。
うん。モデルガンの事件を聞いて、なんて人だろうって思った。でも過去の事件で今を見損なっちゃいけない。それらを踏み台にして 私たちはより良い理想の自分になれるよ。
She's just mid hostage situation is spitting bars. No.
とてもいいことを言いますね。まさにその通りです。
だから私たちは許し合ったの。だから圭一君のことを私はもう疑わない。圭一君は仲間。
わかりました。ならばそれは私にとっても
Okay.
圭一君は
So
仲
put
間
him on
と
the
いう
phone?
ことですね。圭一君に私がよろしくと言ってる
Okay.
と伝えてく
Yeah,
だ
that's
さい。
something.
後で言っておきますね。
圭一君にも
Yeah, put him on the
ご挨拶したい
phone.
です。受話器に出てもらうことはできますか？
Conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong?
いいよ。圭一君、大石さんから電話だよ。
That was a good play from Ooishi. I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone.
もしもし、前原です。
What's good with you, Keiichi? He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi Maribara must have been pretending to follow Rena Ryugu's orders.
どうもどうも、前原さん、沖宮署の大石です。この度はお世話になります。お互い頑張りましょう。
はい。よろしくお願いします。
龍宮さんは今何をしてますか？
教室の中を歩いてますよ。
前原さん、イエスならはい、ノーなら。
Ah, I like this tech. Good tech. Good tech. Answer yeah if your answer is no. Okay, hide it a little bit.
龍宮さんが何を要求しようとしているか
Yeah, I
知
know.
っていますか？
ええ。
Okay, yeah, he doesn't know. The answer told me for sure. Keiichi Maribara wasn't Rena Ryugu's accomplice. There's no way Rena wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. How would he help someone who didn't even tell him what she
担
wanted?
当直入にお聞きします。あなたは龍宮レナの味方？いえいえ、質問を変えます。
Yeah, you need to rephrase that. Did you see me squinting? I was literally like, I mean,
あ
kinda.
なたは龍宮レナに
Are you being
脅迫されて
threatened?
従っているふりをしている。
I don't know. I'll just, what does he say to this?
はい。
He is being threatened. There you go. The other guys in the car listening in on our conversation raised their fists in victory.
犯人は龍宮レナの一人だけ？
Yes. If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takano's scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rena came back on the line.
圭一君は味方でしょ？
ねえ、そうでした。とても頼もしいですよ。
で、今度は大石
Okay, what do you want,
前の
Rena?
電話で約束した園崎家関係への一斉捜査はどうですか？
Oh yeah. The raids. Yeah, they're going really good. In fact, we just got the information right now. Yeah, the
の研
raids.
究施設は発見できましたか？
Yeah. I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me.
今ですね、県警の防隊と公安部で一斉捜査作戦を準備中なんです。何しろ市内全域を一斉にやりますからね。
Okay.
調整に多少の時間が。
Okay.
大石さん、私たちは今、獅子骨市が置かれている緊急的危機についてよく理解し合っているんじゃなかったでしたっけ？
Oh no.
大石さん、本当に私の話を信じてくれているんですよね。私の味方なんですよね。
Now she's doubting.
味方ですよね。答えてください。
もちろんですとも。ですが、警察組織ってやつは簡単じゃないんです。私も最大限努力をしてるんですよ。本当です。ただですね、やはり話の規模があまりに大きすぎるもので。
大石さん、私、奴らにどこかで毒を盛られました。富武さんに、あの異常な死に方を強いた原始の力を持った寄生虫、あれをどこかで盛られたんです。昨日から痒くて仕方がない。もう私、首をかきむしりすぎて血まみれなんです。いつ錯乱して喉をかき破ってしまうかもわからない。大石さんは何をもたもたと。
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. You know, that is a good way to put it. I knew it. Ooishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. Dude, her sprite should have the scratches. That would have been cool. He understood there was some kind of conspiracy in Hinamizawa, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body and was bound to soon die the same way as Towatake-san. Oh, goodness.
ただですね、みんな言うんですよ、その証拠はないのかと。
証拠があればすぐにやってくれるんですか？
Yes! Meon-san's scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I'd need to convince the police. I was afraid somebody would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Ooishi-san, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right, I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight. Cornered animal, cornered animal.
それでどうか他の警察の人たちを一刻も早く説得してください。
助かります。そのスクラップ帳をぜひ。
I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my feet. She's gonna maybe send Keiichi out to deliver him. It'd be dumb if she walked out. They would obviously just get her. So, Meon-san's scrapbooks were in there.
私たちの切り札です。大石さん、くれぐれも、いや、絶対によろしくお願いします。
わかりました。信頼してください。
Remote Anomaly DLC horror books that cause mental breaks. Yo, I never actually played the Remote DLCs. I should, bro. I played like one or two of them. I never got super into them. Real though. I love Remote. Yeah, Rena's having an extreme mental break right now, huh? Oh, it's because when she ran away from home and she ate food in her car, she ate without a table. That's why she's having her extreme break right now. I get it now. Ate without table got her cooked.
だからちょっと強引なやり方だけどこんな形を取らせてもらったんです。
Holy
大石
peak.
さんは私に要求されて仕方なくやっているという言い訳ができるはず。なんとかこのチャンスを有効に生かしてください。
ありがとうございます。必ずやあなたの期待に添えるよう努力します。ではどうしましょう。私が受け取りに参りましょうか。
I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Ren and Ryuki was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Frick. Okay, we're gonna give Keiichi-kun a Glock. Wait. He comes out, delivers the notebooks, we give Keiichi a gun, and we say, handle it. He goes back in, poof. Holy peak? Wait, no. I figured out the answer. They're going to give Keiichi-kun a hatchet. And then he's going to enter. And he's going to have a hatchet duel with Rena. Because it is a parallel to the start of this arc. Where he had the water gun duel as if they were swords. You remember that? That is actually foreshadowing for the conclusion of this. Think about it. He's gonna have an anime hatchet duel. Imagine.
この騒ぎをもう園崎家も嗅ぎつけているでしょう。あなたがこういう手に打って出るとは思わなかったでしょうから、強引な手で口封じをしてくる可能性があります。
Oh, this is smart. This is smart. Makes it look like you're looking out for her and gives her something different than the police to be scared of. That's actually, I think that's a good play.
狙撃です。園崎家のヒットマンは多分あなたがこれ以上騒ぎを大きくする前に狙撃しようと企んで。
You might be sniped.
あなたは表に出ない方がいい。窓にも近づかないでください。
I think this is a good way to build
さっきか
favor.
ら何度か顔を出しているようですが、あれは危ない。
As long as the police weren't planning to do this, then this is a good way to build favor.
周りには警察がいるんでしょ？そんなの未然に防げないんですか？
防げるなら防ぎます。ですがね、周りの視界が良すぎます。訓練を受けたものなら400メートルくらいはやすやすと狙撃するそうです。ましてや、あなたもご存知の通り、園崎家の特攻隊は軍事訓練を受け、中でも暗殺技術に関しては特に習得しています。
I like this
侮らないでください。園崎家の陰謀を暴くには、
Actually cooking. I'll give him this. I'll give Ooishi this much. He's actually cooking on this one. We're gonna save you, Rena. Oh, but this is also gonna give her a blind spot. Right? Because now he can do stuff outside, like walk up to the windows, and she won't be ready for it. Like, because all they really need is to get riot police, like people in riot gear, up to the windows, and then they just crash through at the right time and bum rush her. Because she won't be able to hatchet them, they have riot armor on. Like, it's just not gonna work. And like, even one grown man in anti, like, hatchet gear and anti-stab gear or whatever, could, I think, absolutely beat her. Like, without any question, right? All you have to do is walk up, bat that aside, punch her one time in the head, done. You're a grown man, let him cook. So, like, if I could see a move here, because there are those big windows. You just need to time it correctly, and maybe have Keiichi give a signal. So Keiichi comes out, you tell Keiichi, like, we're gonna have riot police ready to jump in. Boom. Rena has an E-sword, the riot armor isn't stopping her. Trust, dude, trust. Oh, I don't know what gear the police squad have, but it'll be strong enough, I believe. Yeah, you would need to rush her fast enough that she couldn't kill a hostage, which I think you would need to get the right timing, which you would need an inside agent to handle, which would be Keiichi, right? The phone conversation ended. Rena Rigu was going to let Keiichi Mayabar deliver the scrapbooks. A lot of responsibility to put on Keiichi, though.
OK です。うまく渡せますかね。
狙撃されるかもしれないと脅して外を覗かせないように。
Let's see what they plan now.
でもまあ見てるでしょうね。そこはうまくやります。
Oh, we don't know yet. I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation. Keiichi.
じゃあケイチ君。
Hey, good girl.
とても大切なスクラップ帳。園崎家の陰謀と奴らの侵略の証拠を暴く。
Hey, Rena.
大石さんに渡してきてね。渡したらすぐに戻ってくるんだよ。見てるからね。
I'm watching you.
変なことをしたら怒るからね。
We're friends. Rena took out a couple old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at Meon.
みーちゃんにも後で話すよ。みーちゃんの家がどれほど恐ろしい陰謀を企んでいるかをね。ひょっとするともう知ってるのかもしれないけどね。じゃあケイチ君、行ってきて。校庭の真ん中まででいいよ。余計な立ち話とかして。
Hey, put it down! Wait! We're just having a conversation! We are literally just having a conversation. You don't need to activate your battle stance, alright?
ケイチ君は持っていくだけ。
Like, chill out, dude! My god. My god, put it down!
おしゃべり禁止だからね。
Holy!
おしゃべりしたら
I just do, I can't
先生も
relax.
T 定規で叩くけど、私ならなんで叩いちゃおうかな。
You're gonna spank me with your hatchet?
分かってるよ。無言で持っていくから。その
I'm
中を
your
下ろす。
friend.
俺はレナの仲間だろ。
Thank you, that's exactly what I'm saying. Senor, thank you for the photo. Appreciate you. Like, exactly, it's like you're not treating me like a friend right now, Rena. Come on. Be nice to me.
な。
Good. I like that.
そうだね。
I like that. You have
仲間
Keiichi,
だから
that's your
信
win
用するよ。
condition right
だ
now.
から裏
Your
切らない
win condition is to spam stuff like this so much that you break through, okay? You have to be rolling persuasion every moment, dude. Rena's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That was why she didn't time me
じ
out.
ゃあ行ってくる。すぐ戻るよ。
よろしくね。
I walked past my friends who were lying down on the floor and head to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Hi Rika, hi Satoko, hi Meon. Some were fearful, some were sure that I'd use the opportunity to run, and some were scared that they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her touch any of you. If Rena tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'd do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Rena didn't get angry, I'd just wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked it. You're changing your shoes, bro? Why are you taking the time to change your shoes, bro? It matters? Your shoes actually matter here? We're actually Old habits die hard, man. Then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy, and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure that Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Ooishi-san. What a circumstance to meet under. Hey, bro.
クラちゃんと呼んでくださっても。
すみません。レナから何も喋らずにこれを渡せって言われてます。
Why can I call you Kura-chan? Kura. Oh, because that's his first name. Kurado or whatever. Okay. I was like, what is this guy yapping about? Okay, yeah.
だから無言でこれを受け取ってください。
わかりました。それが問題のスクラップ帳ですね。お預かりします。
I'm trying to know what the scrapbooks to Ooishi-san, but he stepped aside a little. Eh? Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time. And at that point, Ooishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket.
大丈夫です。校舎はあなたの背中ですから。竜宮さんが窓から見てたとして。
What is it?
今のやりとりは
What is the little treat?
何なんですか?
Imagine it's a syringe. I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rena to suspect anything, but whatever it was pretty heavy for its size. Okay, probably not then.
あなたへのメモもあります。
A braid?
教室へ戻る途中で竜宮さんに見つからないようにこっそり読んでください。
A memo.
では、そのまま戻って、これ以上は不信がられます。
I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed. But that didn't mean she wasn't peeking out through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it could cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There was no way she'd come down this way. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance, then, was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Ooishi-san had put into my pocket. There was a radio with an earpiece? Okay. And something else that looked like a short police baton. The duel, bro. The duel. He got a melee weapon, and he and Rena are actually going to duel. And it's gonna be a parallel to the beginning. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dude, I bet they're gonna duel, and then she's gonna get killed. She's gonna get, like, stabbed or shot from behind or something, and then he's gonna hold her as she bleeds out. Rena. No. Dear Mayabara-kun, please hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low voice, so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There's also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. Oh, is it not the baton? Still though, psst. I guess it's safe to try it here. I held down the button and gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside of my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classroom's fates rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defensive purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, and while it makes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget there's a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. The spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Ooishi. Was he telling me to use it or not? It was probably one of those grown-up issues. The cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages, and I failed, they would be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug in the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. Felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position, but my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit, what am I gonna do? What should I do, Keiichi Miyabara? Did I want to fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? It was basically a hand-to-hand battle. It meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I need to aim for her face. That wasn't going to be easy. Shit. Besides, Rena was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? But that's what I'd have to do if I was to have any chance of winning. Rena would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough. but at least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rena would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hadn't occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rena killing one classmate after another. After I killed Rena and Meon, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, she still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That'd be too big a cross for her to carry, and one day she would remember and be saddened. This is cool, because she would die, but in a different loop. He thinks she would remember, which is what happened with him. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. Shit, I feel dizzy. I felt dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rena became stronger. Rena would be shocked to realize I betrayed her, but if she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that. Imagine she pats him down. Let's make sure he didn't give you anything. Oh! Keiichi-kun! What's this?
Nanda?
Gasoline? Are we doing an arson? As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Is it piss? Was it gasoline? Oh! So, remember at the beginning with the forestry thing, and I was like, oh, I hope Rena isn't, like, putting gasoline in the school. I thought, and see, my thought process was, oh, maybe one of the kids just, like, peed themselves out of fear, and so they moved because it's gross? It was just reasonable. I would pee myself, but, like, I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just in the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline, too. Rena, you can't kill all of your hostages in one move. You can't do that. That's just not... How could she? I see. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand. Yeah. Yeah. This is a good counter to the strat I was talking about of busting the window and bum rush her, because you know. Yeah. Rena, what do you think you're doing? It's a bluff? No, it's insurance? I don't like that. If she just holds it lit, then like you couldn't even bum rush her, because if it knocks out of her hand, it could still explode everything. Oh no. Rena shut off the lighter. Obviously she was trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad, but human skin is supposedly very delicate, and they say that even if 30% of a person's skin get burned, it's enough to be fatal. What would you do now? Rena, you're my best friend, and I love you. Can we kiss? Chat, you think that would work? I think that would fix it. I think that'd actually win the game for free. Wait, I actually solved it. I actually know how you fix this. Chat. To win this, it isn't about... Listen, chat. The way to win this doesn't include saving any of the children's lives. Nor does it include stopping Rena from tearing out her throat. Nor does it include Keiichi surviving. Nor does it include anything. Those aren't the win conditions. That's the trick. That's the trick. None of those are the win conditions. The win condition, what we really want, is for the loop to reset, and for us to find a way to not have the entire plot go crazy. Alright? We're not going to save this timeline. This timeline's beyond the point of repair. We need to prep for the next timeline. And that means we still fight, right? That means we still try. But it's not even necessarily about saving the people here, because the people here are already dead. They just don't know it yet. They're gonna die in a disaster, or Rika's gonna die, or something. It's already over. We need to fix the next timeline. And I think the best way to get in that shape is to rely on the thematic messaging, okay? The key to salvation isn't saving any one life. The key to salvation is being Rena's best friend. That's what it is. It's doing exactly what Rena did for Keiichi in Chapter 1. It's going to Rena and being like, Rena, no, it's not quitter mentality. It's not quitter mentality. It's realizing what's truly important. What's truly important is not you. Cause chat, what do you think winning is? I'm shifting the goal. All right, the goal is not to save lives. The goal is to be Rena's best friend. That's how we win. It's to save Rena. It's to return to the happy days. That's the goal. So we shouldn't be thinking, how do I beat up Rena? How do I stop Rena? You should be thinking, how do I bring Rena back to sanity? How do I save Rena? Right? And that isn't pepper spray her. That's hold her hand, tell her you love her, and be like, hey, Rena, baby girl, I'm here for you the entire path. You might not understand, but I've been where you've been. I know exactly what it's like. Alright? And I will tell you everything I can about it, and I will save you. And I will always be your best friend, here and forevermore. Winning is when Rena wouldn't kill anyone at all and everybody are happy. Exactly. Right? And so, all you can do to bring that to come to pass is to be her best friend and be there for her. I don't know what survives the time loop reset, but if anything does, it's love. If anything does, it's love, man. Frank, man. So you just gotta be there for her, and you gotta support her, and you gotta tell her that you're her friend, and that you're there for her. You gotta hold her wrist and say that you're never gonna give up on her, that you're always gonna be there with her. That's the tech, chat. That's the tech. And that doesn't mean sacrifice everybody, but listen, you have to understand, it's all about friendship. That's how we survive. That's how we win. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I've been put in a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. It's all about, you have to zoom out, chat. You have to zoom out of this timeline. And you still fight for this timeline best you can, but shift what the fight's really for. You know what I mean? My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she's attacked. I didn't know if she realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she'd have to do was light it and drop it onto the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Rena powerless at all. The last resort Ooishi-san gave me had already lost all its power. You have to fight for the timeline you're in, but more importantly, you have to fight for your friends. Peak.
そうなれば、あとは一斉捜査で奴らの陰謀が暴ける。そうなんだろう。
あのスクラップ帳だけで
Dude, I don't
本当に
know.
動いてくれるかな。
I ain't even read them.
お尻の重いところだそうだからね。
Rena was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbooks, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline.
とりあえずは大石さんを信じよう。あとは家宝を待つだけだろう。
そうだね。じゃあさっきの話の続きをするかな。それでね、その寄生虫は長い時間を経るうちに徐々に無害になっていったの。
I want to hug her. Exactly. Because love is the answer. Being there for her is the answer. That's the play, dude.
それがひなみ沢御三家なの。だから彼らは
Rena was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. I started mumbling so I could let Ooishi-san know what was going on. That's a bad idea.
すごい匂いだよな。ガソリンをポリタンク丸々ぶちまけるとすごいもんだ。
I guess if you say it in the right way, it could be okay. I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quietly. I wish I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Ooishi-san could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me.
車のクラクション聞きたいな。
Come on, John. クラクション一発。
Come on, guy honked once quickly.
ガソリンとは参ったっすね。これで
Good
さっきからなんとな
coordination
く感じてた匂いの正体が分かりました。多分 この後の要求を押し通すための切り札
Just
にするつもり
Morse
でし
code
た。
honking outside.
普通の若い子がポリタンクって言い方をしたら18リットル入りのあれですよね。
さあ、多分。
小宮山君、営林署の人まだ返してないですよね。
Yeah, we need fire
ちょっ
extinguishers.
と呼んでもらえます？
I'm not screaming burn them all
なるほどね。
alive, Chad. I don't want
ちゃんと
I don't want them to burn
ガソリン
alive,
と
Chad.
と
I'm just saying we have to, if there's anything I've learned, it's to let go of logic and focus on what really matters. Love and friendship, man. That's what Higurashi has taught me. Frick it, man.
灯油のポリタンクにも灯油とちゃんと書いてある？
はい。中身を間違えたら大変ですから、すべての燃料容器にはちゃんと明記してあります。
Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable and can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called carrying cans.
じゃあ前原さんがガソリンって言ったのは間違いなくガソリンなわけだ。蛍光管は何リットルのサイズのがあったんですか
？18リットル用と5リットル用の2種類があったと記憶してます。
5リットル用って多分平たい形をしたやつですよね。
ええ。真っ赤で平たくてこう取っ手がついています。
前原圭一はポリタンクという言い方をしましたね。18リットルの方でしょうか。
あるいは見慣れない形だったんで、とりあえず適当な言葉が思いつかずポリタンクという言い方をしたのかもしれない。
It's a little bit same difference. Yeah, exactly. It's like 5 tank, 18 tank. I don't know, bro. Gasoline burns when lit. But what's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperatures, it evaporates. And so, in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself.
熊ちゃん、危険物第4類
There's
とか
it's a
わかる？
bomb.
いえ、
It's because
ガソリン
Toko's
が
in
危
there,
険だ
bro.
って
That's
こ
what
とは理
happened.
解してるんですが、詳しいことまでは。
18リットルと5リットルで
She just brings
最悪の場
horror
合
and
どの程
pain.
度規模が違うか調べときたいな。そうだ、ジジイに聞いてみよう。あ、署に連絡して鑑識のじい様がいるか聞いてみて。
We're so
お
cooked.
お、話は聞いちょるぞい。犯人に直接名指しだそうじゃの。
Yo, I don't have time for small.
一発振り込みドカーンってとこ
Oh
ろ
my
じゃの。
goodness, dude! I do not have time for small talk. They're literally joking about like, what's that game called? They're literally joking about that one game, the Bing Bing Bong Bing Bong game, Mahjong. They're literally. This isn't a laughing matter anymore. So it was a laughing matter earlier. Oh, Ooishi, what are you talking about?
おつよんか。
What are you talking about?
ここにいる人間全員足せば講師じゃぞい。どうした？ガソリンでも巻いて籠城しとるんか？
まさにそのようです。人質の一人に盗聴器を持たせてるんですが、どうも犯人
How much gasoline do you need to blow up the classroom?
ただ、巻いてるのは18リットル缶か5リットル缶かわかりません。両方のケースのですね、最悪の場合について教えてもらえませんかね。教室の広さは
だいたい50平米ですね。
My goodness.
室内は密閉か。
おそらくさぞやガソリン臭いだろうと思います。
大石、まずいぜい。
やっぱりシャレになりませんか。
教室は粉々に吹っ飛ぶぜい。教室内はまず全員
Everyone. Okay.
そりゃ18
No,
リ
he's
ット
for
ルの場合
both.
です
He
か。
means for the
5
5.
リットルの場合じゃ。
Oh no. Wait, I just realized something. Rena might not know that the fumes are dangerous. Which means that she might light the lighter and hold it in her hand and threaten to drop it. That might be going through her head of, I'm gonna light the lighter and then I can drop it on the gasoline trail to light them on fire. She doesn't know that the fumes are dangerous. And so if she were to light it in order to make a threat, it would explode the room. And she would, and everyone would die. So even, she could accidentally do this. Like, easily. That's so bad. The policeman listening to the conversation on the side went pale. 8 by 8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters would need to blow that up, and at least 5 liters were scattered in a 50 square meter room. Yeah, it's over, dude. This is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. Yeah, would people outside be at risk? I don't know what this means! Okay, thank you. Thank you, forensic investigator. Thank you, Kumagai. Thank you, Kumagai. 1 bajillion points.
配給減点が25,000点だから、1000点本は1本残るってことですかね。
One pillar left of the building?
そりゃあ振り込みたくないリーチだな。ね。今のうちに消防署に連絡して。
But she should, if she knows that the gasoline thing got out, then she's gonna get mad at Keiichi. Yeah, exactly. Dude, this is so out of control.
Hmm. さっき人質の一人と接触できましてね。その際にこっそりと盗聴器を持たせました。ガソリン散布はそれで分かったんですよ。
Just bomb him already, twin. Oh my goodness, you're telling me the bug is gonna light the room on fire? There's just, what are we even doing anymore? It's just, it's a time bomb. It's a time bomb. That's a good question. Dude, I don't know. Oh my, that's so bad. He's not, I don't know.
大石さん、盗聴器で聞く限り、犯人はライターを所持している模様です。
ってことは。つまり前原さんがスプレーを使って静止
just igniting the fumes, dude. Even Keiichi was thinking if she lights it and drops it, that's the problem. But lighting it at all is a death sentence. It's just so bad. Ooishi. Yeah, exactly. This is what I was worrying about like 2 minutes ago. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oishi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never even thought that this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know because he never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car accident, gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine. In other words, that little explosion is the engine is what gives the cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Oh my god. What a line. What an insane line. If the engine cylinder of a car was the size of a classroom with gasoline exploding in it, how much power would it create? What a crazy thought. Oh my goodness. Anyone with knowledge of engines would know, but a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is. Because it's too familiar. This is so cooked. This is the most cooked thing we've ever had happen. 25 hostages and 1 hostage taker. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that's exactly what I was worried about. That would be the end. All of the people around Ooishi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in her own delusion and her requests were something so unreal. You have to tell Keiichi to tell her about how dangerous the fumes are. Right? One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Ooishi opened it while the others watched. He saw girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell that this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Ooishi-sama, if you are reading this letter, that means I'm at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held the students as hostages. I'm planning to appoint you as a negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonozaki family and also the aliens. And also the aliens. Dude, what are we doing? Please, man. I can't. Even Keiichi didn't go here in chapter 1. Keiichi didn't be like, yes, the aliens. He was just thought that people were after him. He didn't think about it to the point of it sounding stupid. I need Dr. Pepper, bro. I need the coat. Would you accept Rena into your IRL friend group? She's like a 13-year-old girl. The answer's no. Would I accept Rena as my daughter and try to help her through her problems? Yes. I would need a link, Sif. I usually don't like adding emotes that are like to the Twitch channel that are specific to the series as much. I feel like it's better if they're like more broad. Because they're like my emotes, right? But anyways. Oh, you sent it. Alright, W. 3 daughters. Yeah, I think it would be weird for me as a 23-year-old man to try to befriend a 13-year-old girl. That just reeks of being predatory. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonozaki family and also the aliens, who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonozaki family. I didn't think you'd believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. When you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times and landed in Onigafuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds, and through that selective breeding, they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth. All the other policemen frowned at the letter.
Yeah.
I'll even adopt Meon if I have to, bro. I'll adopt I'll adopt all 5 of them. Keiichi, you're getting adopted, dude. I'll adopt the entire cast. Satoshi, you're coming too. I'm adopting every child. I don't even care anymore. We're taking them all, Chad. The Sonozaki family, as well as all the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempts to revive the cult of Yashiro-sama were actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. Did I have the aliens in here somewhere? Oh, wait, I have an idea. Chat. We have to color it green. It's an alien. And it's got like a little like ring. What does it look like? Like you got like he's got like a little It's an alien. Alien sperm. And we're just gonna add the word alien to each of these. The alien estrogen theory. Holy peak. The alien parasite theory and aka sperm theory. Holy. We actually solved it. We're on to something, chat. Onigafuchi Swamp is full of alien sperm. The villagers' attempts to revive the cult of Yashiro-sama are actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The Ide Clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. The UFO must still be there. Also, capture all the relatives of the 3 families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them. But please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their host with a look-alike. That's how they have been controlling the village. Therefore, there may already be some aliens among the villagers. It is possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been lookalikes of Mio Takano, Rika Furude, and me, Rena Ryugu. See, okay. We know it's not actually a lookalike of Rika, but there was some situation with Mio and her death date not making any sense. Maybe the Mio Takano that's found, that burned in the barrel, is from another timeline. Whoa, chat. Think about it. But that is like still a big unknown for us. So I don't want to like throw that one out. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. That will be proof of aliens existing among us. Among us?
Takano Mio?
Imposters among us, bro.
どうしてでしょうね。
And we just be like, oh wait, I kind of told her that. That was me.
俺さ、彼女との電話で岐阜県警さんの検視で一日ズレがあったかもしれないですよって言っちゃったことがあったんですよ。
ああ、検視結果のミスの話ですか。
Mistake?
それで私、祭りの日には死んでたはずなのにどうしていたのかななんてことを言っちゃったんです。それをこういう風に解釈するとはな。
Is it a mistake though?
酒半分で脅しすぎたかな。
自分の名前が含まれてるのも奇妙ですね。
Mistake? Why'd you say mistake? I feel like it might be real. One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night.
これは俺、わかるわ。ほら、竜宮レナを探し回った場、小倉で目撃されたって話があったでしょ。あれだよ。あれは多分、村人の誰かが流したデマなんだよ。で、それを本人がどこかで聞いて、自分がもう一人いるように錯覚した。
くそったれ。ノストラダムスだっけ？あれの大予言と同じですね。何が起こっても予言に含まれるように解釈しまう。今の竜宮レナは箸が転んだって宇宙人の仕業だって言い出すぞ。
But she would. Yo, okay, stop talking about. Okay, both of y'all, shut your traps. Hey, stop talking about aliens and the insanity defense when there is an active gasoline bomb pressure building in the classroom with 25 children.
そんなことあの子は考えてないよ。
26 including Rena.
あの子は本気で信じてる。いや、本気の本気で。コロッと生かされた私だからわかります。彼女は本気で信じてる。
And she feels like that predator.
インチキスクラップ長。
あ、まだ一枚あるっすよ。何々
P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomotage-san. I've been scratching my throat since then. I will probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the Ire clinic, please bring it to me.
これは
That is the tech. I mean, you do a we got the antidote. Rena will save you.
ですね。
That's a great bargaining tool.
本気で宇宙人の話を真に受けてるなら、解毒剤だと言えばうまく騙せるかも。
But you may not find the antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead. Yo, me checking the time, 6:57 p.m.
19時?
How much time do we got?
今何時だ?
How much time do we got?
18時前です。
Okay, we have an hour. Days are long nowadays. It doesn't get dark even in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7 p.m. It won't be that dark in that room. It'll be very bright.
いや、1時間を待たずに火遊びで大爆発するかも。くそ。どうすりゃいい？
何が地球侵略と戦うだ。それに人質を巻き込むなんてめちゃくちゃだ。
めちゃくちゃなんです。今の彼女にはまともな交渉なん
I
か
think you
通用
just
しない。
okay. Plan from Ooishi's perspective. You play into it and you say that you've conducted an emergency raid on the EA clinic according to the notes and obtained the antidote. But they don't know if it'll work or not. But they've obtained what they think is the antidote, and then they say like, "We need to give it to you now." So that you don't die, and then you try to use that and be like, you were right, you were absolutely right. I am Ooishi, you can trust me. I will take you to a private location where you will be safe. We won't even, just give her everything she wants to get her away, right? I feel like that's reasonable at this point. You know what I mean? Oh no, there's another line.
Nani?
I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If anyone suggests storming to the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bike locks. Even if those alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they'd have to cut each lock. But if you tried cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it would take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. I don't even want to read this one. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I've ripped the top off its plug so it'll create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. I'm sorry to ask you like this, Ooishi-san, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the three families know that Meon Sonozaki, the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, and Rika Furude, a mascot for the cult of Oyashiro-sama, are in this classroom. If anyone from the three families helps you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Ooishi-san. Whenever you go. Yo, she's so good at this, bro. How is she so good at this? How is she so good at this? How is she so good at this, dude? She has a hidden kitchen timer explosive technique that even if she's dead and beaten and complete, like, they need her to take it apart because they don't know where it is. So they need her to undo it, which means they need to play by her game. Which is what I was already planning just now, but like she just made it 10 times worse. I wish she threw the scrapbooks to the ground. Even if that's a bluff, that might not even be true, but like it could be. It's reasonable. Oh no. Yo, Rena, I need some of this. Like, this is why we need to doom stack together. Imagine this level of Rena combined with Keiichi, combined with Meon and her influence, combined with Sotoko and her traps, combined with Rika and her future vision, all working together. Boom! It's literally a GG win the game for free. They just need to work together. Thanks, Ooishi. Thank you for explaining the kitchen timer. W. W learning. Yo, low-key, Higurashi's teaching me how to make bombs. Oh, at least you can use the lighter. That's a good idea, actually. Yeah, and then it pop. But like, that's actually really smart, because that actually wins, because if you can beat her, if you can stop her without her activating her lighter, then she'll be thinking, oh, the electricity, the kitchen timer will get them, but then you just shut off the electricity and then it won't work anymore. So this actually is really smart and would work. The hard part is stopping her without her turning on the lighter. That's incredibly hard. But if you could do that, then you would bypass the kitchen timer. She feels herself getting sleepy. She might like the lighter just to flame. And it would take a long time, yeah. This is so freaked up. Sarrena, thank you for the follow. This is the most cooked. Like, having a smart person being the antagonist is so brutal. You had to do this like 10 minutes ago, dude. All this yapping is stressing me out. Abusing? Who? What does that even mean? That makes sense. Trying to get information out of her, maybe? Oh, she's hitting Meon. Rena kept hitting Meon, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rena wasn't using her fist, but instead the handle of her hatchet. Oh, that would hurt so bad. Oh, that would hurt so bad. What do you mean handle of her hatchet? 90% of this thing is blade. Yeah, that is true. Shion was terrified of Rena for good freaking reason, dude. Rena's such a threat. Rena's such a threat. Rena's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut Meon's arm off.
とにかく私が許せなかったことは、みーちゃんが死体を掘り出して警察に売ったことだよ。信じてたの。
Yo, you know it'd be so funny? You know it'd be really funny? If Shion and Meon had swapped places this morning for some reason that I could never comprehend, and so Meon's getting beat up and she's like, dude, I'm actually Shion, stop! I'm Shion! Meon's out doing something else, I'm Shion, dude! Imagine the tech. Or dude, honestly, if I'm Meon, I'm gonna be like, I'm Shion, what are you doing? We're not supposed to do this, but I'm Shion, stop hitting me. I don't have anything to do with it. You just completely like use that as like a flip. That's actually a tech. That is tech right there. Meon, I need you to hit some. I need you to say some crazy lines right now, Meon. I need you, baby girl. I need you. Okay. Rena hit Meon's face over and over. It wasn't just Meon's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock. So there was no way that Meon could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got on the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood was smeared on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonozaki family, Meon couldn't say that she hid the bodies, so all she could do was endure. Yo, bro. Yo, fuck the Sonozaki family. I hid the bodies. I was trying to help you. The forestry thing. Like, hey. What are we doing? Hey, Meon, we really care anymore? We care anymore? If you're getting bludgeoned with a hatchet, I'm saying the truth. I'm done. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Meon's front teeth were broken. Meon versus Lalo, who wins? Dude, Shion versus Lalo, who wins? Rena versus Lalo, who wins?
俺が話す本当のことを話すからレナミオンを殴るのをやめるんだ
本当のことって何
Okay, okay.
ダメだよケイちゃん
Meon, what are we holding the truth for? What are we holding it for? Like, the problem, the reason that we can't trust each other is because you know what? I'm blaming Shion again. And Meon, I mean. So, reflexes, dude. Meon, hey, maybe part of the reason that people keep getting paranoid and insane against the Sonozaki family is because y'all are secretive, bluffing, insane people, okay? Like, it actually is true. Chapter 1. Hey, I heard that there were some, like, murders with Otonagashi or something. What's going on with that? Meon, like, what? Nothing. You don't know anything. Should be quiet. Hey, Meon, maybe if you were a little bit more honest with me, I wouldn't have gone so crazy. Right here, Rena's trying to beating you, alright? What are you holding the secrets for? For what? For what, Meon? But why? I don't know. And she doesn't deserve to die for this. I still, but like, Meon, like, hey, baby girl, let's maybe, like... Listen, friendship is the answer to Higurashi. I'm, like, so locked in on that. Friendship is the answer. Keeping secrets from your friends, not the play. They did talk about this earlier this chapter, about, like, how not telling people things isn't necessarily holding a bad secret. Like, in the way that Keiichi not telling them about the BB gun thing wasn't necessarily a bad thing. That, like, some level of secrets are, like, okay. You know? So, yes... But when it's like the bodies that we buried as a group, that's kind of a secret that I'm entitled to, right? There are places that you're entitled to know. Yeah, we love victim blaming. Listen, I'm just saying that Meon is betraying the friendship premise to some degree as much as anyone else, okay? Is Rena bludgeoning her with a hatchet? Yes. Is that bad? Yes. Do we want that to stop? Absolutely.
今から言う話は頼む聞かないでくれ
This line is so insane to me, dude. Everybody, can I get your attention to please? Don't listen to a single word. What do you mean?
少し物騒な話をするかもしれないが悪いことの話じゃないんだ
He's
I mean だから聞かないでくれ耳に入って
Or just say, hey, Rena, come over here and let me, like, whisper it to your ear. That's the tactic,
どういう
right?
話だろう聞かせてくれるかなケイチ君
難しい話じゃないんだあれはお前のためだったんだよあの埋めた場所が
He's telling everybody about burying the bodies. Lol. That is something that I feel like she should have talked to the cast about, though. Like, that would have been good. She's our friend, we have to believe her.
仲間を助けるのは当然じゃないか。だからミオンがお前を助けるためにやってくれたんだよ。
嘘だよ。嘘だよ。信じないよ。ならなんでそんなことを私に相談せずにこっそりとやったの？
Incredible question. No. Why did you do that without talking to me then? Why did Meon even have to tell her? Cause it's her bodies, bro. They're her bodies. She's the one that killed them. I kind of want to know where I hid the bodies. She didn't want to get bludgeoned. Why did she wear a bludgeonable face at a bludgeon hitting distance? You know what? I think you're onto something. Meon was trying to be delicate. Meon did her best trying to hide what Rena did. Meon knew Rena was at her wit's end, and that was why she did it in secret. But Rena didn't want to believe her. It's just, I think it was a bit of a misplay. It was just a little bit of it. Because Meon is stupid, exclamation mark. Meon, I need you to spit some friendship bars. Come on. Because the thing is, chat, you have to understand. Spitting the friendship bars, I don't think it'll save her. But what it might do is it might push the needle in another timeline. Just like what Rika was saying in the last tip we read about, like, the dices and the average, alright? Even if we don't escape the bound this time, spitting some facts about friendship is rolling a 6. It's rolling the best we can do, okay? And that gets us just a little bit closer to escaping the bounds that we need to escape. That's what I'm saying. She's just molly-whopping him. Her, I mean. It's just brutal, man. It's bad. This is so bad. Repping all the Higurashi VOD watchers? Yes, bro. Yes, love the Higurashi VOD watchers. If you want the VOD, it's all on YouTube. If you want the live stream, it's on YouTube and Twitch. If you want to chat, it's on Twitch. Talk about it. Anyways. I never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Meon got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. She could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands. Good question. Good question. Meon, this is your chance. Meon, I need Meon to say something, please! Please! I need Meon to say something. I need Meon to say something. Please, man, please. Please, man, please. I may have said it too aggressively. Rena turned around and glared at me. Meon. Meon, I need you to spit some bars. Meon, please. I'm trying to save you, Meon. This is for your sake, Meon. Look, she's crying. This is the perfect opportunity. Is that a death shot? That makes me scared. This is look, right here is exactly what we need. This is the hurt Rena underneath that feels betrayed and feels isolated and feels alone and feels like all her friends sold her out. That's what we need to fix. Okay? That's what we need to break through to. Okay? She sold out her friend. I was her friend. I really liked her. That was mean. I really did like you so much. Why? How could you? And then she starts crying. That's what, like, that shows that there is some emotional thing right there that we can get into, you know? Though at this point, yeah, I mean, Meon hasn't responded for a while, and she's taken at least like 6 more hits to the head unguarded with the handle of the hatchet. There is a pretty good chance she's dead right now. I'm gonna be real. This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally this would be so odd as to be impossible, but I had seen this scene before. I liked you. I trusted you. As I cried, I beat her to death. Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop, 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 stop! Stop, Rena! Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? But that's a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time. I need you to be saying this out loud, Keiichi. But she just couldn't see that. Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she'd made a terrible mistake. But someday you'll realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you'll feel even sadder, Rena. You will remember this bloody Meon one day. Then you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody and you will regret what you did. But I was the only one who could understand that because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. You just gotta tell her, though. You just gotta tell her, though. I wonder if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy with different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing. Where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how the story ended, but I couldn't come onto the stage. Bro's talking like me, dude. Hey, Keiichi, I know you feel like the audience right now. How would you feel if you were literally the audience member, and then you don't get any choices, Keiichi? Maybe P Cubed is suffering the most of all. You ever thought about that, Keiichi? That I'm the one suffering most of all. I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena. Just like what Rena did for me before with my arms open. This is what I need. This is what I need. This is what I was looking for this entire time. It needs to work. And even if it doesn't, it's the best that can be done. It's the best move. It's just the best move. I think he's gonna take it. Rena's eyes went cold and she lifted the hatchet in her right hand. Okay, okay! Yo, she tanked those hits though. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Hey, Meon a straight tank over there. She still has the ability to construct language and to speak? Okay, I thought you were gone. I'm gonna be real, I thought you were like dead or dying. That's my Meon. Meon told me, but with such a bloody face, how could she be? You gotta spit some bars of friendship. You gotta... she definitely wasn't... Listen, I know she's not having a good time, but she's better than she could be. Alright? She's taking that damage. Yo, tanks take damage, alright? But HP is a resource, alright? You hear this? I think there's some swelling. There's some swelling. There's some blood. But it's okay. Alright, we take that. If she takes any more hits, she'll probably die. But, like... Rena, I'm your friend. Like, I think you don't step closer because she will just cut you down. But you just keep spitting friendship bars. You gotta... more friendship bars. She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me that there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with the hatchet immediately. But who cares? Ooh! We know the answer, dude. No. Oh. Okay. No, because he's been there. He knows. I know. I know you're strong enough to give up your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. My turn to be strong. Holy, dude.
そのナタを撃ち殺せばいい。俺は防がねえからな。
近寄るな。
Okay, okay, she's cracking. She might be cracking. Come on.
これ以上近づけばライターを
Okay,
手に
wait. That's cheating. We're gonna lift the lighter overhead.
てめえ、いつまで夢を見てんだ。自分でも分かってんだろ。悪い夢だって。誰かに覚ましてほしいって。
Oh, this is stressing me out. So dude, I don't want them to all explode, but they're so close to just all exploding.
ケイイチ君の方だよ。この村が奴らに侵略されていることが。
Yeah, the aliens. Yeah, Rena.
この時はちゃんと信じ
The
てくれた。
aliens. Yeah.
また疑うの？また私を信じないの？
Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her that was about to light it. Oh no! Stop. Rena was prepared to die along with everyone else. Rena would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy. She would die cursing everything in this world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? And that's the storyline that's happened like 1,000,000 times, dude. That was like chapter 3, you know? He died cursing the world, cursing everyone, wishing everyone to die. I mean, it's what just keeps happening, man. This was a theater from hell. What an interesting script. Who wrote it? A devil? He just called himself a devil in the writer's room. Shit. I won't let this happen. Don't underestimate Keiichi Marabara, the original main character. Wait. Oh, the meta. Oh, he just called himself the original main character. He's unironically calling back to chapter 1 as like a story. That's so funny. Don't think the same storyline will work again. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I am going to destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I'm going to destroy their expectations.
信じてねえのはレナの方だろうが。
Holy!
今俺を
Peak Keiichi!
俺を信じやがれ。
He said, I'm tired of everybody else being the protagonist. I'm the protagonist!
それは絶対にレナのためになる。前回の惨劇の主人公が
As the main character.
先代主人公の言うことをおとなしく聞きやがれ。
何を言ってるのかさっぱり。
This is it! This is all we have! Keiichi Maibara. You got her to soften. You got her inquisitive. You gotta tell her the truth.
黙って俺を信じろ。
Come on, it's a moment.
信じてないのはケイイチ君の方だよ。どうして私を信じてくれないの？
やかましい。俺はお前が間違ってることを知ってるんだよ。お前の末路を知っていて、お前がする未来の後悔を全部知ってるんだよ。仲間を自らの手で殺し、それがどれほど罪深いことかに気づきもせずに生を終える。それがどんなに悲しいことか。
I can't. I don't know if it'll work. Dude, it's just so close to not working.
全然何を言ってるのか。
It seems to be working a little
大丈夫
bit.
なのケイイチ君。
ああ、そうだな。何を言ってるかレナにはわからないだろうな。でも話してやる。ある大バカ野郎の話を聞かせてやる。あるところに。
Okay, he's about to talk about chapter 1, bro.
みんなと楽しく過ごす気に。
He's talking about chapter 1. Out schizoed. Out
ほんの少し
schizoed.
仲間を疑っちまうんだ。そし
Holy.
て何もかもが疑わしく感じるようになってきて。
He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and he hurt them repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually happened?
そして俺は
To death.
お前とミオンを金属バッ
Dude,
ト
this
で
reminds me of like...
殴り殺しちまうんだ。なのにお前は最後の瞬間まで
Oh my goodness. Dude, this kind of reminds me of, I've heard like a tactic if somebody's like suicidal is you say something so absurd that it like snaps them out of it. Where they're like about to like do something horrible and you're like, hey man, like, but like the weather outside though ain't it beautiful? Like just like that, like in a stupid way, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I'm literally in the middle of something. And it forces them out of the moment because it's so absurd. It almost feels like that, where he is saying so much absolute nonsense that she's like, got a lighter about to explode the entire room full of the kids, and she's like, are you crazy? What are you talking about? What an insane thing.
頭をかばわなかった。
it's absolutely working though. Like I think there's I totally get how she'd be like, what are you talking about? It like snaps her out. It's awesome.
Man,
Rena was real for that, dude. I wonder if she could remember. If she could get brute force remembered. Man, I was looking for this a minute ago. I'm so glad that he made it here.
それ以上近寄ると本当にライターを
レナが命をかけて俺を救おうとしてくれた
Oh
よ
my
うに
goodness, if she lights the lighter though, the entire room combusts. Yeah, imagine, oh my god, that is so true. Imagine being one of the kids, bike locked to like the radiator, being like, Keiichi, no, wait, Keiichi, sit down, Keiichi, Keiichi, please. The last thing I would want is for Keiichi to be the one guy untied. Oh my goodness, I'd be begging for literally anybody else right now. Oh, man. That's so funny. Oh no! These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Keiichi-kun realize. Okay, I thought that was the room exploding. I'm not gonna lie. That was when Rena hit my head with the hatchet. I crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. You gotta stand back up, or we gotta tank this. I felt the blood on my face.
かわいそうなケイイチ君。それはケイイチ君の意思じゃない。ケイイチ君の頭に寄生している奴らがコントロールしているだけなの。今に大石さんが治療する薬を見つけてきてくれるよ。そうなったら一番最初に飲ませて治療してあげる。
Yo, W Rena's in the chat, bro. Looking out for Keiichi.
奴らの支配から逃れられる。レナの大好きなケイイチ君に戻れるんだよ。だからもう少し待っててね。辛いだろうけど待っててね。このバカ野郎が！
I heard a phone ringing in the teacher's office. Rena listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. Rena tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer it in the teacher's office instead.
ちょっと職員室に行ってくるね。その間に誰も逃げちゃ嫌だよ。誰か一人でもいなくなってたらみーちゃんが大変なことになっちゃうんだからね。
Yo, I'ma be so real with you, bro. I'ma be so real with you. If I'm sitting there, oh, but everybody's locked up. They're all locked up. But if it was like, oh, something terrible happened to Mii-chan, if any of you are missing, yo, I'm running. But they're all locked up. They can't anyways. Rena glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidated them, and then left. That was when I heard a honk from the outside. I remember the signal from earlier. Did Ooishi-san want to get in touch with me? I bent down and put the receiver earphone in my ear. What's up, Kumagai?
聞こえているなら咳払いをしてください。よかった。今から言うことをよく聞いてください。犯人が撒いたガソリンは極めて危険なものです。今教室内には気化したガソリンが充満して巨大な爆弾と同じことになっています。ですから竜宮さんを刺激しないように。
Don't aggravate her, bro. You should have said that like a minute and a half ago. I just aggravated her a lot. Oh, like you just did. My fault.
盗聴器って嫌なもんだぜ。
気化ガソリンはわずかの火花でも着火する可能性があります。ですのでこの連絡を最後に盗聴器の電源を切ってください。これは万が一に備えてのことです。それから最後に重大な連絡があります。犯人は次元発火装置を仕掛けていると予告しています。
次元？なんだって？
キッチンタイマーを流用した次元発火装置で火花を起こすだけの単純なものですが、今の教室はそれで十分爆発します。現在竜宮レナの要求する解毒剤と偽れる睡眠薬を準備中です。ですが残された時間が長くありません。予告ではタイマーの設定は午後7時。
I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45. There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rena screaming into the phone.
時間通りです。急いでくださいね、大石さん。1秒たりとも遅れることは許しません。
Dude,
聞こえてると思いますが
Anarchist cookbook pivot. Holy.
には応じないようです。あと
Yo,
15
wait. Rena has like an epic fetus run going? Holy shit. She's out of control, dude. I remember thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Meon, I knew the police would come. I thought someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. If that's what Rena was thinking, then she had been planning to kill herself from the beginning. My god.
睡眠薬がもうじき届きます。だが交渉中に爆発したら元も子もありません。あなたに次元発火装置を見つけ出して解除していただきたいのです。
よく映画で見るような赤と青のコードを切断するやつですか？
もっと簡単なものでしょう。
Yo, okay. You're telling me that Ooishi is taking a full hour to drive to the clinic and back? Hey, I'm the police. This village is not big enough for it to be more than a 10-minute drive back and forth, and I'm speeding at like 130 miles per hour. Right? So, how is it taking that long to get sleeping pills or anything that could be an antidote? Like, I'm kicking down the door, I'm saying, Ire, give me it now, and I'm grabbing that and I'm running. We ain't got time!
犯人の予告によるならば、それは台所用のキッチンタイマーです。電池でなく、コンセントに挿して動くタイプの目覚まし時計状のものと思われます。教室内のコンセントに何か
He's gonna unplug an outlet, one spark's gonna go off, and he's going to explode in the room from failing the diffusal, bro. It's so over. There's one outlet in the back and another at the front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in.
いや、教室内のコンセントには何も刺さっていない。
It takes a minute for the air conditioner to run. God damn it, Ooishi, bro. He's like, yeah, I need to get my tunes on. I need to get my Mahjong podcast going. Get the degrees right. Oh, the fans aren't correct. Let me get the fans angled correctly.
よその場所で発火しても確実性は低いでしょう。間違いなく教室内にあるはずです。
いや、多分ないぜ。廊下からコードが引かれてるのはレナが話してる電話だけだ。そのキッチンタイマーが電池式ってことはないのか？
電源を供給するタイプですので、コード型に違いありません。
It could have been just a bluff.
他の部屋ということはありません。
Or like the gasoline, she could have put gasoline in multiple rooms. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways she could do it.
そちらの部屋に仕掛けられている可能性があります。
学校中を調べろってことかよ。あと15分でか？くそ、俺は負傷中なんだぜ。
But if I stayed here, I would die in 15 minutes. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This was probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline while I was out to deliver the scrapbook, so she must have done it in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Then where was the time bomb?
こちらも努力しています。ですから、そちらでもご協力をお願いします。以上です。質問がなければこれで更新を終了しますが、何かありますか？
特にない。あ、いや、一つある。
Tell my parents I love them.
何でしょう？
W.
大石の親父に言っといてくれ。
Please tell Ooishi I love
人
him.
の古傷をレナに話しやがったなって。もし俺が生きてここを出られたら、ぶん殴ってやるから覚悟しやがれって伝えといてくれ。ああ、2発殴るぜ。俺のことをレナに喋った分と、レナのことを俺に喋った分だ。
了解。大石さんも竜宮レナに踊らされたと。
That was well said.
きっと殴らせてくれますよ。以上でよろしいですか？
ああ。このおしゃべりだけで数分食っちまった。切るぜ。
ご無事を。
Click. Rena was still on the phone. Ooishi-san was definitely trying to stall her. From what I could hear, it sounded like he was telling her that they investigated the main Sono's residence and found something awful in their secret basement or something like that. Hey, if you went too far, Rena would believe everything again. Meon is trying to get hit again for lying. Was going to get hit again for lying.
Keiichi.
Yo, y'all been... Me checking the stream length? Yo, where y'all been for the last 2 hours, alright? I could have sworn that your mouth got duct taped. Rika-chan and Stoko crawled up to me. Oh, y'all ain't chained up? Oh, W, because they can crawl, they can maneuver around.
トラップは私の先輩特許でしたよ。
Yo, Satoko a goat, bro. You're telling me that all of this is going on, gasoline, Meon is like chained up, bleeding. She's probably like heavy breathing in the corner, like wheeze breathing. And Satoko's like crawls up. Traps, you say? I can find a trap or two. Oh my goodness. Actually goated behavior. Yes! We have to rely on the squad more often to solve our problems. Satoka realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong. Oh man.
病気なんだ。運悪く悲しい病気にかかっただけなんだ。だってそうだろ。俺たちはあんなにも明るくて楽しい仲間だったレナをよく覚えてるだろ。
サトコ、僕はレナもみんなも素敵な仲間だと信じていますのですよ。
She's a believer right now.
ミオンさんにあんな乱暴する人。
Satoko's literally me. Satoko's literally me in chapter 2.
わかるはずなのです。心の中の鬼が暴れ出して、どんなに悲しくても抗えない時があるのを知っているはずなのです。
Satoko quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Rika-chan was trying to say to Satoko. But maybe.
レナさんを信じてます。
There we go. Got the Satoko in the squad. I hugged Satoko's head. Rika-chan's arms were tied so she couldn't embrace Satoko, but she put her forehead closer to her in praise. Yo, bro, we got Satoko on the case! There we go, Satoko! There we go! Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Here we go. And see, this thematically is good because we're relying on our friends and working together, which actually makes us 10 times more likely to succeed than if we weren't doing this. It's not about having Satoko on the case, it's about working with our friend Satoko. It's thematic. What'd you just say? Connected to an outlet? Okay. There's no way we'll fail now, bro.
いいえ、そんな時間はなかったと思いますです。多分レナは教室のすぐ近くに隠してあったガソリンを持ってきてこの部屋に巻くくらいだったのですよ。
そういやレナは昨夜俺と別れる時明日の準備があるって言ってた気がするぜ。ってことは何かの仕掛けを昨夜のうちにしてあった可能性もあるな。
それだけのヒントで私は
Hey, you need more? I thought you were the trap master. I thought you were the trap master, Satoko, come on.
サトコなら見つけられる。サトコに見つけられないなら俺にも無理だろうな。だから俺はサトコを信じて全部をかけるぜ。
サトコならできます。
Yeah, and crazy Satoko pivot.
見つけ出してほしいのです。仕方ありませんわね。本気の私の前にはレナさんのトラップで問題にはならないことを証明して差し上げてみせましたよ。
Yo, Minesweeper actually low-key fun.
もう一度聞くぜ。この部屋を爆発させるなら次元発火装置をどこに仕掛ける？
Satoko grinned and then closed her eyes to concentrate. Meon in the corner. That's definitely end of chapter, no? No, it's not. Wow.
何ですかあんたたちは。
どきたまえ。ここの責任者は誰だね。
Who's Utaka? Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They weren't from the Okinomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit despite the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside.
おや、これはこれは。
Hello?
お久しぶりですね。県警本部の大高君じゃありませんか。
言葉を慎みたまえ。もう君に君と呼ばれる階級ではない。
Yo, this guy's mean. Have I met this guy before? I have not. I'll write his name down. Otaka. High-ranked cop above Ooishi.
何かご用ですかね？大高君。非常に立て込んでいます。まさか県警がこの現場を乗っ取ろうつもりで？誰の了解で？
私が許可した。
The chief of police is here. Why are they interrupting right now? This is so random.
高杉君から事情は聞いている。君が蒔いた種だという話も聞いているぞ。君はもう下がって、あとは機動隊に任せるんだ。
You're kind of messing my play up. We can't storm the building. There's a bomb.
あんたまさか吸収する気ですか？
危険は重々承知だ。だがもう爆発まで時間がない。君が時間を浪費しすぎたのだ。その尻拭いを我々がしようというんだ。君らは引き継いで後方に下がりたまえ。
I don't like this one. I couldn't talk back if both the chief and the guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order.
おいさん。
Wait.
何者っすかあいつは。
We just lost the game?
昔麻雀がくっそ弱いくせに。
Why are we talking about Mahjong again?
ちょいとから禁止だったことなんですね。それともあれかな？剣道大会で偉そうにしてやがったから。
Random?
面食らわして失神させたのを根に持ってるのかな。
Rip the pension. True. Obviously we didn't get along.
大石君、現在の最新の状況を説明したまえ。
あんた本気で突入する気で、こっちはもうすぐ睡眠薬で穏便に決着がつけられそうなんだ。それをひっくり返す機会。
もう遅すぎる。あと1時間あったらその手も検討できたな。突入は府警の専門部隊が担当する。
Okay.
君はバックアップに回りたまえ。
But what about the bomb?
所長、あんた分かってますよね。あの教室は今の巨大な爆弾なんです。
Well said.
一番恐ろしい爆弾は教室じゃない。犯人の竜宮レナ本人なんです。我々はようやくそれをなだめ、穏便に解決する手順を踏み、それを実行しようとしています。時間は確かにもう10分もない。でも必ず成功させてみせます。講習は私が自らやります。ダメなら私が粉々に吹っ飛んでおしまいです。
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
所長
Put
た
your
ち
own
は
life on it.
離れてそれを見てざまあみろと思ってればいい。
Like give me until 6:57, then storm. All right, you only need a minute to get in and rip all the kids out. Okay.
府警の専門部隊はただの機動隊じゃない。
We don't have time to talk about it. Ooishi, walk in, start doing your thing, and tell them give me 5, and then walk in. That's all. That's the move. I don't care. Like, who cares about the rankings anymore? It's not about the rankings. It's about the bomb.
なんすか、おい
I don't know what this is. I don't care what this is. What are you
第
talking
二機
about?
動隊って有名なんですか？
5年くらい前だっけ。
I don't need a history lesson right now.
立てこもった事件があったでしょう。あれをきっかけに
We're history lessoning instead of dealing with the bomb that's going off in 10 minutes. I'm gonna lose it.
実在してましたか。
I'm not writing that down.
でもなんだって府警の機動隊
It
が
could be important. I don't give a frick, man. Because we need to go inside. Otaka smiled proudly.
たまたま県警機動隊との交流訓練があって、
Okay, that makes it feel
特別に応援を要
Okay,
請
I'm gonna
し
write
た
that
のだ。
down. Frick! Second Company Special Anti-Terrorist Unit that was training with Ooishi's Ooishi Police Unit. Alright, done. W.
相変わらずですね。話をすぐ派手にしたがるその癖は。
The company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen.
大高君、あんた学校で銃撃戦をやる気かい？一発で大爆
Gunfight
発を起こす
start.
ぞ。
Yeah, gunfights sound like sparks.
安心したまえ。突入班が使うのは火器じゃない。ボート鎮圧用のガス銃だ。
What's a
高
riot
圧
gun?
ガスで催涙ガスを噴出する。
Tear
何の
gas.
問題もない。
Okay.
へえ、そりゃ便利な水鉄砲があったもんで。ところでそのおもちゃは校庭を横断して教室まで届くほど便利なものなんで。
それは君が心配することではない。あとは我々に任せて下がりたまえ。
As I lifted my arms exaggeratedly, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn, which honked. Of course I did it on purpose.
今のは前原圭一を呼び出すサインですか？
ねえ、そうです。前原君が気づいてくれるのに祈るしかない。
今更彼に何を？
連中は多分グレネードか何かでガラスをぶち抜いてガス弾を教室に撃ち込んでその隙に突入しようってつもり。
That was kind of part of like that was kind of my original idea to some degree, right?
彼女は本気だ。
Riot gear and jump through a window, basically.
ガラスの割れる音でもライターをためらわず点火する。
特殊部隊には制圧できないってことですか？
できないに決まってるだろう。だから今まで慎重にやってきたんじゃないの。竜宮レナは初めから死ぬつもりなんだよ。命が惜しくない奴に突入なんて意味がないんだよ。前原さんしかいない。
Oh my god, don't tell me that. Oh god, don't tell me that. We only have Mayabara-san now? No, bro, please. Man, fuck, man, fuck.
おいさん、つながりました。
もしもし、大石です。聞こえてたら咳払いお願いします。緊急の話があります。聞いてください。
They're about to raid your position.
悔しいですが、ビンゴです。県警が介入してきて、お膳立てをひっくり返すつもりです。特殊部隊が校舎に突入しようとしています。
おいおい。
Yeah. Yeah, you're trying to use logic in a game that has given up on logic, dude. The other police don't care. That's what I'm saying, dude. But please, please.
すでに死ぬ気であることを理解していません。ライターは脅しで転化するわけないと鷹をくくっています。
It's a crazy gambit.
多分5分以内に
Okay, 5 minutes is enough time.
する前になんとか
Take the lighter before they move in.
それは次元発火装置を何とかしろというオーダーに追加で。
ねえ、そうです。
マジかよ。
Hey Keiichi, dismantle the bomb, suppress the antagonist that has a hatchet, take her equipment. So what are the police doing again? Like,
あと5分でレナからライターを奪って次元発火装置もどうにか。
He put it better than I ever could, dude. He could put it better than I ever could. Yeah, classic situation for Keiichi. This is honestly like chapter 2, Keiichi was tied up, about to get nailed, alright? Like, this is classic Keiichi situation at this point. 5 minutes of locking the fuck in. I mean, it reminds me of the thing in chapter 3 of like, I only need this much time to kill him right now. I need that kind of play from Keiichi. Oh, I wonder if in chapter 3 when he thought he had killed Satoko's uncle Teppei, I wonder if him going through that process was him remembering a past when he actually had killed Teppei. And so he basically was overcome with like a fit of extreme memory as that all happened. And was like, you know, and like his, you know, it's like a precursor to his time loop thing now, was that he was able to like slip out for that moment and experience a different timeline. And then the timeline he was on, he didn't experience. That could be interesting.
1階の廊下だけが知りたいんですの。そこにあるかないか。
Go Satoko as a worm.
レナさんの行動パターンから考えて、1階ならあそこ、2階ならあそこ。
1階の廊下をコードが横断してないかざっと見ればいいんだな。
多分あるはず。普段のレナさんなら断言できますけど、今のレナさんはノイズだらけで行動パターンが読み切れませんわ。
よし、任せろ。なんとかする。もう悩むにも時間が足りねえよ。最後の2択は俺が直接探る。
I don't want another tragedy. That's not, dude. We don't even have time to think about it. Is so true. I don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell. I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. Yo, hey, I feel like that's almost like an attack against me, the audience member. I want a happy ending, bro. I've been getting a lot of these evil endings. I'm ready for y'all to succeed. All right, I'm not preying on your downfall, Keiichi. I promise. I'm not down there. I won't let that happen. I'm going to change everything, and then I'm going to make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens.
何?
Oh, she's in the room again?
どうしたの、ケイチ君?
いや、今音が聞こえなかったか?
Rena went quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. When she became worried, she couldn't ignore it.
本当に? ケイチ君.
ああ、聞き間違いじゃない。
I knew she'd want to check it herself, but she really couldn't leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she'd have to ask me to check for her. Rena must have been thinking the same thing.
ケイチ君、見てきて。
Rena gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips.
ああ、わかった。
Rena watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me.
レナを怒らせちゃ嫌だよ。
I won't, baby girl.
俺はレナの仲間だ。
うん。信じるよ。信じるから。裏切っちゃ
If
嫌
you
だか
really
ら。
trusted me, you wouldn't be saying, so you don't betray me. After being freed from Rena, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where were the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't have always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise?
大丈夫なのですよ。ケイイチならきっと見つけてくれますのです。レナさんなら、レナさんなら。いつものレナさんより疑り深いレナさんならどこにどう仕掛けますの？
I know she's still thinking about it.
この程度がわからなくて、レナさん
A
の
trap
トラップ
expert
で
like
最後に
myself.
北条さ
Yo,
と
why is she Fred
一
from
層の恥で
Scooby-Doo?
すわ。
Talk about it? Keiichi is Shaggy.
なんだこれ。
Satoshi is Scooby-Doo. I saw a plug inserted into the unit under the principal's desk, and I also saw a cord extending under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended into that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tiptoed over to the reception room and opened the door. Squeak. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw the suspicious cord. Yo, chat, would you trust the suspicious cord? Crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway, and the cord was extending into the storage closet. The storage closet was used to holding cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. I carefully opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another extension cord. And there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in here. Hey! Found it! Time bomb. So all I'd have to do was to unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remember a guy calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock. But this wasn't a bit like an alarm clock, it was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? This alarm clock was a battery-operated one, too. I looked at the extension cord and there was nothing plugged into it. Eh? It was a fake out. It was a fake out. The extension cord wasn't necessary. It was battery, which makes sense because she had time to prepare. So, of course, she would have a battery one. So, an outlet was never necessary. In which case, that this trail was planned by her in order to get him into this situation. Which means if we turn around, there is a hatchet hanging above us right now. What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office? It's a trap! Satoko figured it out. Hey, good on Satoko, bro. Satoko realized, like, wait a second. It's a trap! That means you run! Satoko, like, crawled into the hallway and, like, nudged right out the door. Run! A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that I felt like I was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. God damn it. I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground. Yeah, she got you, bro. And now it's like, how do we talk our way out of this one, Keiichi? All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rena's trap. Rena was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, and so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me.
Rena.
So, what's the route? Like, I don't know anymore! Rena hit with the backside of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead. It would split my entire head open. Okay. Listen. The tech now is you say, Rena, we don't trust each other. but we're still friends. And then you hug her as she kills you. I don't know, it's over. Ow! Ow! She's doing it! Rena lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying after all. Okay, that's a good lot. Whoa! That was good. This was a really good one. This triple here, she looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying after all. I like those lines a lot. Those are good. Dude, that reminds me of Rika getting hit with the syringe and having her very spiritual death. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life. Rika! Tackle her! Bite her! Okay? Okay! That's the jump we're looking for. That's what we're talking about! It was so sudden I couldn't tell what happened. Rika-chan had jumped onto Rena from behind. How'd she get out of her things? Did she just tackle? Was that a tackle tech? I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika-chan used, but Rena started moaning. It clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. Jump her ass right now! I had to get the lighter from Rena. Nice. Was that a stomp? Stomp! You gotta beat her. You just gotta kick her. Kick her until she stops moving, dude. Okay, come on. What do we got? What do we got? I can't see! Rena knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika-chan was grabbing onto the arm Rena was holding the hatchet in. Bro, okay, Satoko numbled. What's the chewed? She chewed on Rika-chan's jump rope and then freed Rika-chan. And then Rika was able to run out and do a tackle tech. That's the play. Yo, Rika, you got another syringe? Oh, but that'll kill her. Frick! Rika-chan was grabbing onto the arm Rena was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika-chan, I could use both my hands to get at the lighter. Is this a new song? Nod! Thank you. The lighter flew out of Rena's hand. It hit the hallway wall and dropped down to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment I did, Rena managed to shake off Rika-chan. There's our chance. I turned in Satoko's direction. Yo, pass it! Throw it! Throw it! What's the tech? I heard Satoko screaming from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Rena hid the time bomb. Perfect. I wanted to catch Rena, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead. And this is what I'm talking about. It being a group collaborative effort is how we win. So Rika and Satoko assisting is how we win. I had to do something about the time bomb instead. Rika, good luck 1v1ing. Rika-chan had spread her arms, blocking Rena's path forward.
Keiichi, これは初めてではないのですよ。
It was Shion? Are you talking about Shion? Oh, that's so real, dude! Rika, you're a real one. I fully trust in all of the friends. You have to. That's the tech. It's the tech all along. That's the tech all along. I didn't know what Rika-chan was talking about. But there was one thing I did know. Just like Rena and Meon were ready to give up their lives for their friends, and I was willing to give up mine, Rika-chan was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. And so I will depend on my friend, Rika-chan! Yes! Go! Okay, where do we go? Leaving it to Rika-chan, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's black shadow came ever closer. Oh my god, this is intense, dude. She's about to kill Rika. No, bro. Rena, that's the mistake. That's been the mistake every single chapter. Was thinking that it stopped being a club activity as soon as the second half of the story started kicking off. That's the trick. The club activities have always been in the first half, in the slice of life section, and we needed to bring it into the second half to survive. That's how we win! The club is for real, dude. Rika, spit a bar. What do we got? You have to say the same stuff Keiichi was saying. Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down like a spear. Or that, honestly. I'm thinking like Rika should be like, I love you, Rena. You're still my friend. But Rika instead starts flipping around a mop, ready to like Jackie Chan her, bro. Rika stance told Rena that she was ready to fight. Okay! Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave that Rena was even startled by it. Here we go. Okay, dude, Rika is the GOAT. Rika is the GOAT, bro. She just was a pessimistic, nihilistic doomerism GOAT. Okay, we had to give her hope again. As soon as we gave her hope, she's ready to make moves. Rika smiled cynically. Rika usually never smiled this way. Oh my god, she's aura farming now. Rika, do you see this aura farming behavior? It's crazy that this is such like an edgy line, but in context, it's like absolutely the case, right? Like, why would she be afraid of death? Like, it actually makes sense given the context. Several hundred? Wow, we've never had an amount before. Oh, I don't even care if we're in the middle of the heat right now. We're bringing it back, alright? This is important information, chat. Alright, ready? Oh, it's green. I did not mean that. Chat. This is important. Several hundred loops. There have been, quote, several hundred loops. She's gonna think she's an alien. Rika, say that you're still her friend, bro. That'd be crazy. That's crazy. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's freaky, dude. Wait, dude, it's like, dude, she's like Hulk. Okay, she's Hulk, okay? Bruce Banner and Hulk is Rika no Yashiro-sama, and she finally merged them together. In a sense, I'm kind of trolling. Oh, really peak. What a goat, bro. Rika's the goat. That's actually so... Can we go back to when you were crying when you were hitting Meon? That was kind of lit. This... Such crazy rage baiting, dude. That is the craziest rage bait I've ever seen. She's mixing in Meep and Nipa right before she has a duel to the death. Right, dude, she's like spiritually doing the Keiichi thing right now from the beginning of the thing where they fought with swords. They're kind of doing that. Rena raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream. Dude. Yo, bro, this is so awesome. I love it when they start to kill each other. It's so hype. Rena looked like a beast charging towards its prey. Oh shit, she got a tech, bro. Look at this goofy mop technique, bro. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing to counterattack. She did that with no hesitation. She's buying time. Just buying time. That's okay. Low key, this is how you spiritually ascend, right? Instead of feeling doom at a hopeless situation, she instead has turned it into a form of play, which has made her able to fight against the inevitable and the hopeless by enjoying it and having a good time with it. So her being able to smile in not just opposition to a bloodthirsty Rena, but also in opposition to the fate that she's been stuck in for hundreds of years, is like the culmination of an arc for her, right? Like, this is her overcoming like nihilism and depression and doomerism. It's like this, it's this right now, dude. That's what this means. That's crazy. That's crazy. Still go crack the code. Meon in the corner. Explain more slowly so I can understand. That's such a funny thing to say. It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do. Hope maxing. Oh, is it out? Wait. Are the windows open? Which means it could be like right outside? We had been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There were no forestry service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it was the smell of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near the classroom. She had it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just in the container she used to spread it around the classroom. She had already spread it. Where was the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It sinks. There was another hint other than that. A missing ball? Kids who love to play with their ball never lose it. It should have been in the same place it always was. But it was gone. So that must mean that Rena used it for something. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing. So maybe it was stuffed somewhere? Yo, Satoko's a genius, dude. Satoko is Satoko's Batman, dude. I don't even Satoko is literally Batman, dude. I gotta give her like a Batman cowl, okay? Oh frick, I don't know how to draw. She's literally the Dark Knight. Yo, gimme. She's literally the Dark Knight, dude. This is her Batman cowl. Literally Batman. Talk about it, dude. Holy peak. That's so genius. So like in this thing, or like this thing kind of thing. I think like right here. The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor and then came straight down to the ground. If it was plugged and filled with gasoline, it was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too. Yeah, it would be like a boom. I'd be down for Danganronpa at some point, chat. Especially if y'all are into it. Especially if the Higurashi crowd are into it, dude. I'd be down. That'd be fun. It's on the roof. I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bonds. Please tell me it was a beaver technique. Oh, she just slipped out? She just different like that? I rubbed Satoko's head. Satoko, you are not fat. Don't worry about it. She just said, I'm sorry for being fat. As I jumped out of the... Yo, this music's crazy right now, bro. As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped me. Yo, chat, I really hope I don't need another training arc before Umineko. Surely Higurashi is enough of a training arc for Umineko, bro. Oh god! You're not telling me that Umineko is like 3 million difficulty tiers higher than this, that I need another training arc. I'd be drowning, dude. Something silver sailed through the air. Oh, if it's the bat, then I'm literally gonna come. I caught it. It was a metal bat. I'm coming. Oh my goodness! You're telling me that Satoko just threw Satoshi's bat to Keiichi in a moment of collaboration. That even Satoshi is here. You're telling me that Satoshi just joined us, dude. That's what you're telling me? No, that's so peak. It's so peak. Especially when it's something given by Satoko, right? It has the most meaning if Satoko is the one to give it to him. And Satoko just was like handed it off, you know? Holy! That's such a good thing. Oh my, even this line is so good. The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. Oh, it's like a second skin, bro. It's like it was always meant to be there, bro. Cause him and Satoshi got that spiritual connection. It really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Satoko's brother Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I, we're the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who was waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi. Let's go, Satoshi! I love Satoshi, bro. That makes me so happy. As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. They're having a duel to the death. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika-chan. You held out as long as you could. She's so dead. She's about to get a hatchet in her skull. It's okay. Rika, I know, you've been stuck in this body forever, dude. That actually sucks for you, dude. Ah! I do not want to be dealing with that right now. I do not want to be dealing with that. Ah! Ah! It's so scary. But we got Satoshi. We got Satoshi, bro. Dude. You want to know how I figured it out, Rena? I relied on my friends. Yo, I need like, okay. I need Satoko to Thieves Tools check free Meon. Meon escapes from the binding and then comes out too, alright? I need the squad. Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. Oh my god, dude. Her and her hatchet and Keiichi and Satoshi's bat are going to do the thing from the beginning of the chapter where they dueled with the water guns as if they were swords. It's the thing I talked about earlier in the stream, but they're gonna do it with her hatchet and Satoshi's bat, which is like his spiritual weapon of choice. Oh my god, bro, it's cinema. It's the pieces, they're aligning. I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. Oh my god, bro, he's like throwing the bat in the air, juggling stuff, turning on the bug, as he's like doing an acrobatics check. As Rena flew up the stairs, her foot got caught on a jump rope. W. She tripped and then 3 buckets fell on her head. Oh my god, you're telling me Satoko had set up a triple bucketed trap in the meantime? Oh my god, Satoko. Like, everyone's locked in. This is the closest thing we've ever had to a group effort in one of these, like, dramatic ending segments. The closest other thing was, like, Rena and Keiichi showing up to Meon's house being like, hey, please don't murder us. Like, this is what I'm talking about! Thank you, Satoko. Yep. Yep. It's what we do, Rena. It's a club activity. Satoko leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture. Distraction, Satoko. Rage bait! Rage bait! Rage bait! Rage bait! Rage bait! I love rage bait. Okay, good distraction. Wait, she fell for the rage bait. She actually fell for the rage bait. Smash. Satoko, run! The 4th bucket hit Satoko on the head. Oh, did she chuck it? Or was there just another one? I continued up to the rooftop. Rena ignored Satoko, ran after me. It was a good minute. Good seconds there. Wait, I need that full line. I need that full line. It's too long. I give up. Ooishi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the 2nd floor window. It was so obvious, but they didn't even notice until just then. Satoko was working hard to remove her classmate's restraints. Perfect maneuver from Satoko. But she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Meon's neck. Frick. Meon! I will never leave anybody behind ever again! If there is one thing I have learned, it's that I go down with the ship. The friendship. Holy shit! Wait. That line, I've never heard that said before in my entire life, and it's actually a travesty. I've never heard that before. It's so stupid, but go down with the ship, the friendship is fucking peak. I don't even care. That's a crazy line. That's a crazy line. Dude, they all hit their like enlightened states. These are all like fully enlightened versions of themselves. They all are like ideal mode. Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. I knew she would do I knew she would do this. I know Satoko so well, bro. I know Satoko so well, bro. Has-been hotel ass line. I don't even care. I don't even care. You gotta lean into it, bro. I knew she'd be doing a Thieves Tools check, bro. That's my Satoko. That's my Satoko goat. Satoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Meon. This is so peak. This is so peak. Oh my goodness, Tomi-chan Okamura? Get some lines. Wait. Oh my god. Tomita the goat. Wait. Goat Mita? He literally is being told to run for his life, and he hesitates, stops, and goes, "What about Keiichi, my boy?" Even Tomita is in an enlightened state, bro. They're all so locked in right now. I've never seen the cast pop off like this. I had no hope earlier. You expect anything less from Satoko, bro? Holy peak. Everybody is literally locked in. I've never seen such a locked in cast. I love it when they're locked in. The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open as well as all the windows. The children in turn were all running out onto the schoolyard. Ooishi pushed Otaka aside, then grabbed his radio and yelled into it. Raid! Oh my god. Even Ooishi's being helpful for this moment. Ooishi's honestly been Ooishi, I'll give you some GOAT status too. I mean, like, I feel like you were making some good moves. I didn't have hope with you as a hostage negotiator. I liked all your plays. I don't have complaints, okay? I accept the plays done. I'll throw it to you too. Good comms. Look at the comms. He's giving comms. Taking control, going against the chain of command, which was stopping them from helping. Peek. Yo, kill him. Kumagai, choke him out. Yes! Even Kumagai, dude. Otaka tried to grab the radio from Ooishi, but Kumagai stepped in. There was a dull noise in Okata's. He actually choked him out. Holy shit. The Kumagai. There was a dull noise and Otaka crumpled to the floor convulsing. Holy peak. Kumagai the guy. Go to Chie. Go to Ooishi. Oh, he need him in the balls. That's even better. W, calms, bro. Because it might hit something and cause a spark, yeah. Yeah. We gotta get Keiichi, though. We gotta save Keiichi. And save Rena, I'm being honest. We still need to save Rena. There are still 2 people to be saved. This is insane. What? Oh no, she literally, she was ready for that. I can't believe she was ready for even the electricity thing. They should have had this pre-planned from a distance. We gotta stop the bomb. We should have had that on call, ready to do at any moment, right? Because now is the time that doing that now would be helpful. Because the lighter is not with her and the thing, but it's fine. We ain't got time. We just gotta make moves. Yo, shout out this VA. The VA for Random Policeman got some hype in there, bro. Yo, send everybody in. Send literally everybody in right now. Sniper unit? We gotta save him, bro. Call outs, call outs. Call outs! Call outs! I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Rena was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? I mean, we don't... Listen, there's also the tactic, we don't need to save the school, right? We need to get away. So if there's a way that you could get Rena, but then you would abandon Rena, that's the problem. Even if he, like, leapt off the school, like a fucking Assassin's Creed character, land in a pile of hay and sprinted off into the forest, we still need to save Rena, and she might just go down with the ship and explode, right? The only way to go up to the second floor, the roof of the second floor, and get the clock from there. That's what we have to do. Holy shit, even Ooishi. Call outs! Call outs! Oh, we gotta get, wait, is Rika out? Wait, did we get Rika out? No, right? Wait, they said 24? Weren't there 25? Wait, did they get Rika out? Rika. Rika check, Rika check. We scored 24. Although we're 25, we haven't gotten a Rika yet. What? This is Meon. Hooray. Dude, hearing Ooishi taking this seriously is actually hype. Ooishi-san was telling me to go further up. Satoko only told me that it was on the rooftop of the second floor, and she didn't tell me where exactly. She only said it was in the drain canal. Maybe Ooishi-san found it with his binoculars? True. I put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up to the rooftop. I never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself with just 2 or 3 fingers. That's Satoshi, bro. That's Satoshi giving him a little bit of extra jump. Ooishi apology form? Think about it, chat. Keiichi's the 25th? Oh, okay. So they did get Rika out. W. Rika scrambled out. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Good. It's at the furthest end of the dream. 30 seconds! Heh. 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get there in half that. I'm telling you, dude, this is exactly the same mentality he had in Chapter 3. And all it took was that connection with Satoshi. Oh my god, it's like ego gear, bro. Satoshi, he's using Satoshi as ego gear. Think about it. The bat is ego gear. Over there, was that it? It was! We don't shoot her, though. Oh, don't kill her. We don't want to kill Rena. We're not killing Rena. We are doing a everybody lives, no casualties run. I don't give a frick. Maybe in the... I mean, if you shoot someone in the leg, they don't die, right? Call outs. She's after you, hurry. I know she's after me! How many more seconds did I have? Yeah, who cares? I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands on the clock kept moving while the second hand trying to reach the minute hand. With the second hand trying to reach the minute hand. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Whoa! I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Okay, time bomb stopped, which means the only threat right now is Rena with the hatchet could get to him and kill him before the cops get there, or Rena with the hatchet could get to him, try to kill him, and then she will get shot, which is what I was worried about earlier, where she'd be bleeding out in front of him. Yes! Yes, Ooishi! Let's go! Well, it's not over yet, guys. It's not over yet. It's close, but it's not over yet. Yo, Keiichi, just fucking jump. Jump off the roof right now. This is a get off the roof angle, alright? We gotta get out of here now. Not only policemen, but the children who are on their way to ambulances raise their voices in cheer. Dude, actually getting a win move is crazy. No, we need to get her. We need to get Rena. I mean, she could still... Yeah, and she has a hatchet. She could just hit it against something metal and cause sparks. There's so many ways it could happen. Yeah, jump. It's fine if he breaks the leg. Yeah, you know what I mean? Okay. Oh, we need Rena though. We need Rena. Yeah! Yeah! Oh my god, thank you, Ooishi. Holy shit. That's what I'm talking about. Oh my god, I didn't think they were gonna do it. I was losing a little bit of hope. I was losing a little bit of hope again. But Ooishi is calling out to Rena, which is the right move. We need to get Rena out of there too. Like, we need to show that we still care about her. Like, that's the success. That's how we do it, dude. Oh, I cut him off. My fault, Ooishi. Yo, just fucking jump, bro. But it didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand on the edge of the roof, followed by Rena's head. Oh, fuck. We're about to have it. Rena slowly called up to the rooftop. We're about to have our duel. We're about to have the end of all things, bro. Just like the beginning. This is the full circle, man. This is the full circle. Rena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there. Yo, is this the best chapter? Yo, wait, is this the best chapter? This finale is going crazy. This chapter and chapter 3 are so good. I love it when they lock the fuck in. Like, it's so fun. Like, I like it when protagonists are active and they lock in, even if they fail. The idea, just the lock-in mentality is so great. And they, like, chapter 3 did it, but this chapter, everyone's doing it. Rena scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off and her throat started to bleed. No, we have to save her. We were confronting each other on the rooftop of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Rena was glaring at me with hatred at first. But maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I didn't think we needed their service yet, though. Did Meon lock in? Meon tanked a lot of blows. I'll give Meon a minor lock-in. She got a minor lock-in for getting hit in the head a lot. I'll give her that. Alright, everyone needs she was tank. Keiichi has been like DPS. Ooishi on support. Sotoko on support. Rika as like an ult DPS. We were freaking ready. Oh damn, that was a good one.
負けを認めないやつだな。レナはつくづく強いやつだよ。絶対へこたれない。くじけない。最後まで戦う。そして最後まで信じるんだ。
Rika's jungler. Wait, you're so right. Oh yeah, Meon was doing callouts. Meon was doing callouts for the class. You're absolutely right. And she said she'd go down with the ship. Oh yeah, she gets some goat stat. I'll give it to her. She fumbled a lot in the slice of life section, but in this section she locked in. Oh my goodness, Rika is jungler. That's so funny.
Keiichi-kunは私が最後の命をかけての計画をぶち壊しにした。人類を宇宙人から守ろうと必死に戦ってたのに、それをぶち壊しちゃった。これで人類が滅んじゃったら、ケイイチ君のせいで滅んだって歴史に残っちゃうんだよ。
Dude, game-winning gank. I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written down in the history books of the aliens as the one who destroyed the human species. Somehow that sounded kind of cool. Yeah, no, the aliens wouldn't write that. They would write their own history, dude.
レナ、お前が何と言おうと、このゲームは俺の勝ちだ。すでに俺が勝ってるのに、レナが負けを認めないだけだ。
そうだね。
You're just being a sore loser,
そうなのかもしれないね。
でも、そういうものかもしれないよな。ゲームってのは勝者が決まって終わるもんじゃない。敗者が決まって終わるもんなんだ。ってことは、俺が勝つだけじゃダメってことだ。
I need to make sure you don't lose, Rena. I can't have you losing this game.
それはどういう意味なのかな?
I tapped my shoulder with the metal bat, gesturing for Rena to come at me.
レナに
Oh fuck, never mind. You wanted a loss? Oh wait, okay, this guy's saucing. Wait. I thought he was gonna go for like a... Okay, wait, he's aura farming. I thought he was gonna go for like a... I don't want you to die too. There doesn't have to be a loser. But instead of that, he said, nah, fuck it. And he did an aura pose, and then is now saying, come get some. I won't run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our enemies. He's gonna beat her up here. Oh my god, he's gonna just prove it. He's gonna let her know. It's the sword battle, dude. It's the sword battle from the beginning. Wait, that was a crazy call out. Oh my god. Alright, Keiichi. Oh my god, he's rage baiting. The rage bait is so good. It's such delicious rage bait. Such delicious rage bait.
最初から信じてなかったくせに、信じてたふりをして、レナを騙してたな。許せない。許せない。許せない。
I have faith in Keiichi right now, which is crazy. You know, it's going so well. I don't even know what that means. Talk about it. Bring it back to the club. Such a good play. Oh my god, they got a panic. They got a moving one. They got a moving one. Wait, they're saying might makes right, bitch. That's what they're saying on the roof as they're both equipping their super weapons. They're both manifesting ego, chat. They're manifesting ego. Ren and I grinned at each other, and as we went around in circles on the rooftop, we both checked the distance between us. Yo, Ooishi's down there being like, Keiichi, jump off the roof now! And he like zooms in with binoculars and then sees them just dueling. I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed if I'd be pissed. Okay, you tell him, dude. You tell him. You tell him, Keiichi, dude. I'm open. I'm really open here. I'm really open here. Oh. I love that outfit of hers, bro. I do need to do a Rena cosplay. That'd be sick. I could get a giant hatchet too. Think about it. Rena came at me with a heavy strike. Man, it's such a good, perfect parallel to the beginning. The full circle is so awesome. That's like the best part of it. Like, dude, I feel like every other chapter, what happens is it's like, things are going okay, and then they just start to spiral down, and it never gets better. But for once, people actually made moves, bro. Thank you, bro. Rena came at me with a heavy strike. They actually got animations. It's the same music from the beginning. Holy peak. Holy peak. I caught it easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting interesting. Yo, the sparks, imagine. The sparks fly off, and they hit the gutter, and then they get a ring of fire around them. Think about it. Or an explosion and everyone dies. Think about it. Think about it. Oh god. I learned about myself. Yes, use your self-knowledge to win the battle. See, and it sounds stupid, but it's correct. That's what's so glorious about it. You know, it's the most, like, typical stuff, but since you, like, the entire journey has led to it, it's like, oh, it unironically was his self-knowledge about his previous incarnations that allowed him to, like, reach this point of, like, self-control and self-power and, like, enlightenment or whatever. And then he locks the frick in, and then it spreads like a stone thrown in water, and everyone else starts locking the frick in, and they actually make moves, dude. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Man, and this is the most animation we've ever got into. That's so crazy. Rena, your hatchet could be a powerful weapon, but my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. I'm dead. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches farther, and it's easy to handle. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm gonna fight you face to face and I'm going to defeat you. This is better. This is better than the thing I was gonna say. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Rena. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great. I won't need to hold back at all. What a good full circle. Cinema animation budget. Unironically, dude. I'm so used to just text. It's how they starve you, bro. They starved me for like 100 hours of gameplay, by the way, just to throw like one line of animation, and I'm like pogging my pants. It's incredible news. And I feel like they're having some fun together, dude. Isn't this like fun? I feel like it's like it's not about it anymore. It's about them clashing or something, right? Like low key, she sounds like she's having a good time. And that's the friendship underneath it all. It's the friendship and the competition and the quipping. And that's what they're fighting for. So it's really perfect that when they're here at the end of all things, that's what's like naturally coming up, right? That's how it feels for them. Yeah, unironically better than One Punch Man Season 3, true. Yeah, because everything's not in like neon lighting for no reason, dude. Holy peak. Holy peak. See, is that an insanity laugh or a genuine laugh? Or maybe like a little bit of both? I feel like a little bit of both. What a duel. Oh, and look, she's smiling between trying to cut him to ribbons. But she's smiling. Man, dude, it reminds me of the scene in chapter 5 of Rika and Shion fighting. How like Shion, like it's like this crazy like spiritual bonding moment between these two characters as they're fighting to the death. Like a samurai duel, and you understand your opponent better than you've understood anything else in your life. Like it kind of gives like those kind of vibes. And they've done it twice now, and I'm such a hoe for it, dude. I am such a hoe for it. It's crazy. Eye of the Storm is what I call it. That's honestly a good metaphor. Yeah. Yeah, where it's all the chaos around it, but there's like that bit of like he's doing bits! He's doing bits! He's doing bits! That's crazy! They've returned to themselves at the beginning by doing stupid bits in the middle of a death battle. It's just, it's such a good character loop. It's so good. Even bringing in Coach? Holy. Holy. It was never about the mysteries, chat. It was never about the mysteries and the theories and all that nonsense. It was about friendship. What is he talking about? What? Wait until I go to sleep at night? What if I make it so you won't let me sleep instead? Keiichi is... oh no. Wait, this is him making himself stronger. This is him making... that's what he just said. My strength increases in proportion to my reward. He's activating Gunner mode to get stronger. Unironic. He's actually activating Gunner mode in order to obtain extra strength. I'm at a loss, bro. Unironic Gunner power-up. I've never seen that in fiction before. I've never seen a Gunner power-up before, and it's not just a Gunner power-up, it's a Gunner power-up that I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Keiichi would get stronger doing this. Oh my god! See, and now she's doing the bit too, which means he won. That means he won. Yeah, it's like Baki, bro. Where like he put out the frame of making it into a bit and making it into like LMAO, you'll be my servant. He threw that out and she stepped into that frame. And so in a sense, like he captured her. He captured her. Which is how you get her out of the psycho insanity nonsense that she was in. You pull her into something else, like these stupid bits, but it's perfect. We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. It's cinema, dude. Holy. Rena and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Such a perfect thing to the beginning. Sparks were flying, we could seriously get injured. We could get seriously injured. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones, yet this was so much fun. I had been mourning and crying all day today while Rena terrified me. How did all that turn into this? It's, dude, they enlightened. They reached enlightenment. This shit is so great. The bits, man. You know what? You know what else? Remember that line earlier about like running away from the past? Keiichi said this. Keiichi said a line earlier about like avoiding the past, and like it's specifically in reference to like Hinamizawa, that like haven't Hinamizawa people been like not interacting with Hinamizawa's cruel past like properly? And I feel like this is like perfectly, this is in the moment, in the present, interacting with that cruel and horrible thing and not looking away from it and not being afraid of it, but like truly facing it head on, right? That this is like, this is the same Rena that crashed all those windows in her backstory that he was originally like felt worse about, and he hesitated in his friendship to her because of hearing about that with Ooishi, but then he decided to himself like, no, I'm not gonna let that hold our friendship back anymore and hold me back on how I care about her anymore. And so now it's the same Rena from back then, but he's dealing with it in the present, right? So it's like full circle in like 3 different circles, you know? There's so many circles that are being like perfectly linked back to right now. The writing is so tight on this one, dude. Chapter 6 writing, bro? Oh my god, bro. Yo, bro, wait, you're telling me an Umineko was like as good as some of this shit, bro? You know how you talked about in previous chapter about Shion letting her animal instincts took over and be crazy? It made me think a lot. I feel like here it's a healthier version of it. Just my interpretation, though. Yeah, like, and I kind of reference, like, Shion and Rika had their clash, right? And it was this, like, super profound moment for Shion in seeing all of that happening. With, like, Rika, like dancing as if, like, it was, like, her last rite as a shrine maiden as she, like, clawed her own throat out. It's, like, a divine, profound thing. But it's also, like, it's bloody, it's animalistic, it's, like, screeching, it's meat, you know, it's all that kind of stuff. It's the same thing here, but they're meeting it head on instead of, like, repressing it or whatever. And there's so much going on here, dude. I'm sweating! Holy peak. Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it. My goodness, dude. My goodness, dude. Yeah, don't worry about the debate. Don't worry about the debate. I'll answer that in like 300 hours of stream time, okay? Once we finish both. Oh shit, they just keep getting stronger. Yo, the cops are gonna show up out of nowhere and just tackle both of them. Oh wait, no, they were recalled. They're actually not going to. Holy peak. This is like taking a walk. Hey, you're all sweaty. I'm sweaty too, bro. I'm just the audience and I'm sweating. Yeah, it really is that like animalistic thing, right? Cutting to the other group is crazy, dude. Cutting to the other group is so crazy. It's cool too. It's just kind of what I said, but like, there's been the two sides with I'll pull up the thing here, okay? It's literally Keiichi is not fighting this Rena. Keiichi is fighting this Rena, but he's having a great time with her. Like, this Rena is also Keiichi's friend, you know? It's both of them. And he's had the sword duel with her with water guns and with this Rena with blades and bat, right? But in both ways, it was an expression of like friendship and like this like element of play with both of them. And so it's him accepting all of Rena for him to engage with her in both ways, right? Which is true friendship. It's accepting all of you. And even if it includes difficult things, even if it includes painful things, right? That's what we've been talking about all chapter. Holy peak. He's too busy having a death battle. Holy. Ooishi's just pogging. Honestly, the one time that I will allow Ooishi to not do his job, where he's just like watching the show being like, damn, that's my boy up there. Because I'm doing it too. He's enraptured. I'm enraptured. I totally feel it, bro. Yeah, I mean, you and me both, Ooishi. You and me both. Ooishi couldn't figure out why he was distracted considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. Beautiful. Beautiful. But Ooishi wasn't the only one. Everyone was watching, captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. Yes! The Tomita clutch! Call-outs! Call-outs! The students who were about to climb onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Meon was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up, captivated as she was by Rena and Keiichi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to the series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable. But, why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game, but it wouldn't be fun to stay in the stalemate forever. This is perfect. Oh my god, another full circle about getting those happy days back. They were supposed to be shattered, but wait, I'm feeling them again. This can be a happy day today. And this might be the last day they're all alive, right? Because they might die tonight, because Rika said that it would be the last day. But they fought for this day, and they made it into the best, most enjoyable, most profound day they could. Right? They battled for it, and this is their reward, is this, like, wonderful moment. Oh my god, even if they all died, they still won. You know? Because they won the day. But it wouldn't be fun to stay in a stalemate forever. Ren and I kicked at each other with perfect timing and increased the distance between us. Yo, you tell him. Yeah, we need Rena to feel it too. That's how we truly win. I think she's feeling it. I'll take that as a yes. I'll take that as a yes. Here we go. Okay, still not a huge fan of that, but like, it's fun. She did her bit. Oh my god, that was her bit. Her two selves are beginning to merge. She did her bit about repeating, right? It'll be even more fun to split your head open. Split it open. She did the repeat thing. That's a thing that we don't see. We haven't been seeing when she's been stressed. It's like a cute behavior of hers. But even her linguistic little things she does are starting to merge together. Holy peak! Holy peak! She's Hulk, dude. I don't care. Oh my god. That is such a good detail. They're like dancing on this rooftop together. That's so crazy. Oh, the moon behind her? Good shot. Good shot. You're telling me. Yeah. Dude, they've been battling for a long time if the sun has fully gone down. It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of the school building with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at that mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun? Man, enlightened Keiichi, my beloved. It took 6 chapters, but oh my god, is he starting to peek his pants off. Yeah, bro! Oh my god, he's a... Wait, when the moon comes up, he turns into an animal. It's almost like the wolf shirt was also foreshadowing, chat. The wolf shirt, Keiichi's activating his wolf mode. Holy peak! It all is connected! All us club members went crazy on the night of Watanagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year. Man, that is such a good detail too. That's literally the thing that we just talked about. How the animalistic thing that I was talking about with Shion and with Rika, how it was like this weird like primal thing. This is definitely a variation of that. It's like the same phenomenon, but it's done in like a healthier way where they're not losing themselves and like are having like a wondrous like positive experience, right? It's like the same beautiful thing, but instead of it being on a down doom spiral, it's in like an optimistic up spiral, right? But it's both like this primal animalistic experience. They even like, it's so cool that like even Keiichi makes a line referencing that, right? Like I do think there is something profound about that, about like attuning yourself to this animalistic part that we all have inside of us. Oh my god! Keiichi's doing it! The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year. Yeah, this is their revelry, bro. They're reveling right now. It's very Dionysian of them. I'm just gonna say it. Maybe we're already crazy. Oh, look, her eyes! Her eyes there. They were like her normal eyes as she was holding the blade. We're bringing her back! We're bringing her back! Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true and maybe it's not. One thing that's for sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we create with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe right nearby? Ah, who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens. W insanity. This is great. Satoshi, hold on. Hold on, Satoshi, I need you. Yeah, this shot of her, dude. Oh, she's having so much fun. Oh, that's sweet. Look, her eyes are normal though. It's her normal eyes in her bladed thing. Oh, that's so cool. Man, even if Keiichi lost, I still feel like we won. You know? Even the worst case scenario now is still a victory. Dude, and he's bringing back the goon. He's bringing back the goon. Gooner Keiichi. +2 dice power. This guy. Okay. Alright. They're in their bits. They're in their bits. That's how they're staying human, bro. Who's gonna win, though? We flew, we dance. Dance is a perfect... Both of those are perfect words, actually. Flew and dance. We struck, we laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath and then charged at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of the school, our special stage. Rena and I were all sweaty, but we weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows one after the other. Neither of us was at an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us exulted in victory or raged in defeat. The battle with Rena in itself was fun. Oh my god, they did it, bro. It's about the journey, it's not about the end result. Oh my god, they did it, bro. This is the truest thing. This is so good. It's about the experience and the play of it. It's about the active experience and engrossing in that and participating in that. It's not about the result. That's so good. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched. That's so beautiful, bro. They're calling back to it. They're calling back to it. Yep. Yeah, dude, they're doing the full... We're doing the full callback. Holy peak. As we thought that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. We want to join them. Yeah. Dude, and like, oh my god, that's so good too, because like them doing it with water guns was like acting like I'm so close to like I could write so much about this shit, bro. There is so much good stuff here. Because them doing it with water guns is them doing it as like a form of, it's play. It's like a playground. It's just fun. It's very childlike. And so now, they've gone through all these horrible experiences where they've had to grow up, but they've managed to return to that childlike experience that's just fun and is just for itself, that is like self-affirmed and is self-exalting, right? They've full circled back. They full circled back. But they grew up and then they went back to that divine experience of that like child play, right? They grew up and they returned to it. And that's what's so hard, and I think that's what's so hard for people to do as they grow up, is to return to like the happiness and the play of youth. Because it's, as you grow up, all that shit is stamped out because the world hates you and hates everyone, and you hate you and you hate everyone. But if you can find a way to return to it and experience it again, that's like peak, you know? And that's what they've done here. Like, they've literally they've shown us an experience of doing that, which is so awesome. I'm drooling, bro. I'm drooling. Yeah, they repeated the cycle. Full moon. It's the cycle. And also, guess what? The moon itself is a cyclical thing because it waxes and it wanes. This is them returning to the same spot. It's like a full moon again. It's the full moon of their spirit again. Like even the imagery of the moon is perfect. It's circular both in shape and in its pattern of waxing and waning. Boom! It's just, it's all good, bro! Thematically incredible! And it went from water to like strikes of steel. That's, you know, like water to fire kinda. Hold on, this writing is fire? Oh man. We were both breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other. It's a shame it has to end with death, probably. Or at least a severe blow. Hey man, repeat the cycle. We both smiled wickedly in the same moment. Wow. And they got to experience it again. So it didn't end, right? It ended, but then it began. It ended, and then it began again. Renewal, Ouroboros. Fuck you. Oh, peak. Tell him, bro. Tell him. I feel like this is the last clash, right? Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons. Weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched. And neither of us had hit the other yet. Dude, this chapter's awesome, dude! This, like... I think this chapter and chapter 3 are my two favorites. I don't know which one I'd put above the other. This one, like... Oh, it's just so good. It's just so good. It's so good. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous. All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with the beautiful moon as a backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. This was impossible. And it's like the police as like authority and like structure. Like the police as representative of authority and structure and organization and like law. But what they're experiencing under the light of the full moon is barely like any of those things, right? It's like a primal experience. It's the opposite. It's the opposite of the police, right? It's the opposite of the authority and all that. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Thematically, it's so good. Oh, and chapter 5 was really good. 3, 5, and 6 are all so good, dude. This was impossible. This battle was absurd and absolutely impossible. Sotoko assist? Yeah, call outs, guys! Call outs! Yes! Sotoko and some of her classmates cheered Keiichi on, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. Yo, we got people cheering for Rena, who was just about to bomb the school. That's real. I'd be cheering for Rena too. I'd be cheering for both of them, bro. That's the entire point. To them, this was no longer a fight to the death. It was just the second round of their water gun battle. They somehow snatched it, bro. They snatched it. They snatched those happy days again. A club activity is a club activity and a game is a game. This was just the second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering. She was just looking up at the rooftop. Don't you see what can happen when we believe, Rika? It's because we all believed. We're starting to break the cycle, Rika. We're gonna break the cycle! Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win. Not just against Rena. Rika thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit. Oh, we ain't sniping nobody. This guy doesn't get it. He's not from Hinamizawa. He could never get it. As Otaka yelled into the radio, Meon screamed for him to stop. We fixed her, bro. We did. We unironically did. If I was hearing this dialogue without context, I'd be losing my shit, because this is the kind of stuff that was driving me crazy in chapter 1 and 2 with Keiichi, but it's actually, like, I can roll with it now. I can roll with it. Snipers are placing bets. True. Nah, but it's like, she's good now. Nah, bro. It ain't a hostage thing anymore. The dynamics shifted. Yeah. And this is coming from Meon, who was getting bludgeoned with the hatchet. Meon did it, bro. Meon did it, bro. They didn't change, you did. Or maybe the game changed me, and I changed the game. Okay, I'll shut up. It's my fault. Lock it! Yeah, no, Meon's right. Meon's right.
そしてケイちゃんは語りかけてる。自分がレナと対等なことを。対等というのは一番信頼できるということ。ケイちゃんはレナの目を覚ませる。
This is how we cure her.
もう覚ましつつある。
Dude, how are there 2 more chapters? This feels like the finale of everything. This is crazy. We brought her back, man. Yeah, oh, adorable. And it recontextualizes her scary sprite with the hatchet. Like, now it's a fun sprite. Like, even me seeing her sprite, I'm not scared of it anymore. That's so cool. Damn. Yeah, what do you gotta say about that, Rena? Holy peak. Oh, her eyes softened a little bit. Because it's not about, it's what I said earlier. It's verbatim what I said earlier. It's not about the mysteries. It's not about the theories. It's about friendship. That is a direct quote from earlier in the stream. That is exactly what we needed. That is exactly what we needed. Beautiful. Rena was the goal. It's not about saving everyone. It's about saving Rena and saving our friends. But it's not about saving them, the hostages. It's about saving our friends. That's the little pivot, but it means so much. Holy peak. Agreed. It's about friendship. It was never a mystery, VN. It was never about the mystery. That's okay, because we're here now. Dude, I'm so glad, like, Chapter 2 Pink Cubed, bro, walked so Pink Cubed in Chapter 6 could run, alright? We couldn't be here, because if I was already here walking into the star, it wouldn't have meant anything, alright? If this was already everything, we would have just been riding the wave. The best stuff, you get thrown with it, you know? And you let yourself get thrown, let yourself get consumed by it, bro. That's like my mentality. Aren't you supposed to die? Do you feel sick anymore? I mean, she hasn't been itching. Nah, you don't got it though. Not if you don't want it, bro. You can just keep fighting. True. True. The board should be put up in the museum. Put it up in the museum next to all the text notes, dude. Oh, he's just trying to get it opening. He's trying to get it, or he's trying to prove to her that it doesn't, which it doesn't. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. It definitely doesn't. Wow. I wished it would never end, but my body was screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a slight breeze could take me away. And for Satoshi to be here too, bro. It really had been a blast, but I need to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in that water gun fight. Back then, it had been declared a draw. It was worth it, bro. It was worth doing. Yeah, it's not about the winner or loser. That's what he said earlier. I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. He's doing, like, special maneuvers, bro. This is unironically, like, a special, like, anime move. I hit the ground to scatter tiles. The sound was as intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. The silence returned, and the chorus of Higurashi filled the air. The true audience, bro. Each Higurashi is a time loop, Andy. They get born, one gets born every loop. One more strike. We started to move slowly and increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. This fight was ending very soon.
じゃあ最後の最後だ。もう一回確認するぜ。
なんだっけ
You hear that? It's faint. Yo, is this a new OST, chat? This peaceful music? Holy, dude.
おいおい、この戦いはお互いかけてるものがあったのか。お前、そのために戦ってたんじゃなかったのかよ。
Holy peak.
そうだったっけ
Oh, it's not about the bet, about the aliens or anything. Oh, but Keiichi's bet was like that you would be a slave or whatever, a servant. Oh, he's reframing it into a club game again. Yeah, he's reframing it all. Every day?
可愛い服じゃないと嫌だよ。
そこは任せろ。監督の完全監修のもと、
古式ゆかしいオールドスタイルからちょっとドキドキな改造メイド服までいろいろと取り揃える。もちろん特注でレナにぴったりとフィットするサイズなんだ。 Thank you for the subscription. Kaverkararung. Wait, I'll try that again. Kaverkararung. Perfect.
すごいだろ。
Appreciate it a lot.
すごい。負ける気はさらさらないけど、なんだか楽しそう。
Bruh. She's low-key into it, bro. She low-key is like, yeah, I'll be your maid. Talk about it, bro. I'll be your maid. Damn. Damn, bro. I paused for a moment. Rena was happy until just a moment ago, but that expression was suddenly wiped from her face.
宇宙人が地球侵略に来ていて、俺たちの頭の中には寄生虫が入ってる。そしてそれを園崎家が暗躍してて。秘密研究をしてて、世界は明日から宇宙人に支配されるって話を信じてやる。あと、お前は毒で今夜死んじまうんだよな。最後はちゃんと見とってやるから安心しろ。
なんだか私が勝ってもつまんないね。
Whoa.
ケイイチ君が勝った方のご褒美の方が。
Yeah, because she gets to keep staying alive and hanging out with Keiichi, bro.
仕方ねえだろ。お前、そういう話だから。He's
rhetorically destroying her right now.
そうだったんだっけね。
But she's fine because she wants it to be destroyed.
忘れそうになってたよ。
Rena smiled sadly for a moment, but soon that expression was wiped off her face too.
俺は何しろレナのメイドさんがかかってるんだからよ。意地でも勝ちに行くぜ。
ブーブー。
I've never heard that.
面白くないよ。
なんだよ。じゃあ今から帰るか？レナが勝ったらどうするよ？
Another battle just like this. Finally, Rena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. Oh my god, we're getting a good ending. I've never seen this before. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. They had, like, dude, there's like a quote I really like of... Every year, I have to go crazy at least once so that I don't go crazy. It's something like that. Like, I gotta go crazy every once in a while so that I don't go crazy. Like, the necessity of losing your mind so that you can recapture it in, like, a controlled way. But also, losing your mind is inherently uncontrolled. So there's a paradox, right? Like, you can't just... You have to, like, let go of control, and that's how you have any idea of control. But then even that you're letting go of, and it all goes away and you go crazy, but then you recollect yourself, and that's how you maintain yourself, right? And that's what they've done. They've gone crazy, and then they've experienced that together, and now they're back again, right? We no longer went crazy even with the moon out. Holy peak. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a little, Rena spoke. Aww. Being the maid? That's funny. You'll be... Okay. Aww. She just wants to be together with Keiichi.
いっぱい私に優しくしてほしい。いっぱい私を楽しくさせてほしい。
Actual friendship win, and Keiichi soloed it. Not really, not at all. In fact, that's wrong entirely. The entire point is he did it with the squad.
ケイイチ君が勝っても私たちずっと一緒なんだよね。
一緒ではあるが、待遇にえらい違いがあるけどな。
Wow. Keiichi and Rena, bro. Holy peak. That's been the question for all 6 chapters, bro. That's been the entire thing. Why do we fight our friends if I care about them? Why am I fighting with someone I like so much? What a good line to like. That like there's a couple lines they say that you could use to like capture the entire story in some small way, and that's I feel like one of them. Why am I fighting with someone I like so much?
バカと煙は上へ登るってやつだろ。じゃあ俺たちは二人とも大バカだな。
バカ仲間だね。
Airhead buddies, bro.
仲間だな。じゃあそろそろ行こうじゃないか。せっかくの体がクールダウンしちまう。
そうだね。体が冷めちゃわないうちに決着をつけよう。
Hey, y'all still got dangerous weapons though. We readied our weapons and took our stances.
私ね、やっぱりやめないってそう言おうと思った。
I shook my head slowly.
ダメだ。決着は必要なんだ。
Dude, Keiichi's literally, that's so crazy. Keiichi is literally, at this point now, the one pushing for the battle. That's crazy. They draw it at the beginning and we gotta answer it now.
ひょっとしたら、どっちが勝っても負けても、ご褒美がなしになるかもしれない。
その時も、恨みっこはなしだぜ。だから先に言っとく。
何？
楽しかったぜ。
私もだよ。
レナ、仮に俺たちのどちらかが死のうと。
That's so beautiful. It's true. It's actually true. Dude, I would even say, I don't even think Keiichi's lost in the sauce. I think Keiichi is fully enlightened right now. I fully approve of them continuing their fight to the death. Because even if one of us dies, we'll see each other again. And when we do, like they've in this moment, I mean, even like locationally, they've ascended because they're on the roof of the school, right? So they're above the place they are usually in. They've risen above it together, and now are like even above the idea of like life and death, because even death isn't the end of their battle together, because they will see each other again. So he's right. And I think them being on the roof of the school is part of them rising above even like mortality. It's actually peak. It's actually peak.
今度は普通に遊んで、普通に笑い合って。
Holy. Aww. We'll fall in love in a normal way. Tears appeared in Rena's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too. There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time, because they're attuned to each other, bro. Our shadows jumped in the moonlight. Holy shit. This is my favorite group photo I've ever seen. Keiichi, Rena, and Satoshi, bro. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving very slowly. We must have looked like a shadow play. It's kind of like, it's very samurai-esque to me, too. He looks like a samurai right here, baby. That thing I was talking about earlier. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Rena's shadow hit my metal bat violently. As a result, I let go of it. Oh? The metal bat bounced once on the roof, then rolled down to the schoolyard. I had lost my weapon. Here was Rena's chance. Of course she wouldn't miss it. I'm okay with this. I was lying flat on the roof and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms and there was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided into two. Oh my god, I feel like you gotta say, you could, there's something here. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end. Yeah, great parallel to the end of chapter 1. True.
ねえ、ケイチ君。もう決着ついたんだよね。
おいおい、まだついてねえだろ。そいつを振り下ろすまでは。
Oh my god, he's welcoming his death.
嫌だ。嫌だよ。
He was ready though.
嫌だ。
And I'm okay with him being ready to. If that is such a W Keiichi move to be like, hey, you got me, kill me, I'll see you again. Holy shit. Rena's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes.
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんだろう。どこで変になっちゃったんだろう。私はみんなを大好きで。
She's now feeling the sin that Keiichi felt earlier this chapter.
ここで信じられなくなってしまったんだろう。
But she didn't have to die for it, right? She, in this same life, is able to atone for the sin.
どうしてケイイチ君にナタを振り上げているのかわかんない。どうして私はこんなにも大好きな仲間たちにこんなにも恐ろしいことをしてしまったんだろう。
お前、そうか。気づいたのか。
Yeah, that's what I just said. Within the world, within the life, she didn't have to die to realize it. Holy peak. What he wanted to come to fruition actually happened. They managed to snag those happy days back. And atonement, you know.
どうして自分で壊してしまうような真似を。
レナ、お前は
I mean, Teppei and Rena were low-key the worst, so I get it, bro, but... After I killed you and Meon, I didn't realize I had done anything wrong, so I left a note and called Ooishi-san. I still believe that someone else was at fault. Until... I mean, even after I was dead. I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help me. And how painful it was not to realize it was a sin.
だから、
Man.
レナはすごいんだよ。仲間を一人も殺さなかった。お前は
Yeah, she didn't kill anyone. That's true.
気づけたんだよ。
Holy. It was a group effort, man. That's the most important thing, is the whole squad was like making moves. You know?
俺とは違うんだ。
Rena stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet.
仲間を傷つけたよ。みーちゃんにひどいことをした。
Yeah, you did bludgeon her pretty good.
俺的には当分の間、姉妹の入れ替えを見抜けて、ちょうどいい。
True! Yo, Rena, you should have done that a long time ago, bro. You should have done that eons ago. Yo, permanently scar Meon more often. True, dude. I'm so tired of the Switch.
誰も殺してないだろ。誰を殺したよ。
You talking about Teppei? Yeah, well, they sucked. They're fine to kill. Yeah, I'm fine with that one.
二人を殺すことは正しいことだと思ってた。でもあの二人を殺した日からもう世界は狂い始めていったと思う。だということはあの二人を殺すのは正しいことじゃなかった。
I like the quiet speaking there.
正しいかどうかは知らんが。
Because you didn't work together with us. The best thing would have been to work with the squad. I grabbed Rena's head and embraced her. Then I told her. I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. But Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then.
何かやばかったり、疑いそうになったり、辛いことがあったりした時はな。
It was so simple.
仲間に 相談するんだよ。
He's right. He's right. She tried to handle it solo. It was the same thing he did in chapter 3. And that was the problem. Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it?
俺もかつてそうだった。だから俺は
Multiple
笑わない
times,
ぞ。
Keiichi.
でも気づけたならいいんだ。しかもレナは俺なんかよりずっと早く気づけたじゃねえか。
We will trust each other. We will never doubt our friends. We will rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other. That's why friends are always happy and why we can endure anything
じゃ
together.
あレナ、幕の降りた舞台だけどさ、カーテンコールに答えようじゃないか。これで全部おしまいだぜ。
カーテンコールって
Does he know it's gonna loop?
何かな。
まあまあ、俺の独り言だ。最後だけ付き合ってくれよ。
We stood up together, holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory.
これで今宵はおしまいだぜ。俺たちは惨劇に打ち勝った。
Boom, bitch!
互いを疑わない。
You're goddamn right! You are goddamn right! We overcame this tragedy! And we will never doubt each other again! Holy! Now we got 2 chapters to just kill the demons, whatever it means. I don't know what the demons are. I don't know the big thing, but we got it now, bro. Is that the ending? Wait, did we actually just get a full victory? Oh my god. Wait, there's hope. Holy aura! 0 casualty ending! Minus those 2 that don't count. God damn it, you son of a bitch, Keiichi, you did it! You did it, you bastard! Wow. Wow, what a goat. What an unironic goat. Literally from the jaws of defeat. Literally from the jaws of defeat. Gasoline, time bombs, everyone's gonna kill each other. And then Keiichi looks at the audience and goes, "That's the curtains, bitch," and then credits roll. My god, Keiichi, he actually did it. Casualties 4, all minor injuries. Details follow. Sonozaki Meon. She was captured by the suspect around noon. She escaped at 1845. Minor injuries on her. Those were minor. Rika. Suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during the fight. Okay. Okay. Satoko. Fell and suffered minor injuries during her escape. Oh yeah, because she was helping with the traps. She got a bucket on her and probably fell and got hurt. You received minor injuries when engaged in combat with the suspect. Probably a couple cuts. Holy peak, dude. Okay. It's official. Keiichi is a goat tagonist. He's officially a goat protagonist. I don't even care. I'll take it. I'll take it, dude. He needed to have his character arc. It took 143 hours, but he gets GOAT status now. He was not GOAT status up to this point. Now he's GOAT status. He had to fight for it, which is a better thing. It's better to have to fight for it. That means so much more. GOAT status to Keiichi. I'll give it to him. Forever, bro. The suspect is fully accountable. The defense is in direct opposition to this and it has submitted their own psychiatric examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session. Holy peak. I cannot believe he did it. And he convinced me too. Like utterly. I'm like utterly convinced of all of that. Holy shit. Man, now it's like the next 2 chapters. I did read that, don't worry. The next 2 chapters are like all about figuring, I don't know, like actually solving the mysteries as a group and like figuring out the truth of Hinamizawa and all that. Like now we've solved our issue at home, so now I feel like we are equipped to actually solve the issues outside our home. But the important thing was always starting at the center and then working out, right? The scenario jump mode has been unlocked. Now you can watch the first Higu anime opening. It took 6 chapters and like 140 whatever hours. The tips reading room has been unlocked, W. At this point, wait till the end. Either way works. It'd maybe be fun to do a full thing at the end to like watch clips from the anime and all that. We'll definitely do that. Staff room. The Demon's Script. I would love to read about the Demon's Script. The Curtain Call, Overcome a Tragedy. The first season is all 6 chapters so far and about 24 episodes. My god. Holy peak. Okay, how do I get to it? Extra? Tips. The Demon's Script. Man, that was so good, dude. Wait, but chat, I realized something. It's not actually a Higurashi stream without a piss break. I'll be right back. Man. That was some crazy work, chat. Anime is a fun watch post-VN. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Jeez, man. Yeah, I forgot I even had a bladder for that entire time. Just like they forgot about everything they were going through, bro. My equivalent of them battling to the death is me battling the desire to go piss. Holy peak. The car began to shake as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sounds of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max than listen to the sounds of nature. We're talking about Ooishi? Okay, somebody is just getting mad at Ooishi with air conditioning. Holy peak. Usually it was the rainy season at this time of the year, but this June, the summer had already come without any rain. Just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago.
ここはやっぱり空気のいいところだよな。
Akasaka mentioned! Akasaka mentioned! I got no notes for this guy! I got nothing for this guy! He's just a little guy! What? Akasaka mentioned? Because Akasaka has to deal with his sin too, bro. Akasaka didn't realize Rika's call for help until much later. So maybe there's a route where Akasaka can get his good ending. On that day 20 years ago. So maybe this is a flash forward?
ええ。
Or I guess if somebody else saves Rika, then he can understand and Rika can be saved. Right? Military officer.
そのおかげで観光客がいない。実に快適じゃないか。どうして旅行者ってのは田舎じゃ交通法規を忘れられるんだ。道路いっぱいに横になりやがって。
Akasaka, what's the scheme? And why is there a military officer? I'm kind of scared that people might be dead.
最近はさっぱりだな。
Senpai, he said senpai to Akasaka.
暇のない限り。
That's kind of crazy. That's high level.
それはお互い様です。おー、いたいた。あやな。
Ooishi? The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partners stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man.
小隊長殿、ご無沙汰いたしております。
おう、今のとこはどうだ？元気にやってるか？今日は楽にしてくれていいぞ。こちらは俺が大学時代に大変お世話になった赤坂先輩。
Alright, Akasaka.
赤坂です。
Let's go with you, man.
今日はもう一人、大石という者とご一緒するお約束でしたが、直前に検査入院が入ってしまいまして、同行できませんでした。この度はお世話になりますが、よろしく。
よろしくお願いします。
さて、赤坂先輩、どこから回りますか？
His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. His eyes showed the confidence he built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built muscular body and a fearless aura. He must have fought against many violent criminals. We've seen some of that when he was a youngin. His connection to Hinamizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way to 1978. He was in the Public Safety Division in the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Hinamizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inukai, the then Minister of Construction. There he met Ooishi and Rika Furude. Rika Furude predicted her own death. Akasaka regretted for the rest of his life that he couldn't save that little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great Hinamizawa disaster on TV and met up again with Ooishi. Oh, so the disaster does happen? They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Unfortunately, Hinamizawa was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all Akasaka and Ooishi could do for the past 20 years was publish the little information they gathered. I wonder if this is jumping to that chapter 4, in a sense, or if this is supposed to be sequential after this chapter, and ask for their readers to send their tips and clues. But recently, the seal on Hinamizawa had finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come to Hinamizawa until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Ooishi's poor health. In fact, Ooishi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. The other two who came along were Akasaka's juniors from university. One worked at the ground SDF, and the other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Hinamizawa, so they were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Akasaka flipped through the pages, thought for a second, and let them know his first destination.
Good
one. Good choice. Love that.
了解いたしました。それではご案内いたします。
The young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Onigafuchi swamp looked like now. They paved over the swamp? Was it the release of the gas? I feel like they said that, right? I have to actually look at, I'd have to look at my notes. I think that's what they said. Or maybe I just assumed that at some point. I don't want to look right now. Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest. Yeah. Akasaka, why do you know that? Oh, he read one of Takano's occult websites? Low-key. Think about it.
確かにこんな森の中にポカンとこんなコンクリートの空き地があれば
Oh, now they're saying that nowadays? I see. Because post-concrete, right? Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June. Okay, it was. The deadly mix of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed and destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. The village was sealed off, and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete. So this must have happened like right after. Which is funny that everybody dying feels kind of okay because of understanding the loop of all things, how all things will repeat. It makes death not as scary anymore, and then also seeing how they fought for their last day and enjoyed it makes it feel like they went out on a win. But then they get to be renewed and reborn, Ouroboros.
なるほど。確かに活火山の火口をコンクリートで埋めたという話は聞かないですね。でもまあ、税金での無駄な工事は我が国の伝統ですから。
Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred in Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa. So people easily believe that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth, and that was what happened in Hinamizawa as well. However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around on the internet recently. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, or that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Ooga booga booga. Why had such a rumor begin to spread now? They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as File Number 34. If you want to learn more about this, look up Hinamizawa Rule 34. Someone online named it File Number 34 for descriptive purposes, but the same spread and stuck since then because it sounded like a government conspiracy. People loved it. It's unknown how or from where they obtained those documents, but they posted scans and pictures, which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. However, since it started on the internet, truths and lies were all mixed together, and it has become more like an urban legend. So this is what is believed to mostly be true. File number 34 was a notebook written by a nurse... It's the notebook. It's the scrapbook notebook. Was a notebook written by a nurse named Meon Takano who worked at a local clinic in Hinamizawa. File number 34 is most likely named after her. God damn it! I thought we would be getting something here. It was called The Demon Script. I mean, I guess Takano's the antagonist. And maybe she did this all on purpose just to freak people out for entertainment. They should have just burned them all, bro. I think they died before they could. Or maybe like, oh no, but they had them somewhere. I wonder what they did with it that then it got grabbed. Oh, Mio is 34, I see. Mio Takano Rule 34. That's so funny. Yeah, it's funny, like, the antagonist of chapter, in a sense, of this chapter was Takano. The antagonist of last chapter was Shion. Well, protagonist was Shion, but the villain was Shion. The villain of this chapter was Takano. So there's like a lot of villains in a sense that can be causing bad problems, you know. This woman was a researcher who studied the demon, because the demon script could be her notebooks, because it's the scripts that drove people crazy as if demonically infused, right? This woman was which is something Keiichi's been saying for a while. This woman was a researcher who studied the demon myth of Hinamizawa and tried to solve what it meant. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the Great Hinamizawa disaster of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash landed in Hinamizawa a long time ago and sunk into Onigafuchi Swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space and they began to infect the locals. The infected villagers began to behave extremely violently, so much that they were fit for the word demon. Mio Takano insisted that this was the explanation for the myth about demons pouring out of the swamp. An alien who survived the crash realized that the Earthlings had gone crazy because of the bacteria he brought in, and he decided to show himself to the villagers to help them out. Oyashiro-sama was born. The alien was able to cure the villagers with highly advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. Since the villagers looked up to the alien as some sort of deity, the alien utilized its status to hand down specific rules to villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to Hinamizawa's habitat, so when a carrier of the disease left Hinamizawa, their symptoms would re-emerge. Therefore, the alien made it a rule not to leave the village. This leads to the legend of the transcendence of the Onigafuchi. The great practices and miracles that the villagers performed were realized by means of the advanced technology that they received from the alien. You're telling me, bro. I believe in friendship now. Hey, Nostradamus! Somebody mentioned that earlier.
民放もあれだけ煽っておいて
I think this was mentioned earlier, like the ending in 1999. I feel like that was mentioned in the series earlier as well.
高野美代はひなみ沢大災害を予見したらしい。それは嘘じゃない。確かに
Maybe she's looping it and she just does all this fan theorizing for fun. Maybe she's stuck in the loop as well and she's just doing this for the love of the game. You know what I mean?
そんなまさか
Coming up with fun theories. Maybe. I don't love that idea, but it's an idea.
赤坂先輩、それ本当に?
As time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien has lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. Still lives on as the spirit of a deity in the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated the bacteria living inside of the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. We know that Satoko went in the shrine that one time and then got hit for it. Or blamed Rika for it or something. Or something. The alien wanted to regain its power and started researching how to bring back the lost powers of the bacteria, etc., etc. Things get much stranger from here. People say that the disaster was actually part of the alien's plan to conquer the entire Earth by spreading the awakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions, as they do, and they trained at Area 51 in the US, etc., etc. And they moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village, and they killed all of the residents by using toxic gas.
映画でそんなのありましたね。なんて言ったっけな。
Men in Black? Is it Men in Black?
この辺まで来ると、俺もそろそろめちゃくちゃだなとは思う。ただ、このめちゃくちゃを書いた高野美代は昭和58年の6月中旬。
Akasaka, I need you to not fall into the same pit that Ooishi fell into and also Rena fell into, okay?
そしてその死の直前に
Oh my god, he's falling into the pit. Akasaka, I thought you were coming back to Aura Farm. Don't fall for it. Or you might say some line at the end that makes it like slightly believable. Because it's like, oh, wait a second, there is a layer of truth to this. You know, I could see that happening. Just because, and that's what I've been saying, like, even if it's proved wrong, there's still some parts that are going to be true. Because it's attached to a greater framework, and there is truth that we know in the greater framework. That girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track it down to a girl named Reina Ryugu. So now it's known as the Reina Ryugu theory on the internet. Reina Ryugu inherited Meon Takano's will by means of the scrapbooks. She tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding a school hostage and demanding the local police uncover the alien's plot. Of course, no one believed her and they assumed she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Reina Ryugu took Meon Takano's delusion seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, Reina Ryugu told local police that the alien was controlling the three families and that it was plotting a bioterrorism on a massive scale. Fun fact, initial reactions to this chapter were very mixed because a lot of people feel like Ryukishi was making fun of them for their theories. I kind of got that, honestly, I kind of felt that way a little bit too. Where it was a little bit like I'm spending a lot of time interacting with this series and like theorizing with it. And then now it's like the theory has happened and then I latch onto it in the answer arc, but then the character is like wrong and like it's embarrassing for Ooishi. So I actually would agree with that as kind of a real thing. Because I felt it myself a bit and I was like, okay, I'm being trolled. And in some degree, it makes me not want to theorize more because it's like, you're just leading me along like a little pet, right? And that's also why I think it's very powerful it's why I was saying stuff like, it's not about the mystery, it's not about the theories, it's about the friendship and it's about the experience. That pivot that I was verbalizing is based directly off of that, right? Where it's like, oh, it really isn't about those things. It's about these moments that these characters are sharing with each other and how beautiful and profound those are. The theorizing isn't important. Now, of course, the theorizing is like something I do to engage with the show, but I don't actually really care. And what sort of theories do you feel like you were being trolled? I mean, the entire sperm theory, I was saying as like a half joke because I was saying sperm and estrogen, but this is me genuinely trying to theorize and interact with the show. Like even this, have a plan for a new highway interconnection plan. Every single time that I would say something like that, now I have to say it like tongue-in-cheek because it's not, you know, I have to make it like half a bit because I know if I take it dead serious and I'm like, God damn it, I think they are trying to use the highways as a way to interconnect everything to spread the parasite. I think this makes sense. If I like take it seriously, then I'm falling for the bit. And then when Ooishi's like, damn, I'm embarrassed for taking this seriously, now it almost implies that I should be embarrassed for I should be embarrassed for taking the show and theorizing and doing it seriously. Is there a theory you're leaning to be 100% certain? That friendship will win. That friendship would win. That Keiichi, that the squad, it's about the squad. And yeah, it's good to be baited. Like, I'm even fine with that. It just kind of, that's what motivated me to pivot from theorizing and whatever into like, oh, it's not about that, it's about the experience. Boom. Do you think you could have come here from the start? No, yeah, no, the theorizing is necessary. Yeah. The theorizing is like scaffolding, right? It's something to be built up to foster engagement with the series, and to foster care, and to foster emotion and investment. But it's not actually about it. It's not actually about the theorizing, right? It's just, it's a temporary scaffolding put up to get me somewhere, and then the scaffolding can be torn down because it wasn't about that. I think that's what Ryukishi was trying to say. Yeah, I think that's valuable. I would agree with that. And both are peak, right? Because the experience of theorizing was also really enjoyable, but it's not about the theory, right? It's about the experience. You can get caught up thinking it's about the theory as opposed to thinking it's about the experience. Rena won the fight with Keiichi, meaning her ideology was the correct one, right? I know, because I think they agreed on a draw. Because Keiichi got his bat knocked out of his hands, which was like him losing, but then she threw away her hatchet. Even after Keiichi said like, hit me, kill me, that would have been her win, that would have been her victory. Her throwing away her hatchet, I think, is her agreeing on the draw, which is exactly what happened when they played with water guns. It was a draw. So that's them completing the cycle. It's them drawing again. Solving the mystery isn't necessary. The act of theorizing and suspecting is. Yeah, but I think it's about the act of it and the experience of theorizing and the experience of suspecting. But it's not actually about the theory. You know, it's about the action of theorizing and how that brings you into the story, and how that's like my friendship with the story comes about from that form of play. Like, me theorizing is me playing. This is my scribble sheet. This is my crayon scribble sheet, right? And that's me playing, which is how I invest. This is like my version of the club game, right? And so, but it's not actually about the play. Like, it's not about the game, it's about the playing, right? It's about the theorizing, it's not about the theory. Yeah, I would dare say that this is me playing the club game. I actually really like that as like an analogy. And that's why I think I was doing it so like loosey-goosey and silly, you know? Like shit like this and shit like this. Like I'm not taking like super seriously, because it's the fun part, right? It's trying to you know, play around with it. So I feel like even that, I think somehow in a 3 layers of irony way, this sheet actually syncs up with what the message was, which is awesome. A theory you doubt in particular, all of them. Like, I don't even know what a theory anymore. Like what even is a theory? Someone talking, bro. Like, there's a lot of things that could be happening, but I kind of just don't know anymore, you know? My favorite thing, Keiichi, you must forgive yourself. Oh my god. Like, me writing that down and then looking at this was the funniest thing I've ever, like, experienced. That was so funny. Because I was taking it so seriously, and then I wrote that and I looked at it, and then I completely stopped taking it seriously and just saw it for what it was, and it was hilarious. Right? I saw the absurdity of Keiichi, you must forgive yourself. Oh my god, it's so funny, dude. I have a UFO in here somewhere, right? Oh yeah, here it is. UFO theory. Aliens. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. When she held the school hostage, Rena Ryugu told local police that the alien was controlling the 3 families and that it was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale, and the very next day, the Great Himizawa disaster occurred. Could be.
わからない。偶然ではないと思う連中に言わせると、その後の自衛隊による封鎖は、
It's the author's birthday?
例えば、
Oh, happy birthday! Wow, wait, we're experiencing one of the best parts of any of the chapters on the birthday of the author. It's all synced up, bro. That we all were on the wavelength together there. Holy peak. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
そして埋め立てる前に明らかに通常の地質調査とは異なる秘密の調査を行っていたとされていて、当時 ここの封鎖に関わっていた自衛隊員たちがそれを否定派はそれも単にガスの発生地なので危険に備えて立ち入りを制限していただけだと主張するんだがね。
それは多分否定派の言うのが正しいんじゃないかと思いますね。
他にも異常に長かった封鎖期間も疑惑の目が向けられている。近年に起こった離島の火山ガス災害の例を見ても分かるように 4,5 年で立ち入り禁止を解いている。南沢のケースは例外中の例外のケースのはずなのに封鎖は極めて長期に及んだ。
あのケースは島民が人を強く希望したからと聞いています。南沢には帰る人がそもそもいないんだから十分安全が確認できるまでたっぷり期間を置いただけなのでは。
うん。あとこんな話もあるぞ。南沢を封鎖していた自衛隊員たちは定期的に血を抜かれての厳密な検査を受けていたといい、何らかの結果によって自他ともに理解できない理由で任務を解かれる。それは実は細菌感染の陽性反応を見るもので、
Maybe that they just got high level, like there was some signs of them being like sick from getting a little bits of the fumes.
やはりガスが湧き出す危険性が、
you know, I wouldn't sweat too
気
much
を使ったと
Akasaka.
いうことでしょう。それに普通のサラリーマンだって年に一度は健康診断を受け、その時に血を抜かれてるはずです。
まあ
Man, I've been engaging with so much peak media this week. Dude.
あともっと面白い話
Kill
もあ
la
るぞ。
Kill is peaking like
南沢大災
crazy.
害時に火山ガスが
I've been
発
really
生
enjoying
して
Has
い
Been
ない
Hotel
と
Season 2.
主張する連中がいる。
This right now. I finished True Detective Season 1 on my own the other day. That was awesome. I've been engaging with so much peak media, dude. By the way, some of those are on the Patreon. Early access until I can get them to YouTube. So if you're interested in that, check that out. I got a couple shows running there. I haven't been uploading much to YouTube, but I have a big backlog building on Patreon, and then I'm trying to get it up. Or trying to get a bunch of it off. I'm trying to get it up. Talk about it. So go check out the Patreon. The support is always really appreciated. I'm like a little, I'm like a guy sitting on the street strumming a
も
guitar
と
with
も
a
と
little
火山
hat
ガ
in
スなん
front
か
of him, you
噴
know?
出してなくて、ガス災害というのが
Akasaka, I don't want to deal with this, dude. They're trying to bring me back in, bro.
人類と UFO が
They're trying to bring me back in.
同じ設定だったじゃないか。
Thank you,
そ
sir.
れこ
Thank
そ
you.
ミステリーマニアのこじつけだと思いますね。で、その連中は何を根拠に火山ガスが発生しなかった
No,
と
I
言って
get
い
it
る
up on
の
my
です。
OnlyFans,
封鎖
bro.
解除後、ミステリーマニアがドットを押し寄せて UFO 説を補強するためにいろいろ調べたらしい。
I like Akasaka.
で、
But did I say I didn't like Akasaka?
連中の主張
Akasaka's
は
aight.
こうだ。政府発表の火山ガス成分によるな。
He's fumbling a little bit right now. I'm not trying to join him on his little UFO hunt.
自然大会に大きな
I
ダ
fuck
メ
with
ージが
Akasaka.
残るはずだ。にもかかわらず、南沢にはそういう痕跡が残っておらず、
Interesting.
火山ガスが
I don't know.
噴
I
出
can't
したとは
trust you because
到
I'm
底
not
思
there.
えない。
Like, a bunch of those maniacs came according to them. And we're just going like a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. You know what I mean?
もっとも、
So it's a little bit like, I
あ
don't
れから
know.
20
And
年
that
も
would have been
放
enough
置
time
さ
for
れ
it to
た村
heal
だ。
potentially.
そんな痕跡を発見できたかどうか
Good
は
point.
疑わしい。
Unless I have like a protagonist on the field, I'm just not going to trust
や
the
はり
internet.
つくづくインターネットというのは信用できませんね。で、まさか赤坂先輩はその怪しげな話を信じてるわけですか？
最初は信じなかった
Oh my
が
god, he fell for it.
最近は俺も
Unless you got some other piece of evidence to bring me
何
in,
割か
bro,
は
I'm gone.
真実が含まれている
I
かも
think
しれないと
there's like an inkling of truth in there somewhere. That's
赤
what I've been
坂
saying
先
for a
輩ともあ
while.
ろうお方が UFO 話を信じるんですか？
The truth behind the story, you know? Like, I feel it.
これが本物の34号文書だとしたら、昭和58年6月25日に
Is it different
南
in
沢
some
営
form?
林署に
What do you
人質を取って籠城した竜宮レイナが所持していた正真正銘本物の34号文
Where
書
are the
だ。
posts?
南沢大災害の混乱で長いこと行方不明だったが、近年大石さんの古い友人が
Okay.
県警の保存庫で発見したらしい。
Back then, Ooishi thought Rena Ryugu was delusional, but after reading this again after the Great Hinamizawa disaster, some of the content seemed to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested in, but her theory that an endemic disease of parasitic microbes in Himizawa was responsible for the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Of course, there's no proof that such microbes existed, so it still remains at a theoretical level.
御三家が過去の信仰心を村に取り戻すため
It actually would be funny
大昔の毒性の
for
強
me
い
to
病
do
原体
a
を
like
研
a
究していたのは
some sort of NSFW media reaction and then put it on only Heat fans. Or, yeah, and then paygate it. That'd be so evil. So nobody gets it unless you literally subscribe to my only. That'd be so troll, dude. This theory is also based on the theories and myths he found on the internet. The village clinic's chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Himizawa disaster. A girl, Rikafude, was brutally murdered on the night Rena Ryugu took the school hostage. Thank you, Searchtopia, for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, Search. I hope you enjoy your ad-free viewing. Talk about it. Appreciate it. Yep. Ide dying being a recurring thing is pretty interesting. I'm not surprised, right? Yeah, suicide, right? There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village clinic, and Dr. Ide could have been forced to do biological research, but he couldn't live with his own sins and committed suicide. I don't know, babe. Rika Furude could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice for some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Yashiro-sama's revival. However, their experiment went wrong. Instead of the microbes being parasitic in the villagers, they became a killer virus. And they exterminated the entire village in one night.
ただのガス災害じゃないことは明白なんだ。ガスが湧く直前に一人の少女が最近テロを予告し、数人の村人が開始を遂げている。それをスクラップ帳にまとめた高野美代本人も含めてね。あれを偶然の予見不可能な災害だとするにはどうも
Yeah, no, there's something to what Akasaka's saying. It's just not the aliens. And paranoia isn't the answer. We have to work with our friends to figure it out together, right? Our execution is flawed. That's what we learned. Our execution of running off on our own to try to solve the mystery. That's the flaw. There's a reason Shion couldn't solve it alone. It's because she's alone.
ひなみざわ大災害は自然災害ではなく最近テロ。
In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created a nerve gas, sarin, and released it for the purposes of mass murder. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our minds. その後の自衛隊の長い封鎖は、その殺人ウイルスを調査するためではないかと囁かれているんだが。 Yeah, what is Akasaka? I guess these two colleagues of his are friends, right? Maybe?
UFO に乗った宇宙人がって話よりは、カルト集団がって方が。
That's what's so evil about it.
本当に UFO が墜落した可能性もあるかもしれないな。竜宮レイが人質籠城時に出した要求の筆頭は、鬼ヶ淵沼の底には墜落した UFO の残骸があるから引き上げろというものだったらしい。
バカバカしい。
Was the concrete
そ
to
れ
make
がバカバ
sure
カしいか
that
調べたくても。
they don't pull it out, they don't dredge it out the water?
沼はコンクリートで数メートルの厚さで固められ、確か
And they did say that that won't help with the gas, right? So it almost looks like it's a cover up.
ガスを防ぐ効果は何も期待できないはずの。
Meon would solve it alone.
赤坂先輩がそれを
But Meon shouldn't solve it alone because she has
あとは
friends.
ここの住民の生き残りを見つけて、体内からその特殊な病原体ってやつを見つけ出すほかないんじゃないですか。
それも致命的だ。
Well, I mean, dude,
Rena
was literally a resident of Hinamizawa that left Hinamizawa and then was, in like a... Can you stop talking, Akasaka? Rena was a person from Hinamizawa that left and then had enough mental episodes that she was like given medicine and like antidepressants and stuff. They would have done a medical check on her. Micro, maybe you wouldn't detect a micro, but they would have detected anything easy to detect or like reasonable to detect, you know? So like, it's not that like, if you're looking for microbes specifically, it's probably different, but there was something that happened. Or like, there was something that could have made a clue, you know? And that clue didn't ping for any of the people doing the medical stuff there. Right after the disaster, some people who were from Hinamizawa started displaying erratic behavior. When they started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. Yeah, I remember this. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy at the time, so the former residents of Hinamizawa lied about where they were from and have kept it that way since. And that's really weird. That's a really weird thing. A really weird phenomenon that I don't have an answer for.
刑事魂ってもんだよ。あれが自然災害じゃなかったっていう状況証拠はいくらでもあるんだ。何か一つの具体的証拠が見つかれば、
Dude, there's a time loop though. There's a time loop going on. Like, it could just be magic at this point, dude. Like, I don't know. There could be demons actually pulling the strings. Like, I don't know.
真相はあまりに遠い闇の中かもしれません。
Activate the time travel machine. Send them back.
21世紀の今頃になってここを訪れても何も分かりはしない。
Ooishi, I need you to call up Akasaka during the finale in Chapter 8. What happened at Himizawa in June 1983? The only factual evidence that I had was that Meon Takano mysteriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make people listen to this prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village clinic committed suicide. People believed that a little girl Rick Frida was a reincarnation of Yashiro-sama, and she was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind this scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy? Or was it just a bunch of delusions written by an occult maniac? If the contents of this scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we had heeded the warnings of one girl. Little do they know that the real tragedy was averted. Whoa, bro. Whoa, bro. I have no idea what those are. The PS3 side arcs? I don't know what that means. Breakdown of my current theories before you end stream. I don't even have any right now, bro. What are we talking about? Theories for what? Theories on what? I don't know. It's magic. Like, I don't know. I have nothing anymore. I have nothing. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook? After the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts in the short term, mind control takes a long time to grow. We're talking about mind control now. Y'all are fishing for a bingo, I bet. Y'all sound like y'all are fishing for a bingo, bro. Takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do and to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea. It's a form of character alteration which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety into its members through its revelations of doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as means of salvation and had them do so voluntarily. I mean, you can draw comparisons between the Oyashiro-sama and the rules of Hinabizawa village, but like, bruh. The formula was quite similar to how Ren and Ryugu became a puppet of file number 34. Exactly, yeah. Does that mean that Ren and Ryugu was mind-controlled by someone, Takano, post-mortem? Does that mean that the cult that mind-controlled her tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? Would that make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? When I lose my grip on what's true and what's not, it sometimes makes me feel that someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. The scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It was a script for demons who laugh at that loss of human life. Someone wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. Damn it. What the hell happened in Himizawa in June 1983? So like, okay. So basically, what do we got? Rika still has syringes. That's still true. Rika has access to syringe. Syringe is still what killed Tomatake. Can I get some background music? Syringe is still probably what killed Tomatake. I still think Takano killed Tomatake. I get that impression. So, I think she killed Tomatake and then also was burned to death. Maybe, I wonder if Takano has a twin. That'd be funny. Staff room. What is this? Oh, we're having a direct conversation, Ryukishi? Alright. Hello, my name is Ryukishi07. I hope you enjoy playing Higurashi When They Cry, Chapter 6, Sumi Horoboshi. There are several themes I want to write in this chapter, but I'd like to talk about one of them here. It's about the denial of murder. There's something I had to write sooner or later, since this is a novel about serial murders. There are two means that youngsters in particular use these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. When we feel stress, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or to get away from it. And murder and suicide are like the most extremes of those. Let's say you're bullied by a kid at school. You have two ways to solve the problem. You choose either to get rid of the kid from your current environment or to get away from the environment itself. Usually bullies are stronger and have their underlings, so you don't stand a chance to get rid of them. It's also not easy to switch classes or to quit school, so you can't easily get away from the situation. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and your stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. You come up with murder or suicide as easy solutions. If suicide is considered defeat, you'd want to consider murder. I feel like there are many people who think that way. However, if you actually committed a murder, it wouldn't be easy to pay for the sin. I believe murderers know that well too. But you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit where you have no choice but to kill him. So, with a determination that turns your entire life upside down, you commit murder. But if you have such strong determination, there have to be more ways to take than opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You can talk to your friends. If that doesn't work out, you can talk to your family. If that doesn't work out, you can talk to your teacher. If that doesn't work, then what? There have to be more ways. If you have the determination to give up on your life by committing murder, there have to be more ways. Our modern era is better than any era before it. There are many... Is it now? That's a big philosophical statement. There are many hotlines that you can call to talk to someone. Even if you don't have any friends or family, there are many places you can go for help. The people who will answer the phone aren't amateurs. They're volunteers, but they're also veterans who have worked as social workers or juvenile counselors for a long time. No, I remember doing this. Oh, yeah, and it was something that I do remember doing this previously, though. I can assure you that they have more social experience and passion than your parents do. People who work to help people for free can't be bad people. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or commit suicide, please try to call those hotlines. People who think it's useless to talk to others usually haven't really talked to anyone. Have the courage to call. There will be somebody you can completely rely on at the other end of the line. Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to somebody. Ryukishi07 wrote such a long story just to tell you this. He must be a very poor writer. Didn't I? I think I have directly... Yeah, I remember that detail about the social worker thing, which does hit extra hard here. I remember, I think I directly, commented on this, saying that it could be, like, a shorter story. Because I said, like, it's a reference to, I think, the Mark Twain quote. Sorry, I didn't have the time to... Or I didn't have the time to write you a short letter, so I wrote you a long one instead. Which is talking about how it requires a lot of time and also, like, experience or whatever, expertise to condense and to make things shorter. And so for him to say, it's long and that makes me poor is exactly... It's funny because that's exactly a criticism I've done. So, Ryukishi07 wants to talk to you all rather than worrying all by himself. How can I write even more entertaining stories? Bitter laugh. 07th expansion, Ryukishi07. That was sweet. That was sweet. I really appreciated that message. It's true. You should talk to others, chat. And that's exactly what Rena didn't do, right? Rena didn't talk to her friends. She didn't talk to the people around her to deal with her problem. Coming from an author who used to be a social worker carries so much weight. I always find myself wondering how many of these cases did he see to inspire him to write a story like Higurashi with all these fucked up kids. Yeah. DMs for cover art. Oh, man. Holy. It's her and the lighter and the hatchet under the light of the full moon, chat. Holy. Crazy moves. Crazy moves. That's awesome. Oh, yeah, do we want to do tier lists, chat? What are it? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, most of the theories are like I just kind of have the same thoughts because like all that really broke apart was like that she was being hunted. Like director stuff is gone, this stuff is mostly gone, but like this is still true that like people did train in Texas, and that it's connected to him, homeboy here, and that they're kind of crazy move makers. Like there's still truth to that. But were they tracking Rena down? No. Were they tracking Keiichi down in Chapter 1? No. Most of this is wrong. But there is something about Ide killing himself, right? Like, Ide kills himself in every loop. At the same time with Rika dying. I mean, that's really suspicious. You know? Rika has the syringe. Maybe these two have a connection due to something there. Oh, I put this here. That's funny. So I wouldn't forget. Tomotage dying every time I think is due to Takano. Takano has a weird delay with her death, which also I think lines up with Keiichi seeing her in chapter 3. So that's kind of weird. Is it a callback to both the fight under the moon with Keiichi and when she killed Teppei when he had his lighter? I hadn't noticed that. Oh, did Teppei have a... I don't remember Teppei in the lighter. Body Snatcher Theory. Maybe Takano / Teppei were replaced, which explains weird death dates and also Keiichi in chapter 3. But also this just makes no sense. How the fuck would a parasite do this? What the fuck? This just has no precedent like at all. And I can't take it anymore. Man please, someone, Meon, Shion, anyone, help me. Talk about it, dude. That's funny. There's still, like, no answer to this. Like... Chapter 3, you can either try to explain by doing, like, saying, like, LMAO weird timeline stuff. I think that's a valid enough explanation that Keiichi, like, had, like, an extreme, like, sync up with another timeline and like, similar to what happened in this chapter, but did it without control, and kind of lost himself in it in chapter 3, one of the, like, hundreds prior that we've never seen. So, like, maybe, like, that's an explanation, or maybe there's another Takano running around because of the weird death date. But that's, like, silly. I mean, we could do another twin thing, LMAO, but, like, that's silly. It could be, I just don't know. I don't know what another explanation would be. It could also just be that the 24 hours death thing is just wrong in some way. You know? But Keiichi did see her that one time in chapter 3. But also Keiichi was in a weird space that entire time. He was clearly in some sort of, like, spiritual powerful experience. This is pretty much all explained. We don't need to think about that. Keiichi kills in chapter 3, but it's a fake out and he doesn't actually die. Probably a Keiichi brain hallucination or something. Rena kills in chapter 6, but his body disappears. We learned about that. We learned about the body going away. So yeah, I mean, the only, like, the fake out in chapter 3 is still kind of unexplained. That's probably what the next chapter is going to be about, honestly. Is explaining how Teppei had a fake out death, and then also how Takano had a fake out, or like a delayed death. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you can just say ghosts, lol, and it makes sense, because magic is real, because timelines reset, and people are breaking through timelines and having, like, these insane, like, spiritual moments that are, like, that's a real mechanic in the story. So you can always just point at that, and that's, like, a good enough explanation. Who is producing the drug/syringe? I don't know. Maybe Ire. Maybe Rika and Ire work together, and Ire kills himself whenever Rika dies. I don't know. Maybe Ire's trying to solve everything as much as Rika's trying to solve everything, and he's looping as well. And he's producing the syringe from that. I don't know. Who's killing people each year? I don't know. There's some demon that's writing the script for it, but I don't know who the script writer is. Maybe Kimiyoshi, because he's bald? That's the best I got. Or, like, corrupt police people, but it'd just be for fun. My only intent I have is for the thrill of the game, which is, like, a really hard intent to, connect to anybody. How real is Oyashiro-sama? Completely. Why is Rena a freak? Paranoia. But then also, she did freak out as a child, but we learned it was because of her backstory. What happened to Satoshi? I hope that Satoshi's still alive. And that he was just... I feel like there's just gotta be somebody that's a piece of shit that's doing it all for fun. Like, that's the only intent I can think of anymore. That connects the series of mysterious deaths plus Satoshi going missing. Right? There's just gotta be somebody that's doing it for fun. Or, like, a group of people that are doing it for fun. Or, like, demons, spiritual demons that are manipulating things for fun. I don't fucking know. What is the deal with the gas eruption? It's weird it only happens on certain chapters. That still doesn't make any sense. And it syncing up with Keiichi's really weird. You know? Yeah, I wouldn't worry about like giving. There's some of these that I feel are directly answered as well. But I'd be very careful in saying stuff for sure. This has a gas exposure. So this has the gas. This has the gas. Chapter 2 and 5 doesn't have the gas though. Right? I do have a dog. Can you hear it? Yeah, we got a new puppy chat. I think, oh yeah, because I talked about my dog dying in one of the previous streams. We got a new puppy chat. I'll try to remember to post pictures in the Discord. I can show you guys the new puppy. Something renewal, something rebirth. Though re doesn't feel right because it is a different creature. But anyways, W puppy. See, the thing is, we know that the gas eruption doesn't happen in this timeline because Keiichi gets visited by Shion again. So we know her name is Maple. So we know that since the visit doesn't happen again, or the visit happens in Hinamizawa, which means the gas eruption doesn't happen like right at that time. Because timing wise, I think I feel like it was implied to be long enough that the gas eruption should have happened at that time. So either the gas eruption was delayed for some reason, or which means it's not a natural event, or it just didn't happen, right? It's either delayed or didn't happen. It could be like a way to like reset everything and continue a time loop. It could be the grand finale for like the evil demon that's writing this all. But I don't know the mechanics for the time loop. I don't know if that will ever be solved. I don't think I can come up with an answer for that because it's literally magic and like spiritual nonsense. Like I just don't know. I don't know if I could know, right? I can kind of figure out how it works to some degree based on how the characters respond to it, but I don't know how it actually functions, you know? I'm all just completely speculating there. And then, so the real question is who's pulling the strings, if anyone? I think there is someone. There's got to be someone. Right? Because something happened with Satoshi. People are dying each year. Someone killed Takano. Someone killed Tomatake. I think Takano killed Tomatake, etc., etc., etc. Someone is killing Rika. Someone's probably causing the disaster. Yeah. It could be like the disaster happens whenever people lose faith, because Keiichi lost faith, so the disaster happened. But I don't know. What happened to Keiichi in Chapter 1? Oh, also it was weird that Keiichi survived in the gas chapter in Chapter 3, because he was at the bottom and it should have sunk, and it should have killed him. So it was weird that he survived. So it almost sounds like there's somebody pulling strings to just cause suffering, you know? That has like a way powerful, advantage on all the characters, and so they're pulling the strings in order to put people into like different tragedies, which is chapters 1 through 5. But now in chapter 6, Keiichi has finally located the true enemy, which is whoever's causing this evil shit to happen, and has like said like fuck you basically. And so they just pulled the plug and killed everyone because they couldn't get their answer they wanted. So that's the closest thing I have to intent, but I just don't know who that would be. I don't even know if they would be a person we know, right? Probably not drugs, because Shion don't take Fent. Talk about it. Yeah, demon mode, I think it's just like a state people get in. I think it might be just a natural, like a psychological thing that people do. Forest Rangers, do they matter at all or not? That's funny. How powerful is the otaku from Angel Mort? Moon level planetary? Yeah. Where is that missing arm from chapter 1? Dude, I've been waiting for 100 hours. True. Are the cops corrupt at all? I think so. What is Ooishi's deal? He's time looping. Did Takano want to die? Why be so risky? She low-key might be aware of some of the bigger stuff, which is why she's into it and letting it happen. Yeah. So that's some, I guess those are just some thoughts there. It's just like, I don't know who I would point at. I don't even feel like Ire killing himself makes it feel like it's not Ire. I feel like he's trying to fight back. Rika's now trying to fight back. She has her hope again. Rena's fully absolved. Shion is evil, but in a different way. She's evil because she's traumatized, but she's not actually pulling the strings, you know? Meon is just Meon. She's Meoning around. Keiichi's fine. Ooishi, I think, is fine. I think he's trying to solve it. He was very helpful this chapter, so he's not, like, the one pulling the strings. Satoshi's obviously fine. There was the cover story. Takano I don't trust, but I don't think she's the one pulling the strings because she dies. And so she wouldn't be able to actually watch the performance, you know? Stoko's obviously fine. Tomotage dies. I have to trust that these two are actually dead, that they didn't fake their death. I'm just gonna choose to trust that, though I guess this is me saying that there is a world they fake their deaths or something. Gangstaki's not real. You could try to, like, blame the Sonozakis in some form. But, like, why would I? I don't really have a reason to. Like the Yakuza part, that they're just, like, doing something. It's really hard when there's actually, like, straight up science and magic going on, right? Like, there's actually a time loop reincarnation spiral going on. And so I think that the villain, the true villain, is above this, right? I'll put it down here. The true villain is above / beyond the time loops and is doing it for fun or something. The true demon is bringing about tragedies. Like I feel like Keiichi was really spitting tragedies. Rika with the broom under Sato Keiichi, less than or equal to Ren alien. Peak. Well, it's just like, I don't really, like, I don't even know if these are theories. I just feel like I just have a handful of things that I'm assuming to be roughly true. But, like, I would be so quick to just let go of them all. Like, if anything came up that was against anything I have, I'm immediately ready to just go, like, this, you know? Just like, okay. I'm so ready to do this at any time, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. But that's a little bit of like a refresh, I suppose. I just don't know where to point anymore. I don't feel like I have any real... Well, just pretty much what I said. Like, this is pretty much all I have right now. Right? Because the true villain, I think, has to be... I think there has to be somebody pulling the strings to make these things happen, and they're probably aware of the time loop. Right? Because there are differences each time, and this has been going on for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of loops, based on what Rika said. That's what I'm saying, FBI! So yeah, like, I feel like that's something. But like, I don't know who that would be, and the intent, I don't really have an intent other than for the love of the game, and it's like straight up just like, there's an evil spirit thing. And that, like, Rika and being, like, hit with Oyashiro-sama is, like, a fighting back against that. But then, it's like a savior. It's like, there's, like, this, like, metaphysical thing going on of, like, demons versus gods or whatever. Demon versus god. And then Oyashiro-sama is, like, an angel that came to, like, save Hinamizawa from this, like, torturous trap they were put in. But then the angel gave up faith, which is Rika, right? The angel gave up faith, and then now is, like... you know, but now with the power of Keiichi is regaining faith. Like that's kind of like the what it feels like is happening there. But yeah. Oh yeah, did we have tier lists? I am freaking hungry as frick, by the way. Where are they? I need a links, chat. I need a linker. I don't remember who usually links me. There it is. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Yaz. Where are they? I need links, chat. I need... Oh, that was weird. Okay. Okay. Have I ever had pink sauce? I don't know what that is. Okay. What do we usually do first? Which one do we do first? Do we do like the how much I like you and then we do objective? Is that what we do? I love you. You're solid. You're aight. You're mid. I don't like you. Something like this. Right? Oh, and then I can do like Gates of Hell. into the pits of hell tier. There we go. There we go. Like first, objective second. Okay, yeah. Akasaka, you're alright. Maybe solid. You're somewhere in here. Depends where the others go. Rena, you get to go into hell. You're evil and bad. Enjoy hell. Tepe, you're there too, but worse. So you're in the bottom of hell. Oh, I saw your DM, and then I made no comment, and I closed it. Yeah, I want you to think about what you did. I want you to go look in the mirror, Ice. Alright? That's what I want you to do right now. Kasai, you're right. You seem solid. You just seem like a solid guy. But, like, you know. I feel like there immediately puts him up to solid. You're my boy. How about, like, you're my boy tier? Something like this. Meon. I think Meon, you're my boy above Akasaka. Maybe we do like this. Shion. Meon and Shion's mom. I mean, you're right. I don't really have an opinion much on you. You're just kind of a woman that's hot. Takano. I like them now in, like, an evil way. You know what I mean? Where it's like, Takano, you're a piece of shit, but I do kind of like you. You know? I don't, like, cartoonishly hate you, nor do I think you're, like, despicable and need to die. But, like, you know? Maybe, like, here? Maybe, like, right there, because she is kind of the worst. She is kind of the worst, but she's fun to watch. Maybe, like, right here. Rika, you're either top of my boy, or you're I love you, you're the greatest, but we'll have to see. Okamura and this kid, I think you guys are solidly my boys. This one more, because he was helping out Keiichi in the finale. He was rooting him on, and he hesitated to leave without Keiichi, so he was real for that. Chie, top of your eye, looks out for her students, willing to die for them, bro, but the curry knocks you down below Akasaka. Pervert baseball piss boy. I love you, you're the greatest. Satoko, just under pervert baseball piss boy. Okay, no. I think you're here. You're right. I'm solid with you, man. I'm solid with you, perfect baseball piss boy. I think we solid. Takano got that weird sauce, though. Takano got that weird sauce. Ire? I still don't really know what you are. I don't really trust Ire completely, dude. How about, like, you're okay? There we go. Here we go. Ooishi. Ooishi, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, Ooishi. I think you're my boy. I think you locked in during the hostage negotiation well enough, and those callouts were so W. I gotta give you my boy tier. I think Ire gets to go above because of Satoko love, but like, I gotta put some respect on Ooishi. He had W callouts. He was locked in. He wasn't sacrificing kids. He was trying to save the day. He admitted his fault when he was stupid about the aliens theory, and he locked in, and he still tried to make moves. I'm gonna give it to him. I'm gonna give it to Ooishi. You gotta do what you gotta do, bro. You gotta do what you gotta do. You son of a bitch, bro. You sick bastard. Ire is in love with Satoko, therefore he goes up a tier. True. Honestly, Kumagai, you were that guy as well. You choking out the police officer was peak. I'll let you in too. In fact, I'm gonna even do this because Kumagai is more consistently awesome. So I'm sorry, Ooishi, your partner, I'm still gonna put above you, but you both get to be top tier. Shion. My sadistic little problematic little you. Also, by the way, if Satoshi's here, it's S tier as always. So hypothetical Satoshi's right here. Dude, peak chapter. Absolute peak chapter. After chapter 8, we're gonna have to rank all the chapters. That's gonna be really hard. We can do like personal enjoyment and then like writing quality maybe. Those would be fun to do. Yeah, Meon's solidly my boy, Rhea. I love my girl Meon. She makes a good amount of misplays, but at the end of the day, she's looking out for the squad, and I gotta appreciate her for that. Shion. She should be in the pits of hell, because that's where she wants to be, but I also love her. And she's the greatest, dude. I love Shion, dude! I love Shion! It's kind of cumulative. It's like in chapter, but it's also a bit cumulative. Because guess what? This chapter, canonically, has to do with the past chapters. Right? This chapter, canonically, is after chapter 1. And relies on chapter 1. So those experiences with those characters are still canon to this chapter and this timeline. So it ought to be the case. It ought to be the case that we include that. This is my personal love anyways, right? Shion gets to be an S tier. I love Shion. Rena, Keiichi. Is it ever this? Oh, that's really sad for Meon. That Meon would be the only one not up there. I don't think Meon gets to be in I Love You, You're the Greatest. I don't think she does. Because she keeps bothering me by saying dumb things, but she does look out for the squad. But listen, all she did was tank damage. Rika fought to death with a mop, right? These two had a spiritual moment on top of the roof. Keiichi fought like hell. Satoko trap mastered. Shion is a psycho that I love being inside her skull because it's really entertaining. Meon, you know, she just took aggro. She just took aggro. she took aggro, alright? And then otherwise, all she really did was like, say like, we shouldn't go help Rena. We shouldn't go talk to Rena. And I was like, I thought that was insane, you know? I thought that was insane. Hid the bodies, looked out for Rena, dispelled Takano's delusional in notebooks. Her hiding the bodies she did without telling Rena, which is not communicating with the squad, which is a sin in the story. That's a sin. You know? She should have communicated with the squad and worked together with them. But she refused to. Because she didn't have faith in her friends being able to take it. She didn't have trust in Rena. She didn't think that she could share that thing. She tried to take a burden on herself, which is a sin. That's like the cardinal sin of Higurashi. Right? Keiichi in chapter 3, Keiichi in chapter 1, Rena this entire chapter. You know? I'm just saying. She was good at the end, but like, I don't know. I don't know if I can bring her all the way to the top. There's a big gap. There's a big gap between her and Ukamura and Tomita, alright? Don't get me twisted, right? So like, I could do this, but you have to understand that there's a big gap here, right? Yeah. Adequate tank. Yeah, good tank, pulled aggro, but the best tank also throws out some support abilities to like help aggro, right? Not communicating definitely is a sin. Yeah, exactly. And like I think the main cast or the rest of the cast has very much overcome it. Yeah, you don't believe in the club if you don't rank them together. I believe in the club. She's my boy, all right? You still have favorites between your friends. Talk about it. All right. Now we do like, are we doing like objective like writing? We're getting at the point that like I'm starting to love the characters based on how good their writing is. I feel like they're gonna get really close together. She was honestly right for not wanting to bring it up because they were trying to move on from it. Rena was the one in the wrong for mistrusting her. I don't know. I still think it's kind of like because she was like the bodies at risk of being discovered is a problem, and when there's a problem, you talk to your friends, kind of deal, right? I think like realistically, I agree that like Rena was fragile and you shouldn't have messed with her and like told her that information because it could cause her to spiral. However, thematically in the story, or or did I say Rena? Meon should have told Rena, because thematically in the story, it's all about communication and the friends working together. That's like the sin continually. So I think, as in the story, she should have. You know? They agreed to never talk about it again? That's true. That is true. That could be that's a good defense, I think, for Meon, maybe. To some degree. It was both wrong and right, but really unlucky timing. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think, though, I'm very, very strong on, like, the power of friendship and, like, the importance of communication and relying on each other. That seems to be, like, the central message of the chapter. And it kind of feels like Meon didn't do it in that moment, which is so, like, yeah. That's why I'm kind of getting onto her. Though, honestly, other than that, it's, like, I feel like every other character earned their spot in S tier really, really hard. Like, Rika fighting to death with the mop, overcoming her nihilism. Satoko, Trap Master, Giga Chad, help with the lockpicking Meon. You know, Shion just being crazy. Rena and Keiichi are just obvious. Whereas Meon more so just got beaten up. Like I think if she was getting beat with a hatchet, she could have said some crazy lines in there. Or I think it would have been as simple as if while she was getting beat with the hatchet, if she was like, Rena, you're still my friend. Even if she only said it once. Like, I think if she kind of embraced the philosophy that Keiichi was, like, championing, if she was able to do that for her, just like she did for Keiichi in Chapter 1, I think she did. I mean, Rena definitely did, but I kind of thought Meon did as well. It was more maybe implied. But if she was able to do that to some degree, I think that would have been enough to push me there. Right? Where she could have been talking to Rena there and even if it was, like, not that good, if she said, like, I'm here for you, boom. That would have been enough. Right? And so, yeah, and it's crazy. Like, she was refusing to talk about it even when she was being beaten by Rena. And I thought that was a wrong move. You know? Like you gotta tell Rena. Rena's your friend. You gotta tell her what's going on. I don't think Meon got the chance in Chapter 1 since she got beat first. Yeah, fair. That's super fair. So, yeah, I feel like in both, Meon wasn't able to, like, communicate in those situations. And I don't blame her, personally, because she was getting bludgeoned to death. But, like, you know, that, like, for the thematic S tier, that's, I think, what's required. But yeah, okay. So this is just, I'll just keep the rankings here. This is, like, objective, how good I think the character is, I guess. Rena, I think, is kind of maybe, like, Is Rena more interesting than Teppei? How do I feel with these two? Teppei is more cartoon, like, Rena, I don't know. They're both kind of cartoonishly bad, which isn't, like, super, like, nuanced or interesting. But I do think that Rena, like, being fake was kind of fun. Where Teppei isn't fake. He's obviously a piece of shit, so there's no depth there. He's just a piece of shit. I mean, I guess you can read into, like, you know, like, oh, but his baby mama or whatever. You know? Whereas, like, Rena, at least has more, like, an active, like, masking thing that's cool. Meon gets the unfortunate problem where her part in helping Rena reintegrate into normal life gets aborted by Hinamizawa disaster shenanigans. That's true. Yeah, she does have a lot of behind-the-scenes support. I think that's a good point. And she would, like, yeah. Anyways, though, so they're kind of cartoon. I feel like they, like, Teppei in Chapter 3 was cartoonishly evil, but it was kind of necessary because of, like actual abuse is, like, just abjectly that evil. And so it didn't feel, like, unrealistic or silly. But it's also just not that complicated or, like, that, not that interesting, you know? It's I guess, maybe I'll do, like, this. I'll do this, maybe. Akasaka was barely in this chapter. It almost feels criminal to rank him. I don't know. He didn't really do anything. He just kind of showed up at the end and was like, who did this evil crime? That's not really, like, an actual action. Alright, so I'll maybe do, like, C for him, because he wasn't really relevant, and then him showing up was kind of just like, but wait, don't throw out all the theories yet! There's still more theorizing to be done. That's kind of what he just did. You know? So I like, they're not simple characters, but their role in the story is one-dimensional. Yeah, that's a better way to put it. And so it's, well, they're also, like, a little bit simple. Like, I think Teppei's much simpler than a lot of the other characters, you know? And, like, Rena, she's just kind of a piece of shit that wants money and steals, you know? The act of abuse itself never is nuanced. Yeah, exactly. I like how you shorten that. I think that's a good tagline. And so for them to not be nuanced characters is fitting. Yeah, exactly, pal. That was very cathartic, but the mystery isn't solved. So, like, that didn't really do anything for me with Akasaka. I think there could have been more of a leaning into, like if he had, like, a moment in his little epilogue about, like, I need to do this for Rika. Or, like, had some sort of moment about, like, that connected to his daughter or something. Something to bring his character and his desires into it more, as opposed to him just, like, spitting exposition about, like, what is thought of. Then I think he could have been higher, but I think I'm just gonna put him in C. Kasai, maybe I'll do like this. I mean, he was just kind of like a plot piece moving stuff around and like doing connections, and like doing what he was told. So there's not really much there. He was just more like a function of the plot. Oh yeah, maybe you could say like a nuanced act of abuse would be like gaslighting or something. Because it's like more, you know, but like nuanced, I don't know, nuanced isn't really maybe the right word. I don't know if because it's always bad, right? Nuance makes it feel like there's wiggle room to, like, to figure something out, whereas it just seems to be bad, you know? That's kind of the point of abuse, right? But anyways, Meon, I think, gets to be A, maybe S. We need to get some pieces on the board. Are we doing for this? Do we want to do this for this chapter specifically? Because, like, overall writing, Shion's S, because she was awesome in Chapter 5, but this chapter, she was just, like, whatever. She didn't really do anything. So I could focus in more on this chapter. Yi. Okay. Prime example being tiger parent abusing their children by grooming them for a certain profession or status. Oh, that's a little more interesting, yeah. Because then it's like, what's the difference between abuse versus, like, strong parenting and strong, like, you know, morals or whatever? Yeah. There's definitely some gradient sometimes. Who's mentally damaged enough to not realize they're abusive? Yeah. Trying to lean into, like, how... like the cycle of abuse, that like people that are abusive sometimes were abused and that they're taking it out, right? Or like if you're like bullying a kid at school, it might be because you're getting abused at home, so your abuse of the kid at school is actually part of a cycle. That brings nuance. Yeah, okay. I think there's some good nuance to be found. But I also think that a very straightforward depiction of abuse has its place, such as what Rena and Tepe show off. More Tepe. But yeah. Okay, so for this chapter, I think Shion just right above Kasai, the mom right above Kasai, right below Kasai. It's kind of all the same. They didn't really do much, but like they talked a little bit and it was interesting. I think I'll put the mom above because like it's fun. I am more interested in seeing her do stuff than I am in Kasai. She has more like mystique about her, whereas Kasai more so just does what he's told, it feels like. So like the people that tell him what to do are going to just be above him, which are these two. Takano, good antagonist, funnily enough. Like, she was the true antagonist, in a sense, as opposed to, like, Rena. More interested in her do stuff. Yeah, we know, Pink. Listen, I have no excuses. I'm stuffed, by the way. Rika? S? Without question? I think Shion is nuanced abused. Yeah. I think she was driven crazy, right? She was driven crazy by her family being horrible, you know. So I'm here. I'm not a Shion defender. She hasn't done good things. She's done evil, horrible things, but you can understand how she got there, which makes it interesting, right? That's what makes the plot so much like so juicy to me. Yeah, Rika's easily S. I mean, her overcoming her like nihilism and gaining hope through seeing like Keiichi as like a champion and like a vessel for change, awesome. Even if it's all kind of like it's all pointless because they're all going to die from the Great Hinamizawa disaster. Rika knows this. She knows she's going to be murdered too, right? She knows it's Jover. I think she knows about the disaster. She might not know about the disaster, but she knows it's Jover. She knows that like this alone isn't going to like save everything, but she still chooses to fight for it because it's like, oh, we fight for today. That's awesome. And I feel like Rika locking in, coming in with the mop to buy time was like a really cool, like in-plot way to show that off. And then also just the mystique of her and Oyashiro-sama's fun. Okamura and Tomita. Tomita gets A, Okamura gets B. Because Tomita actually got to have speaking lines in the finale. And they were good speaking lines. And I think Tomita's a really fun and like probably underrated character as like a spiritual successor to Keiichi. and like Keiichi's like protege, and we actually got to feel that during a dramatic section where Keiichi's fighting to the death. So to see Tomita like get some real love, I think is really cool there. We did check out the stuff from, yeah, which was great. I really liked that. He was spinning straight facts there. Chie, I think also gets to be probably a... My rationale here is that I think the emotional beat of her really worrying about Rena did land, and her crying about, like, throw me in, like her and the principal being like, put me in as hostages instead, I think is like a good emotional beat to show like how dedicated she is to her students, which is like pretty much the max I think of what her character could like bring to the story, as her character is. And so I appreciate that. I feel like that was a good way to utilize Chie's character. I think Tomita landed like even more for me. Tone shift with the Shonen-esque rooftop fight, it was awesome and it was perfect. Because it meant, I don't even know if Shonen's the right word, yeah. But like the light-hearted, anime-esque final showdown thing, that was awesome because it was full circle to like 10 different things. It was full circle to the beginning of the chapter and how they fought back then. It was full circle to like, it's not about the theories, it's about the journey, it's about the experience. It's not about like, you know, it's about this moment right now, right? It was awesome. It was really, really good. It's all about the full circle that makes that moment so beautiful to me. Piss Boy, was he even in... Oh, wait. Oh, you were. Oh, wait, yeah, you were in it at the start at Angel Mort when everyone was eating the food. Huh. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay. Pestrinko, appreciate the follow. W follows in the chat. I do appreciate the Higurashi love from all the Higurashi people. Keiichi bringing Rena back to the light is always such a beautiful scene. Yeah, and the way they did it, being that goofy final showdown, is the perfect way for these kids to do it. Because it's just like a club event, you know? It's just like the club event from the start. And it's so good, like, and I'm so happy because I called it too. I called that shit at the beginning of the stream. I called, like, we're gonna do a repeat of the water gun battle, and they didn't just do it, that was like the entire point. Oh man! Finally a good call out in this show. It's so impossible to like read ahead on this series because it's so twisty and turny with the mysteries and stuff. But I closed my eyes. I closed my eyes to mysteries and all that, and I was just like, what would be perfect? And that's what I grabbed onto. I think you called it during the water gun battle itself. Even better, dude. Yeah, and it's like, it's so good. It's so good. More seriously, Okamura. Is this Okamura? No, this is Okamura. This kid would get like, he was a fun, jokey callback. He probably gets like right above Okamura. But it's funny to put him here. So I'm going to put him there. Because I did forget about him. Satoko, I think, is always S tier. It's Satoko. I love Satoko. Seeing her fight with the squad was awesome. After everything she went through and losing Satoshi, she ain't scared of Rena, bro. She's ready to make moves. The loss of it is always something the characters bemoan, so it being brought back to save Rena was really nice. Yeah, and it's the perfect way to save Rena. That's what they wanted. They wanted to bring the Happy Days back, and they brought back a Happy Day. Perfect. Right? Like, the slice of life became the core of the serious and dramatic moment, which is exactly what the show, like, has been begging for it to do the entire time. And I didn't even really realize how cool that was until they did it. Ire... Low-key, wasn't his only scene being in the food thing? Like, do they even... Like, they low-key were just there for a bit for, like, 20 minutes, you know? That almost even makes you a below Akasaka, because Akasaka at least was like, oh my god, it's Akasaka! I guess I kind of got that with him. But I think they're all kind of actually C, maybe. Because all he is a good bit, you know? I don't know. I don't remember him being used for anything other than that. Satoko throwing Satoshi's bat? Oh my god, you're right. Above Rika for that. I don't know, actually. I think that was awesome. Awesome use of Satoko's character. Like, perfect use of her character in that area. I do still think it would have been cool to see them scared when Rena was actively, like, at the start with the axe. I think having these two and then the two other kids, like, fearful and, like, seeing their scared expressions and, like, maybe, like, some dialogue about, like, please don't hurt us, or, like, crying, or just crying. Ide was there when Tomotake's body was found. Okay, I'll move him up to like maybe like right here. I think they could have been used even better in those scenes, but I'll let it slide. The ending kind of washes the other memories out, but the entire club had such good ass scenes this chapter when you remember them opening up all their sins in the junkyard. That's true. Yeah, Keiichi really cooked this chapter in that. Ooishi, I'll give it an A. I think watching him lock in at the end was really satisfying. I really enjoyed watching his callouts. Him being like, Keiichi, she's coming up behind you. I need you to go to this location now. And Keiichi's running. He's like, got it. Holy peak, bro. That is so good. That was so good. That is so fun. Same with Kumagai. I think Kumagai also seeing locked in was really fun. He had less. His best moment was choking out the guy, which I think is I would say maybe like here. Chikana was really good. She was really scary. She was like the main thing over the chapter. Maybe I put her above Ooishi. Maybe like this. This feels good. Yeah, there's so many good scenes this entire thing. Okay, Rena and Keiichi obviously are both S, but where? I mean, it's got to be like this. I think it's this. I mean, I think Keiichi's writing really. Keiichi and Rena, it was their arc, right? Keiichi and Rena were the thing the entire time. It was them from the beginning and it was them at the end. Keiichi like ascended above his past troubles, right? He dealt with the sins of his backstory, and then everything he said about Rena of like, I was scared when I heard about your backstory, but now I want to be there for you. And then him being able to be there for her when she's going insane, and them joining together. I mean, low-key, like, this would be reasonable as well, right? I'm not gonna do it, because I think these two in the finale, like, sadly, Meon in the finale didn't really get a time to shine, other than, like, even her final thing she did was, like, go on without me, and then Satoko was like, nah, we're not leaving you. What are you talking about? And then she was like, all right, everybody, let's get out of here. So, like, even her final action was immediately like, no, we're not leaving you, you know? Whereas, like, Satoko, Trapmaster, locked the frick in, making awesome moves, giving Keiichi the bat. Rika, locked in, giving Keiichi necessary assists. But then, and so those are super satisfying to watch. But then also overcame her own character arc. That was, maybe we do like this. Also yeah, this is it. I think this is it. She did stop the snipers. That is true. That is true. That is true, and I forgot about that. Yeah. That's a good point. I think this is right, actually. I think this is right. Because Satoko, her awesome moment was giving Keiichi the bat and then being a trap master. Rika, though, was so much more. Rika had an entire character arc about overcoming, like, nihilism and doomerism. Right? That puts her above Satoko in a tier difference. That puts her onto these two others' tier. For sure. These two were like the stars, but Rika was like the B plot. This is way better. And I think the Meon stopping the snipers does bring these two closer together. So I think these two can be right next to each other. This feels really good. This feels really good. Something like this. Something like this. I almost agree entirely with this. Crazy. Yeah, no, I feel like this is a pretty solid attempt at a more objective one. I think the character writing was really good. Especially for these three. Yeah, it was just beautiful, man. It was really good. What a great experience. This is, I think, like, man, this might be the best chapter. 3, 5, and 6 are all good. 3's so good because it emotionally got me more than anything else. And it made me truly despair for Satoko, which is a powerful emotional experience. 5 was awesome and divine and profound and bloody and animalistic and primal. And it was a look into the mind of a very tortured individual, which is peak. And then this was like overcoming self-acceptance, self-enlightenment. Keiichi did forgive himself, in a sense, you know? kept rising above, literally got on the roof of the school, so they moved above everything, and then fought under the cyclical light of the moon. I mean, thematically, this is, like, so awesome, you know? So I feel like this is thematically the strongest. I think Rika tearing her throat out and dancing is still, like, a scene that will stick with me for, like, ever, you know? I think the moon scene also is close to that level, or, like, the same level. But, oh my goodness, the scene of Rika tearing out her throat was so good. It was so profound. And, like, the dance and, like, the horrific beauty of it, oh my god, awesome. And then also just the emotional experience of Chapter 3. They all, in very different ways, are very peak to me. So yeah, I think this is solid. Those 3 chapters are definitely my top 3. I don't know how I would rank them between each other. We'll probably save that for the post. I think there's 8 chapters. The post Chapter 8 finale thing. 6 equals 5, above 3, greater, 1, 2, 4. I can accept that. I would accept that. When did you gain hope and a happy ending? Somewhere during this episode I did. I think it was when Keiichi... No, you know what it was? It was when Keiichi started working together with Rika and Satoko. As soon as Keiichi and Satoko and Rika started working together, it was like, that's it. There's hope. Because I think there was a little bit of hope when Keiichi was talking to Rena, being like, I've been here before, I've been you, right? I killed you and I regret it, I don't want you to regret it. That gave me a little bit of hope, but then it kind of went away because she didn't buy it at all. But then when it was Rika and Satoko working together, it's like, oh, it's about teamwork, it's about friendship, they're working together, there's a chance now. And that was it. So I think that was when it really jumped to the moon for me. And moon, no pun intended. Right? And then of course it just kept, and then after they started working together, it kept just getting hype and more action scene and just skyrocketing up. And then the hope just blossomed and then exploded in that beautiful battle dance they had. Remember when you said we are screwed because we had to rely on Keiichi? See, my problem is I thought we would have another Keiichi tries to solve this alone moment. I was damn wrong. We got the squad, bro. We got the squad. You kept us from this finale for a week. Maybe that made it a little bit more tasty, bro. Hunger is the best seasoning. Hunger is... I don't think it slowed my enjoyment. I think I enjoyed this a lot. I think the week break didn't hurt it at all. Because I feel like we were, like, immediately getting there. Okay, actually didn't make a bingo this time, because this chapter is so focused so much on theories, it didn't feel right to influence you with potential bingo spots. Got you. Edging is key! Yes, chat. Yeah, what an awesome chapter, dude. Man! Next week we get to start Chapter 7, too. That'll be fun. We're like 75% done, bro. It's gonna be like a 200-hour experience, this goddamn show. But hey, we're doing it, bro. We are doing it. I do have one more thing for you. Alright, bet. I'm just about out of here. Okay, let me see what this is. The theory meeting.mov. Pink cubes off. Okay, god damn it. What is this? Should I mute? Let me mute the Higurashi cries. Alright, let's see what this is. The weekly theory craft meeting. Oh god, wait, can I make it higher quality? 1080.
Is that a gram? New card. What do you think?
Oh god. Oh no, bro.
Whoa.
Oh, very nice.
Look at
Chatter
that.
2, Chatter
Picked them up from
4.
the printers yesterday. Good coloring. That's bone.
That's
And they're
deduction,
lettering
bro.
something called Cillian Braille. It's very cool, Bateman, but that's nothing. Look at this.
Yo, chat, which theory's better though? There are some good theories. Are you a Meon is the root of all evil theory enjoyer, or are you a Fent theory enjoyer? There's a lot of theories to be doing out here.
Is really nice. Eggshell with Romalian type.
Unadulterated hate towards Meon.
Nice. Jesus. That is really super. How'd a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
I can't.
Is this y'all in the dude? Is this y'all in the Higurashi chat in the Discord that I'm not allowed into? Is this y'all in behind the scenes?
That Bryce prefers Van Patten's card to mine.
Holy peak!
You ain't seen nothing yet. Raised lettering.
Crack theory.
Pale nimbus.
All right.
White.
What do you mean crack? What do you mean crap? Thank you, Kaverkalung, for the gifty sub. That's very, very nice of you. That's very nice of you. Thank you, Kaverkalung. Or Kaverklarung. I'll say it more correctly. That's very nice of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Char, I appreciate the Higurashi love and the Higurashi support. The sperm theory is good. The sperm theory is good.
Very nice.
Was good. And it became the alien sperm theory, chat. We weren't ready. We weren't ready for it to pivot. We weren't ready for it to pivot, dude, into the alien variation. Holy
Let's see
peak.
Paul Allen's card.
Oh, don't look at Pink Cube's theory. Oh, no, no, no. Wait, but it's true, though. Wait, but it's true. Ooishi time traveler theory, unironically, is where we went. And it unironically was the best of the theories, dude. Him being Subaru is unironically the peak, though.
Look at that subtle off-white coloring.
Look at this schizo theory. A tasteful thickness of insanity.
It even has a
Oh my god, he really went all in. Holy peak.
Something wrong? Patrick? You're sweating.
Oh, dude, it really was like this, bro. What a glorious image. What a top 10 image of all time, bro. He's wide in both of them. This is unironically what I was doing. That's so awesome, bro. Man. What a good theory. What a good time, chat. What a good time. Chat. Is that where we're gonna call it for this stream though? It's been a good 6 hours. I'm sweaty. I want to shower and I'm really hungry. I need to go eat food. I barely ate. Not gonna lie. But that was a great stream. Really, really fun. Really awesome chapter. I'll plug stuff now. Welcome to the plugs. We're gonna be back next week, same time for chapter 7 starting. Should be good. Tomorrow we're doing Limbus Company, which is also kind of a VN. It's basically a VN, but it's got gameplay mixed in. You can check out Project Moon, that playlist I have on my channel if you're interested in that. Check out the YouTube channel. Otherwise, we're watching Has Been Hotel Season 2. A lot of fun right now. I'm enjoying it a lot. Early access is on the Patreon. If you ever want to support me monetarily, it's always super appreciated. It helps me devote, feel able to devote time to, making content. So if you ever want to support me monetarily, it's super appreciated. Patreon's the best place for that. That's where I get the best cut. So you can peek that. I will now watch your Has Been Hotel reactions on YouTube. Torture. No, Has Been. They're good, bro. They're good. Yeah, just started BoJack. In fact, I'm probably gonna post BoJack episode 1 tomorrow on YouTube because I'm gonna use a filter for it. But if you want early access and full opacity and audio, then you'll want to get on the Patreon for that. What time are you starting Limbus? At the current time, I think you only have 4 hours. We might only have 4 hours. I don't know if I can. I think I have it started at 2. So we're starting BoJack, Zorogoto, Monster, To Be Hero X. We're in the middle of Kill la Kill. We're at the near the finale of, which has been super awesome. All of those will eventually get to YouTube, but if you want them now, Patreon's the place to do it. Also gives me a little bit of support, which is super nice. Those are my main plugs. I appreciate the photos. I appreciate the gift subs, the subs otherwise, the lurkers, the chatters, everything in between. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the world. Shout out the Discord. That's usually where I chat a lot if you ever want to get more Pink Cubed action going. But chat, that's good for do it for today. A lot of other stories and a lot of other experiences for us to have together. Looking forward to it. Danganronpa maybe one day. Umi Neko after Higurashi is probably most likely going to happen. I'm pretty locked in on that. A lot of other things to do, bro. Good times. I'll hopefully be seeing you again very, very soon.